各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是欣然。我们首先有请到的是 OMG 的打野选手悲伤来到赛前采访席，跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OMG 的打野悲伤。
感觉确实是蛮久没有回归赛场了嘛，大家也非常的高兴能够看见你重返我们的 LPL 赛场，一切感觉怎么样呢？还熟悉吗？
感觉熟悉又陌生吧，就很久没打了。
那这次的回归，希望让大家看到一个怎样的悲伤呢？
希望带给大家全新的自己吧。
好，我们也期待一下你的赛场表现，谢谢，一会儿见。同样，我们也请到的是 RNG 的中单选手汤圆，跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 RNG 中单汤圆。
今天的对手 OMG， 他们在组内赛阶段的血腥程度是相当高的，所以这场 BO3 你觉得会是怎样的一个展开呢？
我们尽量给大家呈现出一个精彩的比赛吧。
现在的话，其实两队都未尝一胜嘛，所以这场 BO3 非常的关键。今天你觉得 RNG 最需要打好哪些部分呢？
我觉得我们就把自己该做好的内容都做好吧。
好，那我们也看一下这场的精彩的 BO3。
Greetings everyone, I've turned my camera the wrong way. Also yes, did you see that? I have a new stinger now to change between scenes, so I've got some cool visual stuff on screen. So Sam and I will be casting today, it's gonna be both of us. Yay, cool video stuff. Sorry for leaving you alone there, folks. But yep, Sam and I will be casting. For what is, very sadly folks, I mean, Joe, that's just kind of me in general. No, Sam's back. Yeah. I mean, I am part of the alphabet mafia, so you know, like that is, yeah, you know, it's fairly relevant. But yeah, this is sadly an elimination match for one of these teams. One of these teams will be unable to escape bottom 2 if they lose this series. Hey, Brad, good to see you. Yeah, because both of them are 0-3, one will be sent to 0-4 and will not be able to get a second win, which is what they would have to get out of bottom 2. Now, what this means is that one of these teams will be finishing bottom 2 and not competing within the rest of 2025. So this is, folks, a death match. This is a death match. When someone draws it themselves, I ain't commissioning that shit. Ask Andrew or something. Okay, yeah. So this is a death match, folks. This is a death match. Actually, you know, let's not even call it elimination match. Let's call it death match in the title. Ah, whatever. It's fine. But yeah, so Sam will come through. He's just doing a coffee run right now, and then we're gonna hold a funeral for one of the oldest teams in League of Legends, folks. It's either OMG or RNG, and we'll see which one goes out first.
赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端转上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯
Sorry versus Jetty, yep, 80 carries for the 1v1.
微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID。
Yes, they will be out of the world split too if they lose, go bottom 2.
叠加以旧换新，5折起。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP，TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯，英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻，六边形战士来袭。
双剑合一，上面人哇，这鳄鱼有点太好了，还来，再来一点，上了。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先欢迎 Oh My God， 上单 Harry， 打野悲伤，中单 Charlotte， 下路 Starry。
Of course, some big things happening with these rosters. Charlotte coming in for Lunfeng, who was subbed out. Not exactly sure why. What else? jungle change as well, I believe.
欢迎 Royal Never Give Up
And here's RNG.
上单小徐
One of
打野
these teams
Milky Way
walking onto
中
stage
单
today
汤圆下路
will
佳
be
琪
walking onto
辅助
stage for
打野
perhaps the last time ever for these organizations which are both over 12 years old within League of Legends. They'll have one more match after that, but make no mistake, this series here today against their old rivals is the big one. OMG and RNG have been LPL teams since the beginning, since 2013, since those
LPL 第二赛段
Days
常
of
规赛主内赛
yesterday,
第5
yesteryear.
周第5日的首场比赛将会由 OMG 对阵 RNG， 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Sam's 30, Dialgo. Sam's 30. Oh, we get close towards our 1v1. As, yeah, Sam's doing the coffee run. We'll be back shortly. And looks like I'll be bringing you the 1v1. AD Carry's doing our 1v1 today, by the way, folks. While we think back on this this death match, this elimination match, hey Montes, how's it going? You can't help but think of some of the great results that these teams have had before. RNG, a triple MSI winning organization, OMG, multiple worlds representative, and they are LPL title holders from some of the very first splits of the LPL. Both of these were in Season 3 and Season 4 Worlds. OMG were the first team to ever take a win off of Faker internationally. And into our 1v1, it is definitely not the golden era for either of these teams. Though, that being said, both their AD carries are pretty damn good at League of Legends. Because they're both AD carries, having a load of AD carries banned away from them. So a lot of your typical stuff like the Jace, the Gwen, Renekton is up and available. Yeah, and RNG do have 2 Worlds finalists as well. You are completely correct in saying that. As they were the World finalists for Faker's first ever Worlds, and they faced off against Samsung White in 2014 Worlds as well. Lucian versus Rumble, now the matchup for our 1v1 here. No, I didn't sell him that day. Okay, I didn't. So this 1v1's for side select for our deathmatch here today, folks. Weren't these two top 5 teams just a few years ago? Yeah, they were. Yeah, OMG in 2023, particularly 2023, were still top. They were top tier when they had the Shanji, Aki, Cream, Abel, and PP God roster. But Ferguson is completely right. Many teams in Group Nirvana were top teams recently. LNG, World's representatives multiple times. LPL finalists in 2023. Think of LGD, multiple, they were champions in 2020 and 2015. Multiple of these teams have done an awful lot of good work over time. Alright, let's get into our 1v1 though for our side select. The Rumble. Been kind of disgusting in 1v1s for like the last 2 years. The champion's been so strong for such a long time. Surprised that Rumble's been allowed to do this. Why did... Hang on a second. Overheat potentially coming through. Ooh, didn't quite get that double tap onto him. Jokes aside, why did BLG let Shun leave? Because there were poaching allegations, and that's why he lands, goes into the overheat. Ignite potentially could be dropped there as well. Damage coming out of Jachi. Of course, coming in as a rookie this year. Very nearly threaded another Harpian through the wave. Rumble, nasty-ass champion. So, slowly can put in the weapon. So yeah, basically in the off-season, there was a Weibo manager who it was alleged was trying to poach Shin, and through that, BLG ended up kicking Shin because they thought he was being disloyal, basically, to his contract. Surprised Lucian doesn't pick more on the 1v1. It is when AD carries are in. They just rarely play the 1v1. Minion lost their first Starry. Wave being slowly pushed in. Judge will collect it. Farming and farming with E's, chopping the wave down with Q's as well. Of course, the cooldown of the E means that you can't use it to last everything. So he is dropping a CS hero there. And stealing the healing relic away. Why not? Gets the attack speed buff as well. Ooh, that's a big amount of turnaround. Starry the one to drop the ignite. Surprised he didn't drop it while the heal was going down. If he was going to drop it at all, that tends to be the play. No, why not deny the healing? Shin's a scapegoat? Well, we don't know what happened internally, right? If it was him that initiated any of that conversation, then of course that's a very different tone, isn't it? Oh, level 6 hit. But the equalizer's not getting that much. And the barrier blown as well. Starry not necessarily getting the best value out of his summoners. And his ultimate in the last minutes to the ignite wasn't great either, remember? Jachi clearing out the wave. Does he get the cannon? He misses the cannon, by the way. And then chooses to equalize the next wave. Jachi has himself a barrier, and that might get him the kill, and it does. Misses the cannon, gets the Lucian. He'll take that. Turret plate after has the demolish. That's 1. Does he get 2? Yes, he does. Jachi, massive gold swing towards him now. Even though he's down in CS and loses that cannon, goes back for full tabby. As you can see, he's ahead a good chunk of gold now. Jachi, happy days. Walking back towards lane now. Sam has come back from the coffee run, so he'll be with us shortly. He has a Hex Drinker. Of course, both these players now have the resist items built up, whether that's the boots or it's the Hex Drinker. Jachi using that overheated Flame Spitter throughout the wave. Gets that shield to tank up the Piercing Lights. Piercing Light is a very cool ability. Not exactly doing that much damage, though, is the problem. Actually getting some good burn there from the, not the Haunted guys, the other one with the Fated Ashes. Damn, doing so good. So good at jumping forwards with that extra moon speed from the boots and then from the Scrap Shield as well. Double E's hit as well. Yikes. Ignite has been used, well, is up for Starry. Doesn't use it on the heal again, chooses not to. Don't think it would have mattered because the Scrap Shield coming through. Actually, think Jachi was quite intelligent there using the, well, I mean, it would have mattered in terms of the anti-heal, but wouldn't have done that much damage, I suppose. Reminder that later, folks, BLG Weibo are playing, and BLG will be fielding a new jungler in Beichuan. Beichuan from TT has moved over to BLG. So Wei no longer playing for BLG. Jachi walking forward. Remember, the second kill will get him the win. Culling, good damage back, though. There is an equalizer for Jachi and no mana for Starry. That'll be your 1v1. Jachi getting both kills. OMG, losing themselves at Sam Champion Select. Jachi winning it for RNG as Sam comes through to join the party. How you doing, buddy?
Pretty well. I've got my dinner jacket on. I'm dressed up for the funeral.
Oh, I don't have mine on yet. One second, I'm gonna go get mine.
Get that coffin to the kitchen while I'm at it for all this.
Wait, I'm gonna change the camera lens. Please do. Folks, it is not a pleasure to tell you that this is, of course, a deathmatch, and we are here solemnly bid farewell to one of our teams here today. So welcome in, everyone. We've dressed up for a funeral. We didn't have. We sadly do not have a coffin to bury one of these teams in, but we hope that you will join us in remembering these legendary organizations and what they brought to the league.
You know, my children were gathered here today to celebrate the life and death of OMG and or RNG. Thy mid lane come, thy Nexus be still done, you know, not broken down. In mid lane as it is in bot lane.
Amen. Let's get into Champions Flights. All right, okay. This is our Champions Select for our first game of the day. RNG just one side select through Jachi, and we'll get ourselves into the thick of things.
I'm assuming you've given a hold of the stakes today.
We have done that to no end.
I won't get too far on it, but both of these teams at 0-3 in terms of the series. You lose this, it is over. There will be no summer split. We'll be finishing long before the end of the regular season. First set of picks coming on in the Shin's out for the Neferi, looking like the trades.
All right, yeah, Shin's out. Been really raising up in priority here in the LPL. It's been one of our most picked champions. And Neferi on the other side has been incredibly powerful. OMG, you will note, are playing Charlotte and Beishang now as well. They have been substituting like a revolving door on the other side. Milky Way, he'll be happy to, I guess, face a less confident jungler here if he's coming in on such short notice. But RNG, by no means on a happy string of form themselves.
No, and I think for RNG, a lot of this for me will be getting some priority to allow Jachi and Niket to play with aggression and give Milky Way a platform to work around, because it sometimes felt like RNG, their playmakers, their kind of alleged aces, I suppose, the way to put it, have often felt like they are trying too hard to get the plays rolling and fumbling when things start to go wrong because they feel almost over-obligated to get things rolling, and it has been a bit tricky to watch at points. Yep. They got themselves a good pink comp so far, but there's a Talia locked in, there's a Sion locked in now for OMG. We've got a pretty good front line themselves now.
OMG have a really good front to back with this locked in. They have the best tank on the patch, they have the best carry jungler on the patch, and they have a very good back to front mid laner as well, front to back mid laner. Other side, RNG, strong lanes though, and strong early playmaking. Shinzo, Ari, Virus, they can all kind of tag onto each other's plays, and they play very well around the first couple of grub spawns, the first herald, and the first couple of dragons. So RNG has some early firepower. Some questions in chat, why are these teams going to be out until 2026? Potentially even longer than that. Could even be a permanent removal from the league, given the fact that LPL will be downsizing. Bottom two in Group Nirvana do not qualify for the next split, and then for Worlds or anything like that either. So by finishing bottom two in Group Nirvana here, you are out. It is cutthroat, and it is meant to kick an organization or two up the arse if they've been resting on their laurels a little bit, which potentially these two teams have been. They've been revolving doors of rosters, financial issues, amongst other things. These teams are on death's door. This is our death match.
Last set of bans to come on through the Yorick away from Xiaoshu. It does feel like we started to see Yorick get a little bit more success from when he was first being picked, and it looked a little bit lost for a lot of teams. Feels a lot stronger now. I've also just noted that your jacket's got an LPL tag on it.
It does, yep. It does have an LPL 10th anniversary. I wore this at the 2023 Summer Finals
wild, dude.
And the regionals, so I keep it on there for posterity. Yeah, some fun memories. Of course, neither of these teams were present at that 2023 regionals. Sadly, though, OMG were a hell of a good team back in that year. RNG, that was kind of the beginning of their downfall. 2022, of course, they won MSI, so they were still very much on top at that point. It's been a while since we could talk about RNG or OMG in those levels of play, though.
Welcome down to the Valley of the Shadow of Death matches, folks. We are looking at Valley League of Legends at its finest here. The last time we had a match like this, I dressed up. I was in my wig. We were solo casting. 80s Hapgood was here, ready to do some WWE and horrible hair metal references all day long. Today, it's more of a funeral match.
God, I should have been there as like the interviewer again. You know, yeah. Back in the day, we did a charity stream where Sam posed as legendary punk and rock musician. Can't remember even the name of it, but
Lost to time, man. He's not what he thought he was more legendary than he was.
Well, I'm sure that he's got his dedicated fan base as well. As Nico gets himself his Rel, and it's going to be a last pick at that Kai'Sa for Starry, which I think is really important. It's a hard lane to get through, but if he does, Starry, we've seen exactly what kind of carrying he can do. OMG, front to back, RNG, lots of laning power, lots of early aggression, and given how both these... Oh, I don't know, man. I was about to say, given how this team's been playing, given how both these teams are playing, I would still give the edge to RNG to make those early plays, but they've been no means clean with it.
No, they haven't. I think for me, a lot of the ice has to go towards bot lane and jungle, really, because they both these junglers, if one of them get ahead, it would be a big, big deal. And we know that the bot lanes here have been pretty key to when their teams have been succeeding one way or another. I tend to agree with you about the Kai'Sa having a pretty rough time in lane, but if they can get towards the mid game, the power to dive, to reposition between a Taliyah and a Fury, a Kai'Sa with ultimates to work with can get quite tricky, I think, for RNG if they start falling behind the curve in the mid game in particular. So a lot of things to keep our eyes on as we do work our way through to those kind of second, third dragon. That's part of the objective fighting game that we often get to at this part of LPL calendar.
Yeah, so game one of our death match. Reminder of the stakes. OMG and RNG are both 0-3 in Group Nirvana, which is our grouping of our worst performing teams in the LPL. Both of them are at a stage now where they lose one more series, they will not be able to escape bottom two, and bottom two eliminates you from the rest of the year of play. This is a death match, make no mistake about it, as we head on to the Rift.
The lights, the cameras, some very telling action. Both teams on life support. Neither have really found anything resembling a run of form. We wondered whether these rosters might improve, and the answer was no. Unfortunately. Here we go, there's Boris. There's our camera pan. We'll let the crowds yell. Get ready for the game proper. OMG still with a pretty solid fan base. OMG, a little bit more discoordinated there. Happens. RNG, one of our old gods of the league, really. It's certainly a surprise to see them languishing here, joint last in the whole damn league.
Yeah, so of course this is going to be a very emotional affair for many fans of these teams. Talking about this when we came into the series, RNG and OMG. 2013 and 2014 Worlds representatives, RNG being Worlds finalists, OMG going to All-Star, taking a win. Hang on a second, this hard trade hit. It'll end up going down to not that much over the course of it, I suppose. OMG, the first team to ever beat Faker in an international game.
Yeah, I remember.
2013 Worlds group stage. Both these teams had some legendary performances. RNG, triple MSI winners. OMG captured the hearts and minds of many fans across the world with their 2022 and 23 roster being yeah, well, that was a little later than that. One Jachi caught out.
Jachi does just stand and deliver there. Throws down the hill of arrows. Now Moam's down that flash, and the damage back is pretty brutal. There's the cleanse to deal with the ignite that Niket puts out. In the end, RNG come out on the better end of the lane push and the summoner trait.
It's one of the reasons we're worried about the Kai'Sa being put in. Great, if you escape the early game, got to escape that early game. And the early lane, losing that push and losing summoners, not a great start.
Both junglers on the same side of the map, pathing towards the bot lane. There is a ping onto Milky Way, so he's a known quantity. There's a ward on that blue buff. I think whether he's looking for a bit of an invade here. He's not going to find it because Beishang has already cleared that out. Now going to look for a wraparound in mid lane, but this should be a known deal. They've been pinging the entire way. Look for the flash, audacious charge. The wind becomes lightning just wide. That'll be the flash off Charlotte.
Yeah, so that does give an opening for Beishang to go in towards the bot side jungle. Well, I say that. There's no lane prior for him. This could be quite dangerous. Remember this guy coming in on short notice.
Here's Moam. Goes forward. It's onto Niket, who can crash down, but here comes Beishang, who begins to pull the pack. Flash away. Niket alright. Second set of daggers lands, though. And that means the kill comes on forwards.
The double Q, expunging the bleed and then playing it again. Beishang gets the first kill of the game. And this Neferi, which has been so good at carrying games, gets ahead.
Nice angle on in there from Beishang. Finds that important invade, or gank rather. A nice little path over the Dragon Pit wall. Gets things rolling and helps rescue the bot lane that had been shoved up in a pretty tricky position.
RNG needs to get this early game rolling. Losing kills like that in your bot lane, which you're meant to be dominant with, is a problem. Milky Way, he ended up showing a mid lane, didn't end up getting that much done, and bot lane was not on the same page with what was happening with the mid jungle, because Milky Way was not there to cover them while they were pushed in. RNG, this has been a continuation of problems for them. They're not on the same page.
As you can see, the moment the Milky Way went for that play, the bot lane went to go ward, and they did. The problem was it was in the pixel bush, where the dog had already got them through the dragon pit and behind the ward, so they kind of just got done in by, yes, good pathing from Beishang, but also just slight timing.
It's like when, I mean, it's kind of crazy when you think that Jarvan used to use his flag drag to get over the wall to do that kind of get around wards and then gank bot lane or whatever. But the fact that Neferi can do it with just an E on short cooldown, kind of unfair, by the way.
It's pretty nuts.
Like, it's a level 1 E, just hops over the wall.
Cool, yeah.
Back again, short time later, whereas the flag drag would have taken, like 12 seconds to get back up. The things that we do with modern League of Legends, folks.
Yeah. Anyway, pathing works. And again, a lot of that is off that ward that was on the blue buff, spotted that Milky Way, so when they saw him leaving, go for that mid lane play. Charlotte was aware of it. Yes, burnt the flash. That was probably a bit more than needed to be done, but still in that position where gave Beishang about 10 seconds or so to start pathing in a way that got them past the wards, and was on vision himself again. Won't be finding an easy gank this time around, but good start for the sub jungler. He's off to the races here on the dog.
And if you look at the other lanes, nothing in mid lane in terms of a CS lead, nothing in top lane either. RNG, you gotta get something going soon. I know it's only 5 minutes in, but the fact that no early lane leads have been leveraged, you are behind in terms of gold overall because of that early kill as well. This is a problem. You need to make something happen around these grubs of the dragon, at least get ahead with objectives if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, look at the comp you've drafted for. It's very, very spiky, heavy spiking at 1 item, right? 2 items at max. And you look at the other side, okay, you know, the Neferi, 2-3 items, Kaiser, 2-3 items, yep. Sion, infinite scaling with all the HP. It just gets so much easier to play as the game goes on for OMG.
Yeah. Are we playing on the full split on the same patch? No, we will not be playing the full split on the same patch. I just don't know when it will change over. We do have a couple of weeks left to play, of course, but we'll see exactly when that patch change comes through.
Wade turns up in mid, trying to help get a bit of shove on in for the jungle. Beishang also here, trying to do the same. I think it should be RNG getting at least this wave shoved relatively happily. And missed the cannon. I saw that Tangyuan.
And the last minion there as well. Oopsies. Well, better than missing it in the 1v1, I guess, and losing 200 gold. It's not quite as much that on this bit of the rift. Still, good vision control put through. Tangyuan really wanting to leverage something. Still has that elixir popping, by the way. That's the aura around them. They have the triple elixir coming through, so they have a bit of power at level 6.
You don't get that much value from it there, though. The ward battle ends up being a bit of a dud. Xiaoshu pops the own ultimate. Harry now going to try and get the decimating smash. Misses it. Xiaoshu healing right back up here, just purely for the world ender. Ult away now from Harry. We'll get out to safety.
Just trying to see if he could land that Q to get an ult for free. Xiaoshu could technically teleport now topside. I don't think he wants to. First grub goes to OMG, actually. So RNG will need to fight for the other 2 combo.
But pulverized, there comes the charm. It's on to Charlotte. That's pretty key. Hit with a piercing arrow as well. Milky flashing for the wind becomes lightning. Does get the knock up with the 3 talent strike. The arrow slow ensures that they can't kill off Milky Way. And now Moab's in danger. Ult resets from Tangyuan. Looking to get on top of Star. He's got nowhere to run. Flash away for a second or 2. A last charm comes on through. The cleanse comes on down. Tangyuan with the movement speed on the W, looking for the Wax Fire and the auto, and brings down another RNG with 4.
Starry flashes and still gets hit by the Q2 from the Ahri. And that's a huge fight for RNG, which we were asking for. They need to get an early lead. We asked them to get at least something around the Groves because the lanes hadn't worked out. And they do get it. 4 for 1, 6 stacks on the Darksteel of the Ahri. Mission accomplished.
That was really nice stuff. They did exactly what they were asked to do. The charm initially onto Charlotte, as we're about to see, I think, meant that Talia got to do jack all this fight.
This is a really good fight from Tangyuan. I am a fan of his Ahri. I think it's one of his better champions. Was spotted heading into this brush and still gets that charm out of it. I mean, this is the problem about fighting the grubs from red side. You're against the wall. You have less dodge options, and Charlotte is sadly just in the path of that. I love how Tangyuan just knows that you can head back towards the other side here. Dashes beyond Moam at this point and says, all right, that's okay. I can get towards Starry instead. This is where Starry kind of messes up. Still gets hit by the Q damage there, and Tangyuan gets full single target W to end off the kill too. Doesn't even need the rest of it. Last auto. Good kills off Starry, who has a Rod of Ages at 8 minutes. That's so fast.
already got the Dark Seal stacking, as you noted, with the 6 stack, so the damage is still going to be there as well. Feeling very happy about the game state right now. Of course, you get some kill involvement for Jachie. Milky Way survived. Like, you can't ask for a better fight.
And also, a huge thing here. One of the biggest problems with Ahri, with the Rod of Ages build, is your ult cooldown is very high. He just got 4 ult Hunter stacks.
Very true.
That means he's now on, I believe, 25 ult haste just from that rune, which is a good amount. It's about a quarter of the cooldown off, right, with 25, right? Something like that, or maybe slightly less than that. Which means that it goes from, at first rank, 120 cooldown to, I'd say, around about 100 instead, I think, with 25 haste. Can't remember exactly how much it is. But yeah, Tango was happy with that, and also buying with the inspiration rune secondary gets the early boots too, because the kill participation before the kill markers come through. So Tango is really far ahead of the game, and that's why they're pushing now to try and use that power advantage.
The ult build of Tango, and this is a very strong Ahri to be messing around with. It's not like this. Xin Zhao's exactly weak either. Play over this one, shove from bot side allows Niket to come on up as well.
Go for it now. I think you go for it now. Oh, I think you could have forced a flash out there. You know, I actually think that could have been the play. Go on to Charlotte, see if you can just ult over the wall.
Side against it. They'll get the blue buff, they'll clear out the wards, they'll head back towards the dragon, happy enough to not pull the trigger on that one and just get the neutral objectives, I guess, is straight.
Yeah. So they have 2 grubs, dragon, kill advantage, the kill feats of strength as well. We'll see if they can complete the whole set. And now we flip the question over to OMG, because now they are in the back seat of this game. What do they do to get back into a comfortable spot? You must find a way to get your front to back online. One way or another, you must find a way to get that happening. So how does that happen? I think it's with good side lane allocation. I think it's by avoiding important plays from RNG, even if you have to lose a flash for flash or something like that. Be very important. OMG will need to make sure that they are stopping RNG getting clean plays around objectives as well. Maybe they have to give up a dragon or 2 to get that. But OMG really want to make sure that they can survive the next few minutes, get past that 1 item mark without losing too much gold.
The game plan. And again, if you can get to 20 minutes and the gold lead remains at this point, you're okay. You've still got Kai'Sa, you've still got Sion, Neferi to layer. That whole conversation we've been having doesn't change necessarily if RNG gets stalled out at this snowball point. The point we're kind of raising now is how easy is it going to be to keep the bleeding from getting worse? Because you have got leads in some very scary spots now for RNG.
Well, it gets a little bit hard at this point with Kai'Sa against Varus in mid lane. Varus is one of the reasons why Varus is picked so much. Varus is the best AD carry at holding mid lane. He can just sit there, wave clear it for forever. He has his ultimate to force plays or play defensively as well. Very, very good at clearing mid wave. And you can see right there, kind of needed Moem and Beishang both to come in towards the mid lane to kind of support them. Grubs have now just spawned again. W's coming through from Starry. Quick one rushed away from OMG. Literally 2 for them. They deny one of the grubs. That's important. You know, they get as much as they can from that and they get out.
They do stop that objective marker going over again, which does delay those feats of strength. Again, there's been a bit of a conversation about exactly how much value the feats of strength give you, but they're often a good marker about who's actually in position to win the game regardless. And they will still get the breakpoint for the might. Plate does go over to Harry, at least on the other side. And we'll manage to charm a minion there, claim that one well enough, and the Orb of Deception comes on through to kill up some backline minions too.
Lucky minion.
Bro? But no, we're not skipping past that one.
I just said lucky minion. You got charmed by Ahri. You know, not every minion's gonna get. Not every minion gets to experience that. I'm sure that was okay.
Angie, come collect my brother. He needs some re-education.
Don't you dare be pulling the particle. So, OMG doing well to pick up farm across the map. I need to see RNG making some plays though at some point. You know, keep up that vision in the enemy jungle. Your Ahri is so goddamn powerful for this point in the game. Let's see how much they can do. Ill's building up towards the Liandry's, will do more damage towards the Sion and of course the Alistar as the game goes on. And we'll see how much Tango can do with this build.
That will be the plan. Over we go. There's Niket. Starts clearing out some of these wards. It does feel like OMG really struggled to hold on to anything resembling a control ward presence. OMG quick to fight over control in this mid-sided river. Oh, is off vision as I say that though, looking to try and potentially find an angle in somewhere. But they could really find, I think, is maybe a blue buff invade, which they might look forward to.
They have the vision for it. RNG not exactly been contesting that well so far. This does not look to me a game where RNG have crazy early game advantage, which is technically what they have with the mid jungle, and the objective lead as well. OMG are still managing to snipe away camps, get good vision up. You know, they lose the buff there too. This is the kind of play where with this kind of lead, you'd expect another team to be able to punish it. But this is sadly the situation that both of these teams are in, really. RNG not confident enough to make a play with their power spike here.
You see RNG spend a lot of their vision control around getting control of the dragon pick, which is spawning in a minute or so. It's not a bad thing, but it feels like 30 seconds early in a lot of ways. And it does mean the resets to get over towards clearing that side of the map a little bit slow. Drop a camp for it. It's not the end of the world. Still a lead for Milky Way and the likes, but it helps keep this Neferi in the game, who has got Eclipse. It's going to be a pretty scary point, I believe. Should be able to get towards the fully upgraded smites before this dragon. Be pretty significant here. One camp required for Milky. A couple more for the Neferi, though. It's a little bit more problematic. They can try and invade onto Milky Way here. They've got a full group coming on in.
I mean, they can try it. Quite hard to find something here. The buff gets secured. But again, OMG are the ones walking into RNG's jungle. Like, they're the ones at a gold deficit. Dragon is now spawning in 30 seconds. RNG are not set up for this. RNG, this is a deathmatch. You must be able to play around your powerful members. Where is Tongyuan shoving and roaming into the important sides of the map with you? Now Xiaoshu's even at threat of a dive.
Have been a little bit slow. Their vision's all slapped. They'll teleport around, try and make this what happen. Xiaoshu healing up best he can. Beisheng, though, doesn't quite get the kill and survives now. Tangyuan is here with a lot of damage. They've overplayed the dive and forced the flash out of the Neferi. Ult down as well. Mid lane, they've got a big shove. Ends up being all right as in comes the Scion with the ult. Flash away for Jachu, lands to change the corruption. Tower falls, knock up onto Harry, who doesn't have the ult, has to flash away himself.
So an overplay from OMG this time. Dragon is available. OMG without Scion flash and all, without Beisheng's flash and all. I think they give this one up now. RNG win themselves the Dragon, but it was sort of handed to them at the same time. They were lucky, OMG, not to get out with any kills. They're teleporting back in, though. Here comes Scion, and they want to contest.
Right, Harry is there, gets knocked away by the Crescent Guard. Means he's stuck away from the team, but no flash. The Infernal Chains come landing on forwards. Flash away from Milky Way as Charlotte uses the ult. His team split off with the Magnus Storm. But there's 4 members waiting. Niket knocked up, pushed back in danger as the players continue to play. Look at Jachi on the other side, looking for an angle on in. Milky Way 5-3 talent strike. Shari had to flash on out, survives, but he's on about 10% HP. Jachi can't quite get the kill. Shove onto Xiaoshu. End up getting a kill onto Niket, and that's the only casualty of the last 5 minutes.
The positioning of carries in that fight is what really tells the story of it. Jachi not in position to do damage, Starry was. Now, of course, at the end of it, then Starry missed positions and then gets chunked out, so OMG will lose the Dragon. So the kill goes to OMG because they have better carry positioning at that point. The Dragon goes to RNG because they have the better carry positioning just after that point. Dragon goes to RNG, they'll be 2 up, they have the 4 grubs, they are ahead in the objective game, but OMG are getting kills. And reminder, this is the power spike of RNG. This is where they're meant to be really, really powerful. And on the other side, OMG, they're waiting for their 2nd, 3rd items, and they're still picking off kills here and there. So OMG, the light's not faded for them yet.
But still, though, I need to see what happened with Starry's ult there, because he nearly ended up getting blasted for that play.
Yeah, I'd really like to see the replay. Of course, we don't get control over that from China's side, and we'll see what they're dying to give us.
Exactly. OMG also burnt every single summoner in that play, by the way. They have none. It's all gone.
Yeah, spell slots have been used, folks. This is where it's helpful to have a multi-class as a wizard. Where,
of course.
You've used your fireballs, get the shotgun out. Milky Way.
I cast gun.
I cast hollow points. Milky Way going on towards the Herald.
Metal Jacket Wizard.
They get caught out.
Oh, he's knocked up, and I think he'll be going down. The Headbutt Pulverize secures that one with fighting over the vision and gets punished that time around. They'll still lose the Herald, though.
Here comes Scion.
Harry is now coming on down with the ultimate. Knockup does land onto Jachu, stunned up into the seismic shove. Has a shield, means nothing. That's the reset. But now, of course, Beisheng's ended up way too deep. Oh! In comes Xiaoshu, Headbutt it over the wall, but now Moab's in danger. Tangyuan, and they use the Herald as a charge off forwards. Milky Way with the Battle Herald engage. They turn it around beautifully for dead.
Xiaoshu and Tongyuan go absolutely mental in that fight alongside Milky Way. The double resets, one on the World Ender duration and the other one on the Spirit Rush, come out absolutely clutch there. As OMG fumble the fight, it's another good initial pick, but then they completely flub their positioning afterwards again. It has been something we've seen multiple times, even in just this one game now, where it has felt like they've started the fight okay, but then kind of lost their heads a little bit after this. Niket tries to clear out of ward. I don't think realizes quite how much CC's over the other side. Doesn't have a flash, only has the Hex flash there. Goes down. And then this is where things go a little bit strange, right? You don't have the Alistar ultimate. Jashi is comboed onto, and this is a good thing for them. You know, you get the CC onto the Varus, but look how far the carries have to pull themselves out of position to get towards that AD carry. It means that a charm lands. It means that the Talia is quite far forward as well. And now, how do you retreat? Flash forward's coming through. Tonguan has his ult running as well. The resets come through, and the Herald does a massive amount of work for the double knockup. Insane play from Milky Way.
Get so much value out of that one. Yeah, I feel like their warding game has been 20 seconds earlier. A couple objectives in a row. They've been a little late on clearing up those wards coming out. But wards down and they've been cleared out, turn up too late, and it's all been a bit problematic. But that hasn't stopped the fights, and some of the hands that we see on RNG still been pretty solid. That's never been the question for this team in some ways.
I'm afraid, Sam, that there are no public libraries in RNG. And I'm sad.
Oh yeah.
They've not done their, you know, their social support for their community and for the literacy rate of their players. There should be a book here on the RE. It's 10 stack Dark Seals. Has the most gold in the game. Give me that Death Note. I'd like to call it some light reading, as in Death Note, light reading, Death Note. Yeah. It's very funny because it's a great reference.
Give me a Magi's and my life is yours.
Exactly. You know, sometimes I like to make references and then have chat, you know, go, what a great reference. I think that I live off that.
Do you follow that guy on Instagram who's a wonderful voice actor?
Yes, I do.
Who does some excellent Jamaican versions of great scenes from games and anime.
He's safe.
Just the idea of Ares coming on down saying Wagwan Kratos is still one of my favorite things ever.
What is Mom doing here? My dude, you okay? I don't think he's gonna get an execute here. Yeah.
He's going nowhere.
He burned the ultimate. Why? My dude!
It's a Minotaur Dragon! You're level 7 Alistar!
Why would you blow all like that? While all this is happening, the jungler has died! Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, this is your battle between the worst two teams in the LPL. Hope you goddamn enjoy it.
Right, roll up to the greatest experience you could ever ask for. Valley League of Legends. Tanguan may be forced to ult here. Does manage to get an out the seismic shove, just misses that charm onto Starry. But it does mean he will be missing the ult for this dragon fight, but you've got no Weaver's Wall, no ult on Moam, Atakan is up, Jachi and Milky Way are there.
I mean, like, for this dragon, Sam, the jungler's still dead. The Atakan's gonna go down as well. I think RNG will be like, we used some ultimates, but they killed the damn smite. They're gonna get an Atakan at 21 minutes. They can use that to go back towards the Atakan if they want. And you have a 5-kill Ahri at this point. I will say again, where the hell's your Magi's? It is the best item in the game on Ahri, and I think that pro players for many years have been a little reticent to build it. Beishang was clearing vision, had Starry not too far away from him, but it's just playing to, uses the W for clear speed. Uses the W for clear speed and gets a charm onto him. The dog's not able to save them from that. Tonguan slots into an unseen brush. Beishang dies. Of course, he's the sub player. Can't blame him too much for coming in on short notice, but that one's an awkward one.
And of course, Milky Way with the wind become lightning flash combo to help calm up. There's a word when you team up. Oh my days, Sam, that word can't be that hard. With your jungler to help bring that one down. 2.5 items plus on a lot of these teams. It's not a book again, gone towards the arm guard, so full playmaking build.
There is no reason to do, my dude, you can just carry the game. It's fine, believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, believe in the me that believes in you. Milky Way now walking towards Harry. Not doing a great deal of much there. Does have a Black Cleaver, so we'll be able to help his other teammates do a lot of work. That's the reason why Shaggy hasn't gone for Black Cleaver, by the way. His jungle has it already. They can go towards that same target. Harry not able to protect that turret, and we have a 4 going on 5,000 gold lead for RNG.
Soul point, 4 grubs, big gold lead. You can't ask for much more at this point in the game.
Do you ever think about giving updates in the game like you would do a pilot of an aircraft? We are at around 22.53 thousand minutes into the, not 1,000 minutes again, 1,000 feet into the game. We've got a little bit of terminals around the top side as the charm's landed onto the mid lane. And we'll be landing soon in the top lane in a turret.
And as you know, we've got in-flight entertainment from one Mr. Initialise, who'll be serenading you all with the dulcet sounds of teamfight calling in about 10 minutes.
And the white zone is for loading. The red zone is for parking only.
The red zone is for parking. The white zone is for loading only.
Those of you that never saw the Airplane movie, go watch it. One of the best comedies of all time. Leslie Nielsen. Charm W away from this time. See, isn't that useful, Beisheng, to have that for defenses?
There comes the Weaver's Wall. Anyway, there it is. And after all, there's a Magnet Storm. They'll go into the backline. They'll get the withdrawal off the Atacom, but the damage may well just be done. Infernal Chains landing. Xiaoshu resetting the backline, lands another Darkin Blade, managing to find a lot of value. Flash, Q3. Starry ulting to the other side. There's all the way. Tanguyen fumbles a bit, and all of the Atacom withdrawals have just timed out. Milky Way over the wall, trying to get the kill regardless. They're getting another reset on down as the bleed does its work. In comes the Hound's Pursuit, and they lose an additional 2.
Reminder, this is a fight between our 2 worst teams in the LPL, and I just saw a Fat Ari, Charm Flash, and a Fairy Dog. It is all par for the course here as OMG survive what could have been the kill fight. Beisheng's going to go on and clear out some of the camps around the map now. The cat is back up and available. Is there anything up in terms of big objectives? Baron in 30 seconds, that's it. RNG.
Oh, he missed a crash head over the wall.
Crashed head over the wall. Is that going to be a problem? Well, I guess we'll see when he comes through to live. Well, we'll see if he's alive. So, Moam gets a good combo in, I suppose. Well, actually, no, I'm not going to call it a good combo. It's onto the front liners. Initially, I thought, well, Leandri's taking onto everyone from the Ari, who's really fed. They have the Atacon, but they're fighting towards the end of the timer. He flies over the wall here, and then, you know, goes forwards, gets some damage down. The W does come through. Watch what Tanguyen does here. He charms and flashes a dog. Yeah, and then the Atacon's timed out. So not only do you charm flash, missing your target, you get that. Somehow Starry also dies by walking up into a queue, so
could have been worse.
Could have been worse, but also, yeah, that's why Neferi's kind of bad for Ari.
Did get the Scion as well, so there is that. So in the end, Beisheng's the only one who actually survived the play, but there's still a couple kills onto this Neferi that should never have happened.
And now Neferi has those 2 items. We are getting towards the 3-item mark for OMG, which is where we said their power spike is. Yes, they are behind 4,000 gold. That is by no means insignificant. But OMG are getting to the point where if you front to back in a true sense of it, OMG aren't unhappy with that. Minute and a half until Dragon will be soul for RNG, so that's a big power spike for them to go around. Milky Way going onto the front line.
Chains of Corruption land onto the Scion. He does get the Black Cleaver fully stacked. Fails sort of his ultimate, but manages to finally get on out, but only for a second or two. Tanguyen over the wall, looking for a big old angle. Can't quite find it. Just about hit the charm onto the Alistair. He'll eat half to 2/3 of the HP bar there. Doesn't want to burn the ultimate this time, but now with no top laner and your support down about 20%, they can head towards the Baron.
Exactly. You don't have anyone who can really face check over towards the Baron now, which may be a bit of an issue here for OMG. RNG. This is the point where they really want to start, you know, hammering home the end of this power spike advantage. Baron is being leashed though, and Beisheng is around, has ultimate. Hard to keep him out of the pit. Here comes Xiaoshu.
Looks for the flank angle, looking for some stakes, medium rare. Can't quite land it onto the Alice, who gets out to safety. Charlotte throws out a few rocks, but unfortunately bringing rocks to a, I was going to say a gunfight, but that's not really true with like Aatrox. It's like a giant demon sword possession thing. That doesn't really fit the...
No.
Doesn't fit the
it's like, oh,
statement
actually,
very well.
Almost hit that charm through the dogs there. That was pretty nice from Tanguyen. But OMG, they see off the Baron push, and they delay that game a little bit longer, which is important. Reminder that, again, they are actually getting to the point where maybe 3-item Kai'Sa can start carrying. Yes, it is against the Varus, who's on hit. He's pretty powerful too. Tanguyen ulting forwards, gets the charm.
Oh, wonderful. Point blank, nowhere to go. The Seraph shield means nothing at all. The angel on your shoulder just doesn't have enough power, and this one shrugs their shoulders as well. I guess you go in heaven for at least 44 seconds. Charm again onto Harry. The Scion is not tanky right now. Burned out, that's another one to Milky Way. 2 kills down, over towards Dragon they go. That will be sold for RNG.
Charlotte, a bit of a misstep. I don't think he's been that poor across this game. His combos have been good, but what we have noticed is Charlotte just stepping a little too far beyond his safe bounds multiple times in this game, walking into charms and getting punished while he's been out of position. Cloud Soul up to RNG, it's a big win for them. And OMG, they haven't reached that point where they can just kind of rely on Kai'Sa to maybe clean up the back end of these fights. Their positioning hasn't been good enough around their front line. Harry has been getting limited value. We do have a Metro's down to Tanguyen, but I will say it's beyond the point where it's kind of useful in the game. The game's kind of already over at this point, but well, whatever. The book has been put in. Enjoy your reading there, son.
Look, better late than never. That's all I'm going to say. It's got the damage in. Managed to get the Zhonya's completed. In fairness to Tanguyen, it's been a pretty good Ari game with the exception of the unfortunate flash charm.
Yeah.
and has made value out of the playmaking tools he's had. I just think there could have been some more snowball in there. That's all I'm going to say.
I really like... So Fairy Tail Mute has named this matchup in Twitch chat El Asico. Which I think is a bit harsh, but God, it's funny, and we're not an official broadcast, so we can see what
fantastic.
So, we'll be stealing that one. As RNG 10 kills up, have Baron to take on the table, and we'll see whether they could, I don't know. I don't have a way to follow that up, Sam.
That's superb.
Yeah.
El Asico is a Counter-Strike staple. Oh, they know what they're doing over in Counter-Strike, don't they? I saw how they delivered Sponge to Melbourne.
Oh, in the coffin.
Yeah, it just came on out and he was there.
That
ready
was
to go.
If you didn't watch I Am Melbourne, ESL Melbourne. It was absolutely insane. Some of the best storylines I've seen in a major, no, it's not a major, but in a large esports event that I've ever seen. That's the stuff which, you know, dreams are made
on my
of.
birthday. It was great.
Dreams are made of that stuff. Beishang has a W, doesn't have to use it.
Back away from the wind becomes lightning landing. This Nefiri, at least at 3 items now. Starry at the same point. Needs to be careful though, does Starry. Gets hit by the charm. Forced to cleanse immediately. Has been heat-seeking today as Tang Yuan onto that Kai'Sa.
Great skill set just shown there from Tang Yuan in terms of just being a little bit patient. You can use that burn to see the Kai'Sa through the invisibility as red buff has been used. And the other thing there is just knowing the mind game of angles for Ahri. Doesn't choose to charm the Kai'Sa when they have the E movement speed up and now also have multiple ways to dodge. Make sure they're against a wall which cuts off half of their angles and uses that there too. So Baron's not going to be started up. Starry's not going to be at this play, but Tang Yuan has to flash away from the combo.
Charlotte going looking with the Weaver's Wall. Has been pretty aggressive looking for those. As that is not the best Magnet Storm I've ever seen, but Beishang gets a little bit of an angle on in. Nearly looks for that steal, can't quite do it. It was Dick coming on the flip. Jackie on the other side, trying to trade out with Starry, can't do it. That's the AD carry down on the other side. Charlotte dangerously low. Will go down to Xiaoxu. That gets the reset for the world. Ender looking to bring Beishang, who eviscerates away. Gets knocked up. Does Xiaoxu by Harry's decimating smash. The call of the pack buys a moment for Beishang, trying to run away with all the dogs available. You can send as many as you want, but they're going straight back to the pound. Surely goes on down. Tangled with the ult available. Will bring down the Kai'Sa. Xiaoxu brings down the dog. Harry in a 1v2. The most damage, but there's a lot of CC and nowhere really for Harry to run. It'll be a long, slow death for the Juggernaut in the top lane.
Well, pick a god and pray. OMG, they're going to be sent to the afterlife all as one. All 5 go down. RNG, they get themselves their Baron, even though there was a steal attempt. And RNG in the deathmatch, they just end up putting one of the 2 coins to Caron on the River Styx onto the eyes of OMG.
We'll look at ending the game here. I think they might just be content breaking the inhibitor top side of the inhibitor in mid lane and leaving it at that for now.
19 stacks on the Medjos, by the way. We'll just do a quick check in on that one. Tang Yuan does get value out of that now. Elder is up in 2.5 minutes. I just don't think OMG are in any position to go anywhere near it. 12,000 gold down near enough now. Almost a 5,000 gold Baron power play. Got 3 items on the Shinzo. He's gone for a Titanic Hydra because he knows he can absolutely one-shot people at this point. The cat just goes for a bit of delaying ultimate here. Beishang gets into steal range. This is terrifying. It goes down to 30 HP. I mean, the Shinzo doesn't smite. That could have very well been the Baron steal. RNG playing with their life in their hands there a little bit. They somehow get away with it. Lose their AD carry. Could have gone worse, I suppose.
Beishang really got away with something there. Couldn't quite do it. And then Xiaoxu, unfortunately for this poor old Nefiri, is really strong in this Aatrox at this point. And the Nefiri is very many things. But good against AoE, not so much. He just lots more things for that Aatrox to heal off. It's not the best matchup, ironically, for Nefiri. You can't bleed out the Aatrox if you're in melee range of him healing up with the ultimate. A bit tricky. As the Zhonya's activation available for Jackie as well, who's given himself an arm guard. Good AP scalings on the Varus, so not even a bad option.
Yeah, Starry on the other side has the same. So both AD carries have a stasis, so both mid laners do. So we're all as good as gold. That's RNG. Gold. Always believe in your dragon soul.
Cloud soul, exactly.
Yeah, I'm glad we're on the same page, I'd say, Sam.
It's the 19th one, actually, currently.
What?
For the Medjais, Alex. We were doing so good on the brother sync. And then...
Sorry, I was actually just about to go into a bit about dragon conservation, about how I think these beautiful... life forms, we should be protecting them, even though they give us good resources. That's an engage onto Tang Yuan. Goes gold.
And giant weapons. That's what I want to do with the Magnet Storm. Comes on through the World Ender. The Crescent Guard. And there's nothing left to guard for OMG. Their base in tatters, their health bars next to non-existent. To the fountain, Starry will run. But it is a lonely night sky. He's the one remaining member. And our first win in this deathmatch, in this funeral for one of these teams, goes the way of RNG. On life support both teams might be. Signs of life for now for RNG.
Reminder that Deathmatch will send one of these two teams guaranteed into the bottom 2 of our LPL group Nirvana, and they will be eliminated for the rest of 2025. RNG, they secure the first win in the series and see themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Zoom.
Hello, I'm here as well. I'm just here in the background.
Hello, folks. Look at us. Dressed up for the funeral. I hope you like the fact that we are here today to celebrate the life and death of one of these teams, RNG. Currently, Schrodinger's team will be falling here today, not to be seen in Summer Split. This is not quite the eulogy as yet, but we've got people coming in to sit down at the pews and get themselves ready. Welcome to the Church of Twitch chat and YouTube. Nice to have you all in here, ready to watch this most somber of occasions with us in Group Nirvana.
Yep. I got this little thing here. I should zoom in on it, kind of.
That's me. You can zoom in on me too.
If you look at this, I got this in LPL 2023 Summer Finals and Regional as well. So this is this jacket is mine, but the actual the thing on the side of it as well is something I got out from there.
That's really cool. I'm a little jealous, not gonna lie.
Very cool memories there.
Got a little pocket jacket. Pocket square, man.
I'm very happy.
Zoom in on the pocket square.
This thing shows them. Yeah, this thing. I got this thing. It did. Yeah, I don't know. While we were growing up, it's just stuck
turned
around.
up one day, never left.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Magnet Storm's okay as a name in terms of the Rel Ultimate. In terms of
I
impact
kind of like it. I get why they've called it that way. I mean, you could call it Magnet Tempest or whatever, but you know.
Yeah.
I think it's alright.
I think it's alright too. But right, so that's our first game done. Do you need a break for anything?
I could use a glass of water. It's
Cool.
a bit hot in here, so I might open the
is.
door as well. Might not be a bad
I'll do that.
idea.
It's because we're getting towards summer again, and this window over here takes up the entire wall. Except it basically
The sunlight is lovely, but the heat is less.
it is until it does kind of super fry the room
for a second. While
so,
the funeral fits are on
every
for
so
points,
often.
exactly.
Yeah. And while we're on stream, I think I'm gonna do this as well. This is the thing which I've been doing a little bit, Sam. You'd like this.
Is this words on stream?
Yeah.
Yes. Do you want a glass of water, now?
I am. Yes, actually, yes. Actually, no. You can give me some juice if that's okay.
Juice.
Good ourselves our There we go. Do you like the stinger we have, by the way, folks? I think it's really cool.
Oh.
That is quite dominant, isn't it? Yeah, so it was done by Chris Edgeworth, the same person that did the other graphics. And I said, hey, can you give me like a Halo-style loading screen? And he did, and it's really fucking cool. What I need to do is I need to ask for an alt version with Initialise on it, so we can get one for Sam as well, which is cool. Okay, and I guess we'll get for MVP. Oh, thank you, Squish. That's very kind of you to say. Right. So, what do OMG to come back from this? Who's our MVP? Yeah, Tonga was good. I like Tonga again. It was good. This thing, it does take a long. I need to get a faster version of it. Maybe I have the longer version going between like certain things, but yeah. Yay, MVP music. Equals down. Gotta type mathematical sound. Oh, cool.
Goodbye.
Actually, Sam, in that case, do you mind taking up the stream for a little bit? I can have a look for it.
Sure, that's fine. I can do that. Scared to put things on. It was Tangion, was it? Understandable. He was good. Do we need to run some ads? Will be sure. It's fine. I can run some ads then, folks. Boom. Sam is stinky. Thank you, Trinity. Wow, that's so rude. Never recovering from this insult. Can't help you with that one. Schlüssel. Oh, Stuhl. Towards the advert we go. How we all doing? Hey, a roast for Mecha Fanboy and a compliment for Judge P. Okay. Mecha.
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界。
What's a good roast for Mecha? I feel like we've gone through a lot of the basic ones. So we need something a little bit more. Bit more.
国补叠加也就换新5折起，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。
So. Mecha Fanboy, you're my moderator. Somehow, some way, you've been a mod on my channel. And at that point, you're going to have to wonder, what are you doing with your life that you spend it moderating one channel and are a VIP in another to a family? You're like a sort of like family lawyer, but with significantly less benefits. It's like voluntary community service, but for like babysitting for no money. Like, who does that? Fake internet babysitter, Mecha Fanboy. You have a sword in both, Trinity. Exactly. See, you get double duty. It's even better for you. Oh god, I'm the extended family. Exactly, Mecha. You're like that. You're like that weird second uncle. Yeah, I can be mean. I just need to think about it. Right, Judge Peanut. We've got a big compliment for that one. I gotta get a hydrate for the Strauss as well, which I actually need to go do. The kettle's been boiled. In fact, while I think of that compliment, I am gonna go put some tea on to brew because the kettle is boiled. So I will return shortly with a compliment for Peanut. Actually, did we do the spiel? I'm not sure we did the spiel either. We'll do that when we come back. Zoom.
队伍的话，需要节节调整的，可能就是在比赛上的那种紧张感吧。可能因为输太多了，然后又比较害怕背锅，然后就是不敢用尽全力去打，就比较怕嘛，还需要调整心态。我觉得这个版本的话，什么大英雄都是能玩的吧，无论是野核也好，然后战士也好，还有那些工具人大爷也好，只要发挥他们的特性，其实都是能玩的。然后我们整体队伍的话，现在是适合一个最好就是上路玩坦克吧，然后 AD 选这种能推线的，然后中路选个能动的，我大概选个能 C 的这种英雄去赢吧。
Hello, folks. I have returned. Tea is brewing. Alex is here. Getting ready for game 2 here. Good to see you, Carson. Good to see you, Lorendi. Squish, I've watched a few different LPL coach streams, 100% confirm this is my favourite place to watch it. Oh, thanks, Squish. Appreciate it. Glad we're making you feel happy to be here. Lights, cameras, and action for our game 2 draft. Turn the camera back off. We'll get that nice, wonderful transition, Halo 1 style. I shall drop the slideshow just briefly so you can see what's happening. OMG over on blue side. Don't think that should be a surprise. We've got Yone, Gwen, Nico banned. 2 very potent melee solo laners. The Nico, which has been a very, very high priority engaged support option, very lane dominant too. It's the Rumble. Azir, and of course that Vi, very, very potent. We lost the Shins out and the Nifiri, so a lot of those early AD skirmishes have been very high prio for both these junglers off the table now. See what the first pick is. I'm looking at things like Skarner, Kallista's up. I'm probably missing 1 or 2 off the top of my head here. Kennen would be a hilarious first pick. I think the Yorick would be more in keeping at the moment, as Alex has come and brought a little something. Okay, well, I've done it now. Okay.
Sam, I've given him for his 30th birthday and a Lifetime Achievement Award of surviving 30 years on planet Earth as my brother. Anyway, that's it. You can enjoy your trophy.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
That's hilarious. Thank you, Alex.
You have a trophy now, Sam.
I have a trophy. I don't know where I'm just gonna have this trophy. I don't know where to put it.
Sam, careful, the lid falls off. Do not.
Oh, the lid falls off.
Yeah, because it's like an actual cup thing.
Oh.
Anyway, Sam, be careful with that
Fabulous.
stuff. You don't have a trophy. Treat it well. As OMG do go... okay, this is good. Now, OMG, I think this is a good draft for them because they have not just the Yorick, they have the Yorick with a global on the team. So that means that you can go towards that side lane. The way that we've seen Yorick get dealt with more is stuff like Pantheon Talia flying at them. There's no Talia in this game. And yeah, I think with the Rise being able to go towards their side of the map and also be a good side laner themselves, that's a big win. Shashi going towards the Jax. Don't actually like Jax into the Yorick because what happens is you have to walk up, get like 1 grass proc, hop back, and if the Morning Mist hit ever hits you during that trade,
It's a bad time.
the Counter-Strike doesn't block the Morning Mist.
And the little grubs afterwards. Not grubs, they're ghouls. There's a little statement on the bottom.
Yeah, it's just this thing. It's the thing on the bottom, Sam.
And read this one. I know we're in draft. This is important. Samuel Initialise Happy had Lifetime Achievement Award for surviving 30 years. 27th of April, 2025. Thank you, Alex. You even got it engraved. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Thank you for that one.
I found a website that did it. It delivered fairly quickly, and I thought, hell
That's
yeah.
hilarious. That's funny.
That'll be a birthday present. As you go to a second round, obviously bot laners being kind of traded out, taken away rather. Go towards that Nautilus, you can open up towards Jachi's Draven potentially in the last pick as well, which is not a bad Draven game, actually, thinking about it.
That cup, you're doing better than Arsenal, Sam. Thanks for that one, Justin. We actually owe Judge Pin a compliment, by the way. I roasted Mecca. I said it basically like the extended family. He's a mod in my chat and a VIP in yours. And now he kind of like, why are you doing this? It's like free internet babysitting. Why is he doing this? And I think you're live. But anyway, that was that one. But we still need a comment.
Strauska, by the way, thank you so much for the stream. So we got to see that earlier, and we will get hydrated as well. So last pick, thinking about what Jachi's going to go towards, into the Zyra Khan, Astarion Moem. You know, OMG, they're set up for safe 3-man unit in mid lane, and then the Rise and the Yorick doing something fun on the side lane. And when it gets towards this 5v5, it gets a little bit more weird. Tristana coming through, and with the Nautilus alongside it, that's quite a nasty lane, actually. Double AD carries, Lilia looking to start things off, and Milky Way on Lilia, that is kind of scary.
It is. He is pretty good on those carry champions to get ahead of the curve. One of his better AP options. Theoretically, there's a bit of a breaking point here into a relatively short-range composition. You can mess with the Yorick, you can mess with the Viego, you can mess with the Rise. Of course, the Rune Prison, one of the ways to lock the Lilia down on a more regular basis. We'll keep our eyes on that. One of the feathers can be tricky too.
Problem is, normally if you're in range for the Rune Prison, which I've commonly been calling the Realm Prison or the Rune Warp. Who would call things a Realm Prison? That would be an awful name. Rune Prison, no, that's a good name. But a Realm
Prison. That sounds like an ultimate though, doesn't it? It's a basic ability. Come on now.
Yeah, I know. Just who would call something like that? But yeah, if you're in range for that, you're in range for a Q flash from the Lilia, and that can end your team fight. So, I like what macro options OMG have. However, they are currently down a game, playing a difficult composition in a deathmatch. That is not what you really want to be doing with that amount of pressure starting to rack up. OMG, they lose this game, they're guaranteed bottom 2. Honestly, even if these teams do win this series, there's a good chance they end up bottom 2 anyway, because they have a game after this all the same, and other teams may end up getting just above them on that. But playing a difficult composition in this state, I don't know, man, it's adding the difficulty modifiers up.
Certainly not making things easy. Our eyes on it. Eyes on that Yorick. And the Rise, the side laning option for OMG. Very, very potent. I think for the side. RNG, team fights, aim of the game. When you get your AD carries online, can Milky Way become a genuine threat on the Lily, as we've seen so many times across the LPL this year. That champion has been a bit of a linchpin for a number of our junglers. Milky Way can find it.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Crowd giving out some gyos as they can. Hook. Level 1, just checking if anyone was in that brush. Of course, the Nautilus very, very powerful at that. Just wondering if that was a flash animation. No, just Arclight Yorick. What's my take on croissant sandwiches? I think they can be nice. RNG is getting no love. The thing is, RNG have had a lot of scandals recently. You know, Milky Way been contract held. Ming was too. There's a scandal ongoing right now with RNG not paying their players, so they can't sign more until their current obligations are timed out. Basically, they give themselves their obligations. It's yeah, it's a hard time to be an RNG fan. Has been for a little while. As an organization, they've had a lot of eyes on them. It's kind of like, you know, what happened with TSM over in the West, right? And a couple of other high-profile teams, well beloved by for being successful, but that does not mean that they are without their controversies as well. People forget exactly what happened with a lot of our big teams, right? Even though they can be loved, doesn't mean that they don't have obligations they have to uphold as organizations as well.
That's the one. There's our Spirit Blossom event coming up shortly. Looks like that'll be quite exciting over the next few weeks. Bit of a change on the Rift, which should be quite cool to keep our eyes
it's on the live patch right now.
Is it? I've not played the last few days. I've been ill and back home.
Yeah, the Spirit Blossom Rift is live, which means that the regions which are playing the live patch on the weekend, namely LTA and LCS, they should be playing on Spirit Blossom for our first competitive matches on the new map.
Fun to keep our eyes on. New change to the Atacon and the rest of it. Sharashoot doing pretty well here on this. Jax getting a few good early trades with the counter strikes. Not much ability to stop that as yet as the Yorick. So just dealing with the early shove from the Jax.
Sharashoot, notable player of the Jax over history, gets himself that good shove in, and he'll be able to. The plan here actually. Does he go for a teleport back, or does he walk his way down? Does he choose to cancel it? Yeah, I was wondering exactly what the plan was there.
I wonder whether we might be looking something like an early cull, I suppose, with the early...
Well, you don't do that as Jax, really. Not anymore. You need too many combat stats as the Yorick. But yeah, something for early combat stats might have been nice for that. Just for again, using that counter-strike. Morning Mist does hit this time, though, and the Q comes back. And you see, the later this game goes, the worse those trades are going to get. The Jax does struggle versus the Yorick somewhat. Here comes Milky Way using that Q.
Cat lands that one. That's the cleanse from Starry. Forced to flash as well. They keep looking. Moam now both to flash. Flash on forward for Milky Way. Watch out, Eve. Heal now burned. Moam in danger. Looking for the battle dance potentially out, but the blooming blows keep on landing. The Swell Seed land! Every summoner, and it's not enough to stay alive. The bot lane broken for our OMG.
Needed to hit that last bowling ball, otherwise it wouldn't have gotten away with the kill. But they do all the same. Milky Way strikes first in the bot lane. And this Lilia starts to get some scary gold in the early game. OMG, even though they use everything, can't get away with their lives.
So wave drops, the reset comes on forwards, the Tristana gets the back, and I think they'll be doing a little bit better than a slingshot. I say that, it's getting a dagger in a longsword, which is still pretty good. But is it really a slingshot, Alex?
It's like slings in, you know, the era of antiquity. We're kind of like just the firearms of the day. Have you seen how powerful slings are? Like, I'm just saying, like, David and Goliath, it sounds a little bit different when you think, oh yeah, David versus Goliath, he's versus a giant, but he brought a gat. Feels a little bit different that way. As, yeah, I mean, it'll help him get towards Yuntal. First item has been more common on a lot of 80 carries. Basically, 80 carries have been starving for that kind of peak Kraken Slayer item again, where you get attack speed, crit chance, and AD on the first item. jump out from there from Jachi, buffs it well. And Yuntal has kind of filled that niche now, where it doesn't give you the crit chance immediately, but you auto-attack up a couple of times, and it'll get you to 25% crit chance, AD, and the attack speed as well. To roll very, very valuable stats early on for AD carries.
Eating a bit of a chunk there. Harry forced a flash, throws down the Dark Procession, but he's in danger. Flash on out of the Dark Procession now from Xiaoshu, who's continuing to auto his way forward with those empowered autos. Q again, gets another grasp rock, continue to trade back, can't quite get the kill. That is the flash down on both, and a forced reset from Harry, who's not having fun there.
The greed for the for the demolish almost kills Harry. You know, he's gonna slowly get that played anyway. Don't have to greed towards it. I think he took aggro from ghouls potentially. That's why he had to flash out. He was afraid of the stun under turret, and Xiaoshu pounces very quickly. Yes, Xiaoshu loses his own flash, but he gets to push in a wave, and he's doing a lot better in this matchup than I gave him any credit for.
Indeed, that's a nice moment. It was a bit of a CS lead, but now this wave crashing should mean a plate back for Xiaoshu. Himself in a pretty good spot. Will hop away. Look to reset himself here.
Like, how the hell did he take aggro? It must have been ghouls, right? Or otherwise just a bad mistake. Still, very nearly ruins his game there. Harry set behind in the individual matchup. And this, hang on a second. I see a big all-in.
Yeah, gonna get rooted on up. Not really gotten that much value out of the aftershock there. Is in danger. Doesn't have the flash. Just goes down.
That's the W from the Zyra Rakan. Having that W active on the Zyra affects Rakan too. Both of them get the attack speed, movement speed, and the attack damage increase bonus to both of them. A lot of damage in Niket, misjudging it. Niket is a player which I was very excited to see on his debut. Was a wonderful engaged player. He has struggled ever since about halfway through his debut split, and he's not really recovered so far. Niket coming back into RNG after it was Lila, I believe, who came into RNG earlier in the year, and it's sad to see.
Xiaoshu lands another counter strike, gets caught in Dark Possession. The Maiden of the Mist is there, but Xiaoshu's going to run at it, and I think that Maiden is now just going to die. Huge cooldown to give up early.
2-minute cooldown plus Moham going up towards top side with Beishang. That's the Realm Warp used, actually.
Wave
oh my god,
cleared.
the Realm Prison.
The Realm Prison.
Where is the Rune Warp?
Let's do the Rune Warp again. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it does look like a little bit like is it a Rocky Horror show up here on the top side? It's just a gang to the left, just a engage to the right.
Oh, and Jachi goes on down as they will make that one a tricky opposition. Starry just about surviving. Another one comes on down as they pick up Niket as well. That is the feats of martial mastery against the bot lane. OMG punished with a nicely orchestrated dive. Took them a little moment or two there. They still come out ahead. No bounties required to be thrown at the screen.
Jachi, that's what you do apparently when you watch the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Jachi and Niket failing in the 2v2 has really hurt their team, because now it means that they're not strong enough to bully off multiple people heading towards their lane. The Tristana does need gold, wants to be ahead of the game, and from an AD carry position is even lower XP than you would be in a solo lane position as well. So Jachi is going to really struggle for relevance this game.
And not to put too fine a point, but this was after Milky Way got them a kill early on. They went all in, burned every summoner, and still they're now down 10 CS. They're down a couple kills. That is a significant breakpoint to be giving up, as this Zyra is right back in the game in a way I'm not sure they should have been.
Yeah, exactly. They're very close towards their first item already with 102, getting plates and... no, they didn't get any plates from their top side, actually, so ignore me on that. But that's the point where Dragon is now available. See what happens to the second string of grubs. RNG didn't get any of them, so they're not even winning in the objective game. RNG, very worrying situation for them. A reminder, again, this is a deathmatch. OMG have a hard-to-play composition, but they have the early gold lead, which will be smoothing some things over. RNG, they would like this to be a clean, quick 2-0. This could very well be one of the last two series we see from either of these organizations in World League of Legends history. That is something to behold in a negative way. RNG, how are they going to work their way out of this one? Giving a lot of gold over to that bot side.
Xiaoshu there at least picked up that additional plate. They're just about by the minions, so that's all done. I'm a bit happier about that one. And Lilia has still been power farming her way towards relevancy here. Has the Dark Seal early, the Faith Dash is in inventory, and again, that can be a win condition in and of itself as well, if the Lilia can just find a way to hoover through the jungle in efficient manner. Xiaoshu hops on forward towards Harry into a slightly scarier point. The Dark Possession comes on down. Morning Mist lands. There's only a singular ghoul that was spawned there.
Xiaoshu's doing very well in this individual matchup. He's getting a lot of plates from it. Yes, he's down some CS, but this Jax is going to be useful. It's not going to be shut down in the way which we often see people play against that Yorick and Beishang.
Gets himself a dragon on the other side of the map, though. So OMG ahead in the objective game. The early grub's got the early dragon looking for a flame here
It's the
again.
Rune Prison.
Overcomes the bowling ball from Lilia for potential angle. Flash for the quickness, gets onto Jachi, who does manage to hop the other side, but it's still going to be Rune Prisoned and gets out to safety. Now they've got the looting because the Swell Seed landed. Looking for another one, can't quite follow it up, and the bot lane survives. Bowling ball hits critically there, and all the feathers mean nothing.
Jachi still has barrier sticking around. Maybe think that Lilia is enough to keep them safe. And I suppose with the recalls coming through, that is a truth. RNG pushing in on the other lanes now. Get that plate in mid lane. Tongman happy with that. Charlotte does have 2 kills on the rise, but is still even in gold because he's dropped a lot of CS to make these realm warps happen.
Milky Way now looking to invade himself off that reset. Came back with the Leandries. That's why he was on the reset. Can't blame him for backing on that one as the Lilia. Jachi going to be shielded as he gets that shove in. Let's have a look at the replay again because it was a lot of members turning up for this bot lane dive.
It was. Rise doesn't get in range of the Tristana for most of this, and it's a very good jump. The jump is very good, and good flash out afterwards. So very well played in the 2v4 situation. The Swell Seed coming through definitely helping too, but Jachi and the Cap, that's what we wanted to see from them earlier when they were on the weak side of the map and being threatened a little bit. They finally pull it off here.
Gold leads about 300 to OMG, so not that big a deal. And they've also obviously gotten the early objective lead for now. Certainly turned up towards a game-breaking advantage as yet, but I do think RNG at some point, yes, they scale a little bit later. They've gone for double 80 carries in the Lilia and the Jax, all those things. But at some point, they're going to have to cross-map a little bit more freely or pick up an objective somewhere because this will now be feat to strength for OMG, kind of without contest.
And that'll definitely help, of course. If you get towards... I mean, Xayah doesn't really go towards the Swift marches normally, but I guess could do in this game. We'll see what they feel like. Sometimes AD carries can take those Swift marches instead of their Berserker Breeds or whatever breeds you'd normally go towards, because they're just such good items. Intel built up for that Xayah now, which is, of course, a very strong item spike. And we're starting to see that the York is pulling ahead in the individual matchup here against the Jax, but it is a little later than OMG would have wanted because Harry not playing the matchup very well.
The Jax can still be within touching distance of the item breakpoints. You're still arguably a better team fighter. You can hit a point where if the Yorick ever mismanages the Maiden, you can trade out into it and see whether from that slight deficit, Xiaoshu can still be valuable. While, of course, good counter-strike or two here and there as we've seen on screen.
Trying to wave clear out as best as possible. Jachi used the barrier to protect his recall. We have seen this a couple of times from AD carries. Use that barrier to make sure the recall is not stopped. If the damage goes into the shield, it won't stop it. Jachi using that summoner to make sure they get themselves a good tempo reset. Did not want to be stuck on Yuntal for Xayah and you being sat on components.
Especially because it's a stacking item, right? That delayed stacking can be really, really potent for the other team. Still get a couple plates here for Starry, so it ends up accelerating that gold lead a little in that bot side towards 800 gold, a couple hundred extra gold off the reset regardless. But hey, it's the bot lane discrepancy. Dragon, 1 minute 30, might well be our next point of call. Hook onto Moam, but again, that's the Rakan. It's not that easy to bring down at this point in the game before he manages to slip away with one of his many, many mobility tools.
Using barrier doesn't stop recall. Yeah, you use barrier to make sure that the damage goes into a shield. This has always been the case for recalls. If you damage someone who has a shield on them, you don't stop the recall. You need to damage the actual HP, or of course get the CC onto them. So if you manage to get CC, it doesn't matter either way. But still. Minute till Dragon. 6 grubs, Dragon over to OMG. They have a real win condition now in saying, okay, you go get the Dragon, Yorick will just push the side lane alone. That is a win condition. The same with the Rise using the Realm Warp towards them. OMG should have all the macro tools to make this game a living hell for RNG.
The gold lead might not be that significant, but the objective lead is a lot scarier, especially as you said, considering the fact they are running the Rise and the Yorick, two very potent side laners with a lot of ability to play the map wide. Xiaoshu doing his best here to manage. He's got that Trinity Force now. It's in a slightly better spot than he might have been before all this. So feeling a little bit better about the game state again. Dragon, 30 seconds. Okay, Jachi clearing up the wave in mid lane, but it means there isn't really any shove to be able to contest this. The wards in the river. It took me a while to phrase that correctly. And the big wards. Yeah, exactly. That's how I say it now, Alex.
I'm happy for you, Sam. Starry's going towards the lethality item second. I have not seen it. Look, Starry is, yeah, it probably is. Starry is a bit of a share. Dodges out in the bowling bone. Bowling bone. Yeah,
bowling bone. It's a skull.
Yeah, the Corn would be most pleased here. Dragon spawning up. Milky Way, very powerful, is the stronger of the junglers. However, all you need to do is set up for one reset and be able to go tends to get a little bit more value out of that, doesn't he? Moem could go for a big engage, does have the flash coming up now, but it's hooked first.
The depth charge after, a lot of damage onto that Rakan. He does get a decent shield down. Look, the re-engage. Niket now in danger, down about 10% himself. The most value there, as I think they were hoping for. The Locket and the Guardian doing a lot to keep that Rakan healthy.
The Celestial opposition, huge value that reduces that damage on that first hit. That did a lot of work there. Dragon now likely to be uncontested. RNG try and pick off the engaged source, but just didn't have the damage to see it through. The Star gets to walk up to mid lane, take a chunk out of that, using the 6 scrubs.
Fair amount of Starry though, eats a lot of chunks himself. Doesn't get hit by that swirl seed. That could have gotten interesting. Tower on the bot side as well picked up, so it ends up being another big win for OMG. RNG try for the contest this time, but don't find it. Lose a turret, lose a dragon. A big win for OMG, as RNG just don't really have the tools yet to contest.
They're still within 1,000 gold, so it could be worse there, but it's starting to get more and more worrying, because the more you flub around objectives, the more you miss a play like that, the more the 6 scrubs start to hurt you, because they get to cross-map somewhere else. The biggest way that objectives help you, yes, one, they give you that win condition, in terms of, wow, I get a soul, whatever. The biggest way that it helps outside of that is I get to cross-map better than you, because you are forced into fighting the objective, or you are forced into responding to a side lane to X, Y, Z. OMG with 6 scrubs and 2 dragons, if they play the macro well, whilst also having a mega split pusher and a macro god in Rise as well, should be able to outplay RNG on the map.
Towards Herald we go. RNG finally looking to hard force for an objective here, perhaps. Yorick shoves the Jax up in the bot lane, but it does mean we got this 4v4 in the river, but RNG to say, yeah, no.
So RNG don't feel like they can fight. They are behind on the side lane again. They're not contesting anything. That is a bit of a problem. You can't let OMG get everything for free.
Well, the problem is it just feels like they don't have the damage right now, and that's all well and good, but they're not managing to cross-map either, so they're just turning up wherever OMG are and going, oh, let's try something, and that's going, that doesn't work, well, I guess we leave. So they're not getting pressure on turrets either. It's a bit problematic. Jackie gets engaged on. We'll still have the rocket jump. Buffers through the feather pull.
Half the HP down.
Lose half the HP for it.
And now you have that threat of ult coming in from Mohem, and then from Starry as well. The Herald putting down into mid lane as well if you really wanted to. You can take as much damage off this as they want, though. I mean, they might just be able to take this down with 6 scrubs after. Charlotte, though, yeah, he's a little bit overextended. Teleport's coming in.
Charlotte might well die before he gets a chance to go too far. The depth charge leaves him to die to the rocket. Double teleports, because of course Xiaoxi's joined up. Hook to the wall from Niket to try and get around the dark procession. Can't quite do it. Harry, and of course the rest of the team trying to clear out this Maiden of the Mist. Potential flash, Spectral Maw. Niket will hook to the wall and get out to safety. Mid lane, Milky Way flashing on forwards, gets a double lilting lullaby. Does get the stun on one. Starry is cleansed. Another blooming blows. Charm onto Milky Way. Buster shot away. Bowling ball wide.
So some spread plays across the map. Milky Way flexing the muscles a little bit, gets an ultimate out, and of course that, hang on a second, tongue in a little bit of difficulty.
The ghouls, the ghouls, the AoE, the ult. Let's not find that one. Base Schwank gets that one. Get the kill onto the Corki.
Was that a Base Schwank?
I was like, the moment I saw his name, I know he's playing this afternoon.
No, Base Schwag is an entirely new modified creature.
I know what I did. It was wrong.
I made a mistake. Yay! More ghouls hitting onto Milky Way as well. I mean, in the Yorick, really big damage there. And OMG, even though they, lose a kill here or there, get the mid lane turret, shred down that top lane turret down to its last bits of HP as well. There's 2 minutes until the next dragon. They could get soul point. OMG, again, in a much better macro setup now than RNG.
Gold lead is now significant. 2 turrets down. So look at the replay again. As I'm assuming Harry just lands a good dark procession. Gets a big morning mist. Tangu in with no HP. Danger doesn't even land the morning mist. Just traps him on the turret with the ghouls.
Yeah, lots of damage. And thinks, yeah, I can get him with a cube. But Beishang says, all right, I can finish that off for you. Gets himself almost back to even in that jungle matchup, which is huge given how much Milky Way got early on.
Tanguin had Flash and Valkyrie there as well, and the cat's like, look, I can hold off the Viego for a bit, but I can't stop him forever. Beishang has to flash away there as he face checks Milky Way and the cat.
If he'd ended up getting Nautilus ulted immediately, that would have bought time for the Lilia ult to come through, and he would have died. So he's going towards to collect a second item. Starry doing the same after buying up his attack speed boots as well. So double collector will be available for RNG relatively soon. Last opposition down from Moem. Atakan spawning on top side. Dragon on bot side within the next minute.
RNG would love to get a shove towards a turret. That would make things so much easier. It's just not happened as yet. Charlotte in the jungle nabs away a blue buff and will blast cone out. Trading into the Jax, it looks like, and Jax not always having the most fun of matchup into the Rise because, of course, all of Rise's damage is uncounter-strikeable. And the Rune Prison as well means even when you hop on forwards, Rise can run away, lock you in place. It's just quite rough in terms of your ability to mitigate Rise's ability to do what Rise likes to do.
Top lane turret gonna fall. Yorick's starting to get more and more value out of those side lanes. Schools will help finish that one off. So technically the damage comes from Yorick. Doesn't have to be nearby to get the damage debuff to it. Not damage debuff, the gold basically going over towards him. You can see there it goes over to it. It's a tribute to him on the kill field. Now, Dragon spawning now. Yorick's walked down to the plate. Second item's coming from Xiaoshu, who's gone for the Sundered Sky. Second for that extra healing. Porky will clear out as best they can. Now, time to see how the 5v5s work out.
Okay, gets a hook, but it's going to be very deep for it and immediately gets blown up through the depth charge to no avail. Dragon's down, Xiaoshu in the pit, looking for potential angles still. Mom down about 20% HP. Jachi caught on the other side of this, so Dragon secured. Xiaoshu flashing out, but he's caught on the wrong side. Milky Way now looking for an angle. The Rune Prison lands onto Tanguin, who has to Valkyrie away. The damage from Starry is absolutely obscene. Throws out the feathers, blows up the other AD carry. There's just no damage. The Starry begins to threaten apps. You have a rune warping. I've forgotten the name of the ability now. I've been infected by Nymaera-isms. And they pick up the Tristana too.
That was an awful fight from RNG. Niket doesn't find the hook. He hooks the frickin' wall. He hooks the wall. He doesn't get a valuable team fight. And immediately the resets are threatened by the Viego. And OMG walk away with Soul Point. They walk away with a ton of kills, and they'll get the Atacon on top of it. OMG going into overdrive, and this is smelling like a game 3 to me between our two historic organizations on death's door in the death match. The match which would confirm one of these teams will be playing no more in 2025 comes here. Moem hops over Nautilus, and as you say,
he landed on Charlotte.
This is the thing, like Sam said, like he finds the hook. Onto where? The brickwork? It's either way, like he gets himself into the play and just doesn't get value. And then all the rest of this fight is so randomly split. Xiaoshu, not a bad counter-strike, but then Tang Yuan doesn't get to follow up, neither does Jiaqi. And then Tang Yuan goes too far. He gets Rune Prison, that is the name of that ability. He gets taken now for free. Jiaqi basically doesn't get a clean fight. For some reason, Milky Way's caught out in the middle of nowhere. It is all one by one by one, and divided they fall.
Jiaqi doesn't have a great time either, but OMG just feels so much scarier. You got a second item done on the Tristana now, that's good news, but this gold lead that was manageable is not anymore. That is a 5,000 or so gold lead. You've got Soul Point, you've gotten all the outer turrets down, you feel like you can play the map wider. It's just getting harder and harder and harder, and RNG need to hit this breakpoint without the gold discrepancy being this.
There are 2 items on Jiaqi. I just don't think it's going to make a difference. With so much macro power and now individual power to just brute force their way through a part of the map, it is so hard for RNG to play anything.
Got withdrawals from Atacon now as well, so they're just going to be so terrifying to manage as Niket eats so much damage. No one gets to be a frontline. Charlotte has the Seraph's proc, but that's the one win you get.
That's all it is. While all this is happening, Yorick, 6 grubs, pushing in mid lane. That's 3 hits and the turret's gone. 3 hits and the turret's gone. That's Yorick for you. It's one of the reasons why it's so powerful here within the LPL and so popular. You can use it as that ridiculous tower killing threat. Wins out almost every individual matchup in the top lane as well versus melee and versus ranged top lane, which is quite rare for a split pushing archetype. And RNG, I think this game became very hard as soon as Jiaqi and Niket lost that 2v2 in the top lane dive. It felt like they didn't have a platform to make plays elsewhere. I think Jiaqi and Niket have had a very rough series between, well, a rough split, let's be honest, but it's been a rough game for them.
Yeah, not been great fun. Like we've seen moments from the likes of Xiaoshu managing a difficult lane, got the flashes stuff early. Milky Way's made some flashy plays that looked good on paper, didn't turn into kills problematically. As a result, OMG, quad carry versus quad carry, and the quad carry that got ahead is staying ahead in a shock to everyone involved when you've got team comps that scale in lockstep, at least to an extent here. Maybe if you can find a big lilting lullaby into the double AD carry damage, that's your way back in, but it would have to be everyone.
Doing that into a cleanse from Starry? I don't know, man.
Yeah, I know.
You also go unstoppable from the Viego ultimate suit, so... yeah, I'm not seeing it. I don't see it, Scoob.
Reggie, I think we're gonna have the game free.
Well, what's that meme? It's like, it's like, dude, I think we're gonna have to kill this guy. Oh, damn. I think it's, what is it? It's something like, I think it's, you know in Steven Universe how even, like, the most, I don't know if you see the show, but basically it doesn't matter how evil someone is. A good heart-to-heart can solve any situation, Sam, and you can save anyone's soul. I think the meme is basically just like, hey, Steven, I think we're gonna have to kill this guy. Aww. Finally, it doesn't work. The Realm Warp coming in towards the Baron. That'll start the shove down. Milky Way nowhere close for a steal.
He's got a flash. It's now going to be around. Watch out beating forwards. It's just not there in time, as he said. And when you've got 4 carries in a pit, the damage is pretty significant when it comes to dealing with that Baron. Dragon spawns in 20 seconds. RNG will be in position slightly earlier here to potentially fight this, but this will be Last Gasp Saloon.
Last Gasp Saloon.
I have conflated my metaphors. Do you like it?
We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. It's not rocket surgery and other such metaphors. Beishang on the flank using that Hallowed Mist to get a little bit of movement speed, move towards the objective a little further. This is the last chance for RNG. What you got? It is an uphill battle. OMG bringing in a sledgehammer.
Xiaoshu on a potential flank angle. Moam on the same. Got the blast cone to get into the backline potentially. Xiaoshu now going to turn up with that double control ward. It's Harry trading on out. In goes that Rakan. Niket down at 10% HP already.
Whoa!
The lilting lullaby on everyone. That's what we were asking for with a follow-up to stop. Fantastic. The Dukes of damage back there. They're finally going to get the Seraph down of Charlotte, who's just going to turn around and battle mage his way forward. Takes 2 on his way out. Feathers pulled. Xiaoshu gets another. Dragon secured though. So Soul is OMG's. It's a closer fight than I think it had a right to be. But it's just not enough as Beishang steals the Valkyrie Tristana. And Corky to claim a few more bodies and kills. Everyone falls from RMG, and they get Soul to boot.
OMG, through their resets, through their brute force, claim the dragon, and we'll start to march towards the base. This will be at least inhibitor gone, because Yorick is just fair when it hits turrets, really, isn't he? That'll be a very, very dead turret. And OMG completely storm ahead towards the end of this game. We are very overwhelmingly likely to get to that game 3 in the deathmatch between our 2013 organizations, OMG and RNG. One of these teams will be guaranteed bottom 2. There's a chance that both of them are. And you can see some of the desperation coming into this series. It's a great 4-man flash sleep coming through. Put it into a cleanse. You have a Zhonya's there too. They don't get great damage as Tong Yuan messes up his cooldowns onto Charlotte, which means he can get out of the play very easily. Mistimes the Zhonya's. If he'd used that quick Q ult, maybe there was a chance that they could have a little more HP to fly around. Just wasn't the case here. And Najachi jumps melee range into a Yorick. So,
he
happy days.
Yeah. Fortunate moments there. You've seen good flank angle from Xiaoshu, gets into the pit and gets a bit messy. Lily gets a good sleep, but you need more out of the 80 carries here. On the other side, Starry has been pretty damn good on this side. Charlotte has been able to stand and deliver. Beishang 4-0-4, the sub coming on in. Now with the Immortal Shield Bow, is that sub-crit Viego with that Collector and Immortal Shield Bow is now very, very scary on those ult executes. The Sterex now on the Yorick, Realm Warping in her OMG, quickness afterwards. Knocks up the Lilia, who's got nowhere to go. Not been able to build towards the Zhonya's, not enough gold. Tangu and Valkyrie's away, but it is just towards Valhalla as Starry ensures they're heading there on an express trip. The Heartbreaker comes on down, a triple to Starry, and we are going to game 3. The funeral ain't over yet.
OMG, RNG on Death's Door. Loser here, confirmed bottom 2, and will not play in split 3 for 2025. A lot on the line here between 2 of our most famous organizations within the LPL, and we're going the distance.
Somehow, it was always going to be this way, wasn't it? We're down in the Valley of the Shadow of Death. Valley League of Legends is here to stay. The best of the West, so to speak. It has not been clean, but it has been important. It has been entertaining. And it has, of course, been myself, Initialise, and Nymaera over here, dressed up in our finery for this funeral. I hope you're enjoying this eulogy for one of our teams. I am this man's older brother. I'm Initialise. That one's Nymaera. We do cast League of Legends together pretty much every damn day we can here on the channel, covering the LPL. It's on 7 days a week. We do it just the 2 of us. It's a lot of work, folks. There is no official broadcast anymore, so it's left to us to keep manning the battlements best we can. Community funded by the lot of you back home. So that basically means if you can, throw a follow, throw a like, throw a comment, say something nice about us on the internet, get a cool clip of us, join the Discords, get involved in the community, because that's what this is now. Tack, I see the sub in chat as well, long-time friend of ours. I remember sleeping on his couch once or twice. It's been a great spot in terms of being a long-term friend. This community has been really wonderful to be a part of, and thank you all for joining us. For those of you who would like to join a little more official, you can subscribe to the Twitch channel with the power of Amazon. If you are a Prime user, consider using that free sub here on the channel. It really does help fund our ability to keep doing this. As we said, it is a lot of work for 2 people. And for those of you who do want to help support us, as there is no official funding anymore, it's a great way to do it. If you can, gift subbers. People like Mecca have been doing wonderful things to help support us in the channel. We've got so many people out here who've been doing so much wonderful things to help look after it. Hippie, thank you so much. Speaking of that, dropping 5 community subs. It means the world to us. It really does, guys, and we don't take it for granted. We thank you all for the support. And again, the spiel is basically to say, for those of you who can help support, this is a really valuable way to keep the LPL alive as far as we're concerned. So thank you for it. It does actually help keep doing this, because it ain't easy, folks, I tell you that.
Yeah, and obviously thank you so much for the gift subs there, Hippie, over on Twitch as well. And if you're watching, I know Nivea as well. Of course, it's very cool of us to be able to restream over there. Whether you're you know, subscribing or liking or just watching, it means an awful lot to us. Because yeah, end of the day, we want the LPL to be enjoyed, and nice to have ourselves supported through this as well. We are into a game 3 now of these 2, and we'll get ourselves into those highlights, not highlights. Yeah, they will be highlights at the end of this.
Absolutely. Little note apparently from ManH in
I did
YouTube.
see,
So it's a potential we're getting the new patch tomorrow for LPL.
Yeah.
That would be quite cool.
So I have the Spirit Blossom Rift. That's
That
cool.
would be cool. In fact, I have to say, I've not really looked all that much at the changes yet. So what is going to be happening now? I suppose we're going to have that conversation more fully tomorrow. But I'm excited to see what everything's going to change. Obviously, the map skins and stuff have changed, but the big balance changes. Atakan is changing in terms of what it's providing, but it is sticking around as a boss, which is quite cool. So I think it has been, on the whole, a pretty fun addition to the game. Now that I've gotten used to it, and some of the kinks have been worked out in terms of the power levels and spawning rates of various things.
And yep, these are our post-game stats. Anything particularly stand out? I mean, it was
Starry did good work. Moan was involved in 94%.
It was pretty split, so the kill participation was kind of weird, but yeah. Okay. We had that chat.
Okay.
We did have that chat. It's okay, just as long as that's okay.
Yeah,
that's fine,
no problem.
I thought I'd just, you know, get on with it.
Yeah, no worries.
So we get through into, yeah. Game 3. I'm actually finding it pretty hard to figure out who my MVP would be for this game.
I feel like possibly maybe Moam, who was involved in quite a lot, made a lot of the dives happen. Starry also had a pretty clean game on the Zaya.
I think maybe it's Starry. I think the 2v2 was really good. His aggressive play was really fun to watch. Yeah, I think it's Starry, because I think the game started to fall apart with the bot lane going crazy, and all of his team fights were very clean, actually. Did he have any bad plays? Not that I can remember. And he had a pretty fun... Wait, what happened in this fight? Because I remember he died in this fight, and it got a bit weird. Oh, the sleep stuff happened, but that didn't... How did he die, actually, in this fight? I can't remember this clip. Well, this part of the clip. Oh, did he get, like, jaxed?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he got a bit jaxed, I think.
Tries to heal his way back up, and then... Gee, does all right.
Yeah, it's just so many... It's just so many counter-strikes, man, at that point in the game.
The ability haste gets pretty scary post a certain point. I mean, in fact, it's like, in a game where this was closer, right? Like, if one of the AD carries from RNG was scary, it was fine, because actually, not to put too fine a point, I actually think the Lily Rajax play, at least in terms of the mechanics, felt okay this game.
And, I don't know, man. Niket's having a rough year. He's having a rough year. Now, I thought that his debut was really fun. I really enjoyed watching him on Ral, Leona, Nautilus Braum.
Split one, there was moments, right? It just hasn't transitioned into something more, right?
Oh, whatever. I'll go check it out.
A little bit of a door call. Don't know who's here to say hello. Yep.
Might be a Harold Donut special.
Might be a Harold. That's fine. Sorry, I was wondering about Harold Donuts. Oh my god, Harold bought us donuts. Potentially. Oh. A ham hand donut special, maybe. We'll see. Oh man, he looks after us very well. Here we go. Here's our MVP. Ah, Beishang. Honestly, it was a good Viego game. That would have been a pretty decent shout there. Unkilled. Found a lot of good dives towards that top side. Got things rolling. Reasonable choice, I feel. Oh. Oh. This stream is now sponsored by Harold. Not by Uber Eats as yet, but maybe one day.
Yeah. Smoked salmon sandwich, dipped sauce on bag bacon pancake and 2 ice large.
Dial!
I'll leave it to the kitchen.
Very happily. I was supposed to have pancakes on my birthday and I was too ill. So it's kind of delayed birthday pancakes. Thank you for that. Oh, thank you kindly. Oh, iced coffee. Yeah, excitement value. The circle of suckers, very hard to say anything about at this point. Yeah, it is a bit though. Viego carried it though. I kind of agree. He had a good game. Could use a quick trip to the bathroom. That's right. Ended up being a full set of votes for the jungle. I think that's not unreasonable.
He was really good. I think maybe I would have given a vote towards Starry.
That's fair.
And yeah, okay, right.
We are going to 3.
We are going to 3. Okay, let's do that thing where we play some words on stream in the break. We can do that. What's that? That's the wrong thing. There we go. Cool. All right, let's go play some words on stream while we've got some time. All right. So if you're on Twitch, you can just type in and you know, do some things. Yeah, Viego carried it. He did, but it's just like, who made the most important plays of the game? Yeah, I mean, maybe Viego did. That's fair. I mean, I think both had a good game. It was quite a split game for me. Like, there were a lot of people who performed well. Nice. Which level are on? Level 1.
TCL 皇冠战马更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
First stand hood? Wait, where is the first stand hood? Where? I don't know. Are they going to keep using that for internationals? That's going to be a very interesting thing, because I don't mind them experimenting with some stuff, but like messing with it too much is kind of a problem, because people use their muscle memory to look at a lot of information, like a lot of information, right? Oh yeah, Lord is a thing. Vid student absolutely carrying this round. Yeah, I mean, like the LCK HUD is okay, but yeah.
But I'm sugar-coated like I'm harder than you think, I'll break your bite. So bold, so cheeky, sassy, I'm here to push your little buttons cause I kinda like you. I'm like your favorite show you watch, but touch you're not.
I'll do one more.
I know you want more cause I'll give you
Yeah, happens, but Oh, we've already got
下
trope.
场对阵 RNG 的话，我觉得他们 RNG 的中野是打得很好的，然后尽可能我们多去针对一下中野的英雄嘛。下场对阵小徐的话，我觉得他之前是一个打得比较凶的一个选手，然后最近就近1年来可能打得没那么凶了，然后就是他是一个假斯
Report sub, rev sub. That's great.
就可能针对一下班吧。
Oh my god.
可能我们
We should get a version of this but for League of Legends, man.
后面也不知道有没有机会能打骑士之路，就还是希望后面。
Thank you, Harold, by the way. Very kind of you.
就我和队友大家都是，就是尽量打好。
No, it's okay, Harold. Thank you, thank you. We have our iced coffees right now, which is exactly what we want. Hell yeah. It's the report. We already have that. Okay. Is that Paul? No, maybe not. Huh. Is that a thing? Nice up. No, we'll leave that. Okay, last game in our deathmatch. Roper is a word? I mean, it's someone who does roping, right? If you're a roper, I guess. I would have thought that it was more colloquial, but yeah, I guess it makes some sense. Look, so Angie and I were basically playing Scrabble yesterday. We were playing Scrabble, and I was just like completely just flinging out words, just hoping that they worked, and they kind of did. Cowboy's an example that would make sense because a lasso is kind of like a rope, isn't it? So I'd imagine in some areas it probably was roper or whatever. So you throw rope at people, or cows, or horses and stuff. Did we run out? I need to run adverts now. I need to run adverts now. Oopsies. No, Harold, it's fine. I died. It's very cool. Thank you. Let's get into our draft. And let's see how the death match ends. Game 3, RNG, OMG. RNG back over onto the blue side. They won game 1, side select through their 1v1. And both teams have won on blue side. Yone, Rumble gone. Azir, Aurora, Zeri, and the Nico band away too from the support role. So what's left up and available? Gwen, Jace, Vi. I think Vi could be very important to both teams. And it is locked in first. That's true, Harold. You're both keeping us afloat here. Okay, other side. What do you do in terms of the jungle matchup? What do you do in terms of the jungle matchup? Now, for the Vi itself, there's no Talia, there's no Ahri to combo up alongside it. Remove some of the options, right? If I could rescue one player from these teams and put them on a top team, who would I pick? I actually think Starry's very good. I think Starry's very good, and I think maybe I'd save him and put him onto a better team. Maybe, well, let's see exactly which teams could benefit from a better AD carry like that. There are a lot of good AD carries is the problem, and the Gwen is locked in. Double AP solo laners for OMG. Hard to play the Vi into the Gwen too, worth noting. MF locked in for Jatshi, and Bessa for Xiaoshu. So you have Vi and Bessa that will reach a backliner, but then the problem is you're diving into a Galio, and Gwen can press W and deny your engage 2. Pantheon comes in. So now you have Pantheon and Galio globals. OMG played well around the Realm Warp last game. I can't believe I'm messing up those names. The Rune Warp. Who would ever say Rune Warp? And bot lane now left very open for Star. Well, very late for Starry. You'd imagine Ezreal banned away. There's no Corki. What safe AD carries even are there? I mean, you ban away the Ezreal. Maybe you have to ban away Sivir as well. Sivir's not great into the MF, though, is the problem. Malaysian food is very hard to play. I do like Malaysian food. Is rendang Malaysian, or is that Indonesian? I like rendang, either way. I like a good laksa as well. I think laksa's Malaysian. Laksa's fucking good, actually. I like that a lot. Ah, there's also stuff like the Callista, too. Forgot about the Callista. RNG choosing not to ban away AD carry right now, banning away the Renata instead. Okay. Maybe they want to go towards something like a Braum for Niket. It's one of his more comfort champions. They do have Leona as well, I suppose. Leona MF seems pretty good. Running as a shared food. Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Look, it's really good either way. There's no shame in sharing that one. Tongyuan. What is he going to combo up with this Vi? I don't think you want to play something like an Akali into Gwen Galio, I don't think. Well, this could be worse, I suppose. Akali Vi can be okay. Lucian man away from Starry. Do you go towards an Ezreal here? Do you take away the Leona? Last pick your AD carry? Alright, they take away that Leona. What do you go now? Do you go Braum for Niket, knowing that you have engaged from topside already? That would be very lane dominant. Not sure I'd love it. Well, I hate it for the composition. It's been a while since we've seen a lot of that Elise support. Briefly showed its head around the lane swaps around first stand. Hovering over some different picks. Dude, it's been a while since we've seen Morgana and Lux. I kind of miss seeing Morgana in the meta. And Niket likely to go towards that Braum. Very confident pick for himself. They already have the engage on the top side. Braum comes through. Yay, I predicted it right. What's Tongyuan going to go towards? Did say something about the Akali maybe. Quad melee, anything else can you do anything into a quad melee comp? You definitely can, is what I'm saying. Just what will Tongyuan do into the quad melee comp of RNG? Yeah, that looks pretty good, actually. Aurelion Sol into quad melee, that's a hell of a pick. OMG, how do you get onto that MF and the Aurelion Sol now? I mean, Jhin can help you get some CC going forwards, but I'm quite afraid for OMG. That is a very good ASOL pick. And also, if you get the Vial onto someone, pretty much deliver an ASOL ult straight onto their head. It's not the most common combo, but it makes sense, right? The Aurelion Sol can astral flight forwards, throw that falling star or the skies descend down onto some unlucky guest, and blow him off the face of the earth, whilst also bringing consistent damage. Aurelion Sol, really good pick here. I like this a lot. RNG, for me, walk away with a much better composition. However, OMG have double globals and a good ability to follow up on plays with Leona and Jhin as well. Both these compositions trying something a little bit different, and in what could be the death game for both of these historic organizations, they pull out something a little less usual. Join us in celebrating the life and death of OMG and RNG. 2013, 2014 world finalists, triple MSI champions on one side, and on the other side, one of the most legendary organizations in LPL, all the same, worlds 2013, 2014, and then also All-Star 2014 representatives, capturing the hearts and minds over a decade.
I have a bold question because I mean, it's a very serious game. Do you want the pancakes or the sandwich?
I'm going to decide afterwards, Sam. So you can choose whatever. See, do you want the pancakes you missed on your birthday? You have the pancakes, Sam. You can have that. And we'll get into our game. Thank you for joining us here today for our coverage of the LPL. I've cast over 1,000 LPL games, and many of them have had these two teams involved. It's hard to get away from the LPL with OMG and RNG. Neither of these teams in happy spots. Can they recover for one last hurrah? OMG, RNG, some of the very first teams that I ever watched in professional League of Legends. Season 3 Worlds, 2014 All-Star. How will their story end? Will it end? Let's get on to the Rift. Gios ring out across the rift. Sam trying to close the door to the room properly. We have some issues with that, basically. It's okay. So, Sam, yes, just to fill you in more from what we went through draft while you were just stepping out the room for pancakes. Tongyuan locking in an Aurelion Sol.
Oh my.
Which I think is really good, because you look over to OMG, 4 melees.
Oh
Imagine
boy.
being a quad melee comp trying to get through the Singularity. The Singularity engine! And then also that Falling Star. We were also very much out of Vi counters. They banned away, not Vi combos, right? They banned, there was no Ari or Talir from the previous games. Orianna was banned away, so you thought, well, what do you lock in with the Vi? Well, Aurelion Sol is good with the Vi too. You pin them in place for the Falling Star, the Singularity in the Q, really good at just railing down someone who's stuck in one place as well. And Galio is basically just free stacks for the Aurelion Sol, who is already getting stacks from him standing within the E there, by the way. So, Tongyuan, happy with this matchup. I think this is an absolute godlike Aurelion Sol pick, but OMG have double globals in the Galio and the Pantheon to make sure they can head towards the Gwen's lane. That's their win condition.
Want to keep an eye on the cat on this Braum as well. When you've got so many melee champions, even the Jhin, right? You can do so much value with the door, with passive, with that Glacial Fissure. Be a really big deal here in terms of the ability to take command of those mid-game and late-game fights. I've often felt very important for RNG. Last game, they went into a lot of those objective fights and just didn't have the damage. The AD carriers were behind enough to get things being very problematic. There's a door going up in the cap. It won't be up for that much longer. Turn around onto Mo, I'm a bit scary, but doesn't get the passive put down onto him. Jachi looking to get a tap onto someone, forced to cleanse out of Starry.
Yeah, so the thing is, Niket takes damage, but doesn't care that much. He has the heal, doesn't use that within the duration of the Ignite, and they still have that heal. They can keep going. In fact, if they want, press the attack active.
There's the heal. I'm going to keep running, looking to get more damage onto Mo. Can't quite get in range. The Q forces the flash.
Bad laning early from Starry and Moam. They don't get the kill in the duration of the Ignite, which means that the heal could get used for now. Look how much HP Niket's on. This doesn't use that heal within the duration of the Ignite, gets full value out of it. Jachi, understanding one of the core pillars of 2v2 laning. If you damage the AD carry instead of the support, you come out on top. That's always been one of the core tenets of 2v2. Damage onto AD carry is better than damage onto the support, because the AD carries do more damage. Charlotte pushing into mid lane, but again, Tongyuan happy to just stack, farm as best he can. Beishang on the top side of the map, and towards that top side scuttle. Hasn't had an opportunity to influence the game yet.
Oh, he has no wonder whether there might be something top, but with the way the wave is, not that easy right now. Harry will step on board with the skip and slash, and the Hallowed Mist to get a fair amount of damage down. Does have that passive procs, and alongside the Conqueror, and the damage comes on through. How aggressive does Beishang want to play this with the flash and the W?
Well, he's got his Mortal Will stacked up again by auto-attacking that plant. Xiaoshu, now that's a problem, isn't it? We said that Gwen, good early pick in. The Ambassador felt like it was going to be losing a little bit. Didn't expect to be losing this much. Goes forward to beyond the wave, but I don't think he'll live, and he'll go down for first blood.
Flash Shield Vault does its work. Nowhere for Xiaoshu to go. Tried to intercept the wave before it got under turret. Was aware he could be ganked and put the ward down early. Doesn't matter. And that's a kill into the critical lane requirement. Beishang that picks it up. Still Harry here with a significant CS lead and a significant early start to the game.
Bot lane going well for RNG, top lane going well for OMG. Ain't that cool? Game 3, split map, heroes starting to be set up, and hopefully the makings of multiple people getting strong on either side to not make it just a blowout. That's the dream, right? Xiaoshu going towards bot side now. Switch up the lanes a little bit. We'll be able to pick up a wave. Teleport into taunt from Charlotte. Tongyuan, not the best teleport there. Loses half his HP. Does have pots and cookies to keep himself stacked up. And hell, he's got himself mana back, so who really cares, you know?
Exactly that. Reminder here, talk about the stakes of losing. The rewards of winning are pretty slim. It keeps you alive. You are still on life support. Make no mistake. We might still end up losing both these teams in the long run. Winning keeps you gets you one step further in the gauntlet, but there is a lot more to go on.
Yeah, basically, you need to get to 2 wins. So you need to not just win this series, whoever wins, but then win the next one as well to potentially come out ahead. Charlotte walking over. Milky Way using his Q. Beishang not able to secure that camp, though. Milky Way gets away with the Raptor Steal. Tongyuan about to hit level 6. Charlotte has level 6. Needs to be careful that first ultimate of the game coming through from the Galio. Charlotte, of course, replacing Lingfeng. Beishang coming in late as well to replace outgoing jungler from OMG. Multiple substitutions coming through. Milky Way on the top side of the map. Uplands wave coming through. Grub spawning in 10 seconds. Milky Way giving a trade onto the Pantheon.
And back onto. The deadly throw comes on down, but it's onto the Braum. The Viper to door himself. Now, Jacky's kind of split off a little bit here.
Where's Galio? Galio's coming up the river.
Pull the ultimate. And everyone backs away.
Tense. Feels tense. OMG getting the best out of it, though. Getting some split damage across the team. Go straight on towards those grubs. Is there going to be a contest? No. Not go ahead to roll spot side.
Happy enough to trade up the Dragon, I imagine.
And Bessa going towards top side. Recall coming in from Jachi and Niket. Dragon will be started. And Milky will get himself bot side Scuttle. And they lose themselves to grubs. Will they get themselves the Dragon cleanly? I don't know. It takes a long time to kill. I'm actually not sure they'll get it cleanly, you know, if OMG do want to move across that. I guess they will do. Oh, no. I lied. I lied to you all. No Dragon cleanly. Beijing on top side. Now looking for a dive. I wonder whether RNG can respond to this.
3 members coming on in. No real support. The Braum's a long, long way away. Galliot comes on down, and that will just be a dead Ambessa, you would think, but there's still a public execution.
Oh my god!
Flash, a heal, and Xiaoshu survives!
OMG! Jachi coming up the river, doesn't have the bullet time, but I think OMG are on the retreat, getting chased down.
Oh, the flash Q after as well from Milky Way. It's insult to injury. Eat the present for Braum. He came delivering in the 11th hour, and OMG have been delivered pain.
OMG get coal as they are burned under the turret. RNG switch things around and make it rain. Oh, it's like tears in the rain for Starry. Killed under the turret. OMG lose 4 on the play.
We're here to celebrate the life and death of one of these teams, and I think the hearts just left the chests of OMG. It is absolute disaster on what looked like an easy in and out tower dive.
Should have been it. In and out. 20 seconds. That'll be it. Go sit down in the car afterwards. Oh, God. Oh, no. Why did we even think about this? The ult here is so critical. CC onto Moham, goes unstoppable through the Galio ultimate, uses the Repudiate to get the shield, and the flash heal from Niket on one of his comfort champions on Braum saves the back end of this play, and then at this point, you have used your cooldowns. You have passives coming through onto you, and Charlotte, well, caught in his own web there, and that'll do, Pig. That'll do.
Wonderful flash Q after Milky Way to get over the wall. And the presents keep landing, and then Starry's left under the turret. It could not have gone more wrong.
That is the worst that it could have happened. The worst thing. That is the worst case scenario. RNG. Team that have taken games in multiple of their series, even in 0-3s. If they walk away with this one, their game score feels a little better. Game score actually doesn't matter, I don't think, when it comes to... I don't know whether it's game score head-to-head when it comes to the actual tiebreaker. Well, I guess we'll soon find out when we get through to our last series for each of these teams. They have one more to play after this. RNG leaving it up until that very last game to keep us waiting. Dragon has spawned, has not been taken. Of course, RNG rotates towards topside to counter that dive. 3 kills on Jachi now. That misfortune, if they get a bullet time across the team, OMG are Swiss cheese. Full of holes. We'll go down very, very quickly. OMG must not allow RNG a clean front to back at this point. If Ace Sol or the Misfortune get a good fight as a quad melee comp, that is game over.
That was a bad play. A bad fight. But Niket had to turn up at the 11th hour for it. Imagine if he was there to begin with. Doesn't get easier from here, unfortunately, for OMG. Now Starry's in danger. Cease and desist. Niket stops on forwards, and that is a very, very dead Jhin.
Jhin, oh Jhin. Normally on the better side of the bullet trades. Not in this one. 0-2. Dragon finally going to be started up here. And OMG, what's gone wrong? That dive in topside has sent them into freefall. Surely it can't end like this. Surely a team that was world's staple in 2013, 2014, All-Star as well, internationally renowned, teleports in looking for a contest. Charlotte walking in but misses the E.
And Starfall comes on down, and actually RNG decide, yeah, we don't want that one. Back out and give up another objective to OMG, so they end up getting what they came for.
They do. OMG, get that dragon. Only so. He has something back. Problem is, you're not getting gold. OMG get grubs, they get dragon. What do RNG get? Paid. They get paid. Oh, Xiaoshu getting this place on the top side.
Fair number of them. Feeling pretty happy about it. Grub's still up, though, and RNG, the fights have been good, but this is now 2 games in a row. It feels like they've been giving up a lot of objectives for kind of free, all things said and done.
Is this going to be full 6 grub? No, there's going to be a contest. Moving out towards that top side. Smite's used. Pantheon can't kill all three that quickly. Milky Way coming over. Doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash either. Can they fight without those tools? We shall see.
I think Beijing might get another one. He gets 5 grubs and he can smite fight for the last one.
No, he doesn't have smites up, so that will be Milky Way threatening for that. Maybe the... Well, it's a long cooldown for that Beijing. Wanted to go for the fight instead. Here comes the CC.
Cat jumped on foot to the door, but I think he's going to be died. There's nowhere really to go. He goes down. Where was the contest?
Not there. Not present. Jachi was in mid lane and RNG lose 1 and the 6 grubs. Now that's a win condition. That is a win condition. Now OMG, can they play around 6 grubs? Global's heading towards the side lane. If you get Gwen ahead, they can walk into a side lane, have a Galio ulting on top of them, have a Pantheon ulting on top of them, and slaughtering turrets very, very quickly. They also have a dragon to them. And you know what? Despite all of those kills going over to the side of RNG earlier, that is a win condition which OMG can play through.
What a bizarre sequence. Give up the dragon, don't take the grubs, try to contest later on, it's too late. Felt awkward. The objective setups haven't been great from RNG and have really cost them a lot this year. The cat caught out in the river again. Does at least have people to support him this time.
Harry from top side. Here comes Moham. Doesn't have the ult just yet. Might not need it though.
Harry takes a lot of damage on the other side of this. Gets out of the...
Pantheon's died.
Pantheon has indeed died. Xiaoxu going to try and try this one. Gets a decent clip. Shield looks to get a lot of damage back. Trying to find some cooldowns. Can't quite find them. Enough CC comes on down to bring the Ambessa low.
Took a little bit of extra shielding, but yes, on the other side of the map, Beishang did die. Who got that kill? I think it was Tangyuan. Yeah. All right, so Tangyuan happy to pick up that one. He's got himself, does he have himself his first big ult of the game just yet? Actually 144 stacks. Doesn't actually show on the big ult on the side of things just there. Oh, there you go. Cool. Has himself the Skies Descend now. First big ult of the game available. Will spread that Leandrius across the entire team. What happens here? Fighting over bot side Scuttle. Hit out by a cube. Use that E early. Time's off. And yeah, easy kill. Just caught out, fighting for a Scuttle. Ult into the top side. Here are the globals.
There we go. Jackie cleanses. Ben turns around. Harry's in danger. Bullet time. Can't quite bring down the Gwen. But now Braum is here. And Beishang has got a flash. Maybe forced to burn it. Is yet the Glacial Fissure comes on down. Looking for more passive procs. Trying to force the digital summoner. He hops on forward. Beishang, that's bold. Jackie now learns back himself. Has to learn that flash. Doesn't have enough mana to keep going through those abilities.
And Beishang saw the MF had no mana. Sword thought he could go in, force the flash out and the cleanse. So Beishang this time gets a little bit more bang for his buck. Uses that global. Charlotte trying to secure their own blue buff. Sadly can't do so. Anything up on the map? Nope. 2 minutes until the next big things spawn. Lots of action for this early game. Atacama will be spawning. Well, we'll see the color of it in the next few seconds. Herald, of course, up on the top side of the map soon as well in that next 2 minutes. It will almost certainly be the Voracious Atacama. Sorry, the Ruinous Atacama. The amount of blood we've seen early on. OMG. Wait to see what happens next time the globals are up and whether they can make a big power play.
Jack can kill a bit of greed. Didn't get Harry at the end of that. It looked like a great bullet time angle. Now he's burned both summoners, and that means that his fortune is at risk. You do have tools to keep her alive outside of her own summoners, but that one's a frustrating moment.
I do see a comment over in Inovia's chat saying, oh, these players are so bad. These are our 2 worst teams within the league. They are in an elimination match, which will see them not qualifying for the next split of the year. There is so much pressure on these players, which are clearly in teams which are failing to be on the same page. I don't blame them for making misplays. They're trying their best here. And you can see that they've locked in compositions, which are quite dynamic. They can be hard to play. And it is going right down to the wire. So while it might not be the cleanest League of Legends, I'm absolutely seated. 2 historic organizations on the brink. You wouldn't catch me anywhere else.
We called it a eulogy. We called it a funeral. I think both are just fine. El Asico was a nickname from someone in chat. I'm stealing that one over from the Counter-Strike scene. There's a bit of truth to all of it. That's the honest answer. You were right. Is the Ruinous Atacama spawning in 5 minutes. Dragon in 10. Would be second for OMG. First for RNG, who have not played around these objectives very well these last 2 games at all.
Really looking at Jachi. Has that full 1 item. Has core fields as well, going towards an Essence Reaver second. Nicat has himself flash, heal, and ult, importantly so. Charlotte getting some decent damage onto Milky Way there. Has himself the Rod of Ages. A little bit more damage than something like their Polar Radiance first. Dragon getting started. Let's have a look at that Skies Descend. Let's have a look at that bullet time. Oh, they are so ready to fight our RNG.
Waiting for the trigger pull. Milky Way goes over. Flash, cease, desist. Oh, there you go. Bullet time after The Galio will lead to the death of the Vi, but they're still turning around. They get a hold of the Leona afterwards. Jin ulting, Xiaoshu in the backline, looking for an angle on in. The needles keep flying, but I don't think this acupuncture session is going to be earning all that much money. Dragon secured a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's not even that much damage. RNG get everything onto Starry, but really what saves the day is, of course, that Galio ultimate. All of the damage coming through felt like it was just a little bit blunted. Jiaxi did get a bullet time in a good spot. But on the other side, you know, you are doing damage to the Jin. You're not doing damage to the Gwen with the W. You're not doing damage to Pantheon with the E either. So OMG walk away with absolutely everything they wanted to from that. They get a lot of cooldowns out. They get the Skies Descent down from that Aurelion Soul, and they don't lose their heads for it.
Still lose the Dragon, though. Of course, it's another kill to Jiaxi, which is a bit scary. The kill for OMG, I believe, went towards the Pantheon. Not necessarily the best one. It might have been Gwen, in which case slightly better again. But either way, still not the out-and-out win that I think OMG were hoping for. Now they're down a few of their key defensive ults as well. RNG might still be willing to fight over this Herald. But with Milky Way on that red buff, I think possibly not.
So, don't really think you're in a position to fight right now. Or RNG, use the lock. Herald will go over. Maybe that means they can break open an area of the map. Remember the 6 scrub, 6 scrub Herald push is very, very nasty. Mites the damage over time to towers as well. See if they can use that to break open the map and give themselves some more options to play around that Pantheon ult and the Galio on top of it.
That's the one. Is the turret in mid lane that is still up and standing. We're watching Starry farm that one out with a nice bouncing grenade. Good work from him. It's a dancing grenade.
Dancing grenade for that. It's the bouncing bomb from 6. Of course, somewhat inspired by Dam Busters. You know, the dam bombs that were used back in World War II. Very, very interesting physics behind them, by the way.
Top spin, or was it backspin?
It was backspin, I believe. Yeah, backspin, I believe. But they actually got the trajectories for the ballistics of the bouncing bombs to destroy dams from the Navy. Because turns out the Navy knew for a very long time you can bounce cannonballs off of the sea itself, as it would hyper-compress the water, and it would bounce back up into the hull of a ship. And ships are normally built to bear weight downwards. So if something goes up into them with a load of force, not very good on a physics level for them. So yeah, turns out Navies have known a little while that you can bounce things off the water itself, even if it's a cannonball.
In a tax-free black flag? Why couldn't I?
That's a great question, Sam. Great question. Ask Ubisoft.
Well, yeah, maybe that's what I'll send them a message later. I'm sure I'll get an answer within 3 to 5 working days.
Lyssandra's better here for time. You overcooked. I like the Aurelion Soul. And I think later on, this Aurelion Soul into quad melee is going to be absolutely disgusting.
Just picked up Nymaera at 200 stacks. Like, it's been quiet so far.
Imagine,
I think it's going to be a problem.
Now, if you get that Liandry's ticking onto you, that's the Liandry's on top of it as well. No Blackfire worth noting, which can be very, very powerful into this kind of comp, because you put that ult down, get your Blackfire onto everyone from that, and then suddenly your just damage goes through the roof after that point. Herald summoned by one side. Potential dive on the other. Milky Way trying to get some damage onto the turret, killing it before this one goes down. Would be defeats.
Xiaoxu now split away from his own turret. Public execution turret secured by Vi, and it is traded in the bot side. Xiaoxu trying to trade onto Harry.
Oh, Xiaoxu! Blast on boards gets the kill of the 1v3! Xiaoxu does not go quietly. First tower picked up for RNG, and that will be the feats of strength for them. That was a race for the feats of strength, and Xiaoxu even gets the kill afterwards. W dodged out from Charlotte. Not able to get a full taunt, but they might be able to get the cat.
Cat taunted up, but still has that stand behind Braum. And Misfortune goes, okay, and they back away. They're not on the Charming Lady, though. What a ship that is.
Yeah, the Charming Lady. For those of you who didn't play the Ruin King game, it's the name of... Braum named that ship after Misfortune. So you are a Charming Lady. Oh, yeah, this is a Ruin King role lady. It is? Damn, I forgot about that. That's very cool. They had some very cool interactions. Braum, forever... You know, I need this man to give me pep talks every day of my life. Xiaoxu, dodging out everything. Dodges a needlework, dodges a comet spear, flashes in for the final kill. Awesome play from Xiaoxu. Awesome.
I think he's had a pretty good series, all things said and done. Played well in the first game, did all right in a Jax vs Yorick matchup that could well have been a lot pretty ugly. But the rest of the team struggling. He and Milky Way had some moments on that Lilia and Jackson tier on this Ambessa. Some of the dives that have come his way, he's had to outplay 1vx scenarios and has done so.
20 seconds till the dragon spawning now, so OMG, we're lining up for that one, presumably. 2 items for the carries of RNG. OMG not at that yet. That's a problem. 1,000 gold down in the mid lane. 1,700 gold down in AD carry. Beishang looking to go for something. Here's the solar flare. Can they get Jiaxi?
Here comes the Galio ultimate. The hero's entrance comes on in, and a flash away from the Ket, cleanse from Jackie, and they're out to safety. Now the teleports come flying on through, looking for the turnaround. Milky mistimes the Q, but still gets in range for a season to sit point blank. Bullet time after it ensures that Gwen dies. Xiaoxu, though, went deep by himself, so ends up being a trade of the top lanes.
Really think Milky Way had to pull the trigger to allow Xiaoxu a point-and-click target to get out with the ultimate. Doesn't do so, and the fight continues.
Still continue to trade. Beishang taken very low. The singularity slowing down that Pantheon on the retreat. Flash away from Moam. Got slowed by the smite from Milky Way, who went bolt breaking forward. Jin, curtain calling, looking for an angle. Needs to be careful on the body blocks here. Should be fine to get out to safety. The deadly flourish lands onto Niket. Does enough damage to prevent RNG from starting up the dragon.
That's the kind of fight which really shows you the value of the Aurelion Sol. You get the burn down of the first target. There's Ryalize ticking on everyone. And as soon as OMG want to leave the fight, well, no, they can't, because there's a reset on the W, and the Ryalize keeping them slowed as well as the quad melee comp. Dragon, of course, not taken as this series of events. So that will still be up on the table, and we may still get a quick contest around that.
That Milky Way still feeling pretty low after that one goes to heal up off that red buff. We'll be back out feeling a bit happier about that one. The resets have come on through. The wave still shoved topside, and I think in the end, RNG will get a shove in mid lane and then look to potentially play around that dragon regardless. The Khan being topside, though, keeps RNG a little bit nervous about overplaying for that dragon.
Xiaoxu, not towards his 2 items as he stopped off towards a Hex Drink. It is still down on gold towards Harry. That Gwen can absolutely be a game-ending menace for OMG. Is a melee champion, does have that W, just shrug off some of the damage, some of the engage, and potentially get through the Ryalize slows at the start of a fight, go untargetable, run at the backline. OMG, they need to find a way to allow Harry to be their win condition. He is the big damage. The Jin is not going to carry this game for you. It has to be on the Gwen. I think so. Whereas on the other side, RNG, bullet time can end a fight. Aurelion Sol can end a fight with the resets as well. OMG and Harry they trust.
Lighting dual inventory there for the Aurelion Sol. Make sure he's got enough damage here to roll with. Dragon is going to be claimed by RNG. RNG not able to get that one. Again, the objective being claimed.
There we go!
They flash over the wall, though! And they'll come on in with the Galio, but it's too little too late. The hero's entrance is there, but the hero they were trying to save is gone.
Insane ult from Milky Way. Flashes for the ult to make sure Starry's reaction time would have to have been absolutely nuts to flash him out of position. It was risky. If that flash had come through from Starry, that could have been the end of things for him. Flashed under that turret. It works out. They go towards the Atacama, and RNG. Clean play into a clean objective. Potentially losing the mid lane turret on the other side as RNG can push in there.
Biscuit, they'll pick up the Atacama. Of course, they don't have that many neutral objectives to claim alongside with it. But they'll claim all those blood petals. They're pretty happy about that. Jackie will sit there and auto them all down. Turns out that's the best way of farming, is shooting your flowers, as everyone knows.
Best flower taker in the game is, of course, Senna, who just queues across all of them.
That's true.
Takes all of them at the same time.
Bigger gun.
Just the biggest gun. Moam caught out, has no flash. He was at Worlds last year. He's potentially in relegation here for the LPL. Doesn't precisely exist, but definitely feels like it here. Xiaoxu will find a Beishang and back away.
Stop that reset. Now Starry's forced to run away, hit with the Ryalize slow. Considering Astral flight forwards, and he's just burnt out the breath of light. It's the long dart for Starry, 38 seconds on the board.
And Tongyuan doesn't even use his ultimate. Didn't need it. Massive miscalculation from Starry, who is 2.5 thousand gold behind. His first game in the LPL was against BLG, and he quadra-killed them on Jinx, subbing in for Abel on OMG. He's had a good run in the LPL on an individual level, but his teams have just not been succeeding. And right here, sadly, potentially at the end of things for OMG, Starry being put under the bus.
Aurelion Sol, you were warning us all about, has gone a long way from being 1-0-1 and quietly playing out a side lane. Now he's 4-0-1 and is an absolute terror. Backs, gets himself a full Void Staff, and with the feats of strength on those Sork Pen boots as well, it ain't getting any more fun to be eating the Breath of Light or the Skies Descend, which is still primed and ready to be dropped at any given moment.
Feats of strength on RNG2, adding the extra bang for that buck. Baron on the table. 3 minutes until the dragon. Tongyuan is so happy now. Almost maxed out his Astral Flight. Has maxed out his Singularity. And OMG have failed to use their globals in a way to get their Gwen into a winning position. Is 1,000 gold ahead, but it's not been game ending. I think the dives failing multiple times on side lanes does not help them in any means at all. OMG now having to play defense on the vision game around the Baron.
Xiaoshu, yeah, he's died a few times, but it feels like he's sold his life pretty dearly. Most times he's been attacked in the sideline. On towards the Baron we go. OMG seeing whether they can drag someone away from where they should be, but response is quick enough for OMG that they don't feel like they're going to get that much value there, so they pull away from it. Instead, we look to have a bit of a farming game. Instead, play this one out long and slow, and the scaling. Oh, the scaling. You've got that Aurelion Sol. It's not getting any easier for OMG, Gwen notwithstanding.
You know what? The biggest things which I want to shout out here is how good the 4th and 5th picks of the draft for RNG have been. The Aurelion Sol and the Braum have been absolutely pivotal. You know, Niket saving a handful of fights, helping Jachi win that lane. Jachi's been insane too with that MF, but that 4-5 being such a good anti-melee comp has been so good for them. Now Baron being rushed down. Beishan has flash. Does he feel like a steal? Do they see? He's going for an ult. The Baron's going down.
It's taken. He tries to ult on him, but it's too little. It's too late. They burn it down. Too fast. Grand. Make that the hero's entrance. There's no Ricard in this game, but again, the hero is entering to a lost cause. The Breath of Light comes on over. Heroes are supposed to be good against dragons, but I'm not sure that's the case this time around. Cease, desist, golden, and the skies descend! And Beishang is brought low. You might be able to jump into the sky. He'll come crashing down harder. The Targonian dragon beats the Targonian man.
The skies descend, and OMG come down with it. The stars fall from the sky, and Starry falls from the rift. RNG, at the end of days, at the end of things for them at OMG, will march towards the Nexus. It is a death match between these two, as OMG will be confirmed into the bottom 2 of Group Nirvana, and will exit the LPL for this year.
Be upstanding, all of you in the pews of Twitch chat, of YouTube, wherever you may be. It is time to celebrate the life and death of one. Oh my God. OMG are down for the count. They will play more games, at least for now, in this split, but they will not be returning in summer. They are guaranteed bottom 2. They know what this means. Their year will be cut short.
OMG, guaranteed bottom 2 of Group Nirvana means that they will play one more series for the rest of this year and potentially forever. OMG, an organization that blew me away in Worlds 2013, beating Faker at Worlds 2013 group stage, his first international loss in a game. Went to Worlds All-Star 2014. Blew the crowd away at Paris too. That Xi'an cool roster. It's been many years since then. They've gone through highs and lows. The 2023 roster which captured the hearts and minds. All of these things are on my mind as they leave the stage here today. A broken team, a 0-4 in Group Nirvana. Financial hardships, gameplay hardships. OMG, a shadow of their former selves. RNG escaping elimination for one more day. And it leaves me melancholy.
I think for RNG, some credit due. You have, at points, had fantastic games. We've seen moments from a lot of these players. Your Milky Ways, your Xiaoshus, your Tangyuans who had these moments. The Ari game 1. Great stuff from Tangyuan. It's a good Aurelion Sol game as well. The Lilia from Milky Way, despite the loss, you saw some moments, but the cohesion, the team play hasn't been there. The woes for RNG still concern us, but they are on life support. But there are signs of life. There is a world where they can still manage to scrape their way back in. It is no easy feat. It is not a done deal, but they have got another roll of the dice, and that's more than we can say for OMG right now. And again, the funeral suits are on, and the eulogy's been spoken. OMG, you are the weakest link. Goodbye.
I'm really sad. OMG are a team which I came to love. I started watching League of Legends around Season 3 Worlds and around 2014 All-Star. OMG were the LPL representative at Paris 2014. Legendary back then. Fell off the rift a little bit. Struggled in 2015 onwards, really, even though Uzi joined their roster. Couldn't find themselves titles, couldn't find themselves international appearances. 2023, 2022, really gained my appreciation again with Shanji, Aki, Cream, Abel, and PP God. But that era came to an end as well. They moved on to different places and to greener pastures. OMG, legendary though they are, their time is over.
See what that means for next year. Don't know yet, but there are rumors, aren't there?
So there are rumors that effectively the LPL is downsizing and 2 teams will be removed from the league for financial reasons and to streamline the league a little bit more. If you finish bottom 2 here, you're not playing for the rest of the year. That maybe includes them in the shortlist.
Yeah.
RNG are not safe yet. They got to 1 series win, their first win within Group Nirvana, and they may still well be in these bottom 2. But here today, they finish off their old rival, Starhorn Royal Club versus OMG 2013-2014. It was a matchup to behold. Often it was OMG that beat them back then. Of course, it was RNG that beat them in the semi-finals of Worlds 2014 to reach the finals. Hell of a series, by the way. Go back and watch that 2014 series. You know what? When we get some free time on the channel, I'm going to go back and watch some historical League of Legends so we can hang out and watch some League. In fact, I might...
Kick back on the sofa.
I might actually invite... I want to see if Monty's free to join.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Really cool. Watch some of those series back. Because
grab powder. I'll drop him a line.
Yeah.
Hey, some of the old goats, like, hey, what was your series? What a series which really stuck with you? Let's go.
That's
check.
the point, because we just had a poll on the lolesports socials being like, what do you think is the greatest best of 5 of all time? I want people to come on this channel and show me their best series. Tell me why. That'd be so fun. And we'll get into our post-game highlights now. I'm gonna go grab some food from the kitchen. Chachi, Jesus Christ.
Damn.
Oh, I'm so sad. I'm so sad for MG. I'm so sad.
Now, Harold doesn't have audio right now, but he needs feedback on the food, so I'll have to type something in. Thank you very much, Harold, for that additional sustenance. Was great. Thank you. Harold. What is that? There we go. I have typed. It's amazing how the Shy tricked HLE into thinking Nidalee top is viable. It's because the Shy has practiced a lot of it, and it's just really obnoxious. And if you want good at auto spacing and abusing mobility, the Nidalee is still a good option in a very specific sense. Oh, who's our MVP gonna be? Cat, Tangyuan, maybe Jachi, but I think Jachi was just a like recipient of a lot of stuff. Probably the A-Sol or the Braum, right? I think. And there is that Aurelian Soul. Thought so. It was a very good game from Tangyuan. Well, now on to our next series. We get ourselves a bit of a different look at the LPL. The debut of Beichuan over on BLG.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人欣然。恭喜 RNG 拿下了本场 BO3 的胜利。我们请到的是中单选手汤圆来到赛后采访席，欢迎汤圆跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 RNG 中单汤圆。
欢迎汤圆，也谢谢所有的粉丝朋友们。今天刚刚在上台的时候，其实有粉丝非常大声的喊了一句“汤圆加油”。你刚刚说热泪盈眶了吗？是不是？其实这场比赛对于两队来讲，其实都是有点站在悬崖边上的。但是你们拿到了这场首胜，而且是把骑士之路的希望还是攥在了自己的手里。现在有没有感觉松一口气呢？
在赢下最后一场所有事都尘埃落定之前，感觉这口气还是松不了吧。
但是多多少少还是拿到了这场胜利的，很重要。我看之前在赛前的一个采访的环节里面 ，Milky Way 那个小短片里面啊，说可能之前也许是输太多的原因，所以打起来的时候会有些畏手畏脚，有些放不开的感觉。但今天好像大家果决多了，你觉得原因是什么呢？可能是我们现在的这个成绩就逼了大家一把吧，就是让我们只能放手一搏了吧。今天 BO3 的话，第一局其实是你们的一个环环相扣的碾压局，但是第二局被对方还以人色了嘛，所以在进入到决胜局之前，你们是怎么去调整思路，说我们要把这个比赛拿下的呢？我觉得就第3把就大家场间休息的时候就互相安慰，然后把这当最后一场就 BO1 来打了吧，就从头再来吧。而且第3局看到你们在 BP 的最后一手锁了你的龙王，那这个选择背后的商议过程可以跟我们透露一下吗？可能是阵容考虑到后面对面把后2班中路英雄搬完之后，考虑了2个英雄会跟龙王吧，然后想了一下，可能龙王更适合吧。那是你自己提出的吗？对。我们可以理解为这是刚刚登顶过海服的这个自信吗？
Both teams a bit like standing on a cliff's edge. Now that you won, do you feel less stressed until we finish the next game and lock out elimination? I can't stop stressing. Think about previous performance. Getting close, it was do or die. That forced us to play better this game.
非常精彩，基本上是把局势更加稳定的拿到了自己的手里。
I'm just listening into the interview, so it's Iris and Tango, I believe, trading, and Dark Horse did some translation for us. Some pretty good answers here. It's worth a read, actually.
上路操作了嘛，然后我们队友及时支援到。
而且最后你也说，感觉今天好像队伍打得最好的一波就是结束比赛那一波嘛，大龙之后的那一场，可以说直接就是推平了比赛。当时的一个情况还记得吗？谁去抛？
因为我们就互相信息抓取之后，我们决定 run 大龙嘛，然后当时那个场面之后。 就好好打团就好了吧，就一起抠的吧。
Both teams is a bit like standing on a cliff's edge. Now you wonder, do you feel less stressed? Until we finish, win the next game and lock out of elimination, I can't stop stressing.
你觉得今天的自己的发挥还怎么样？
I guess it's because we do or die that it forced us to play better this game.
还不算很好吧，然后就也是队友
picked a base ult draft in game 3.
的这个足够时间让我能拖到我发育成型的那一刻吧，所以我觉得挺感谢队友今天的帮助吧，然后发挥，然后我觉得就大家就一起。 就把剩下的这最后一场比赛打完，然后我们说是就听天由命吧。但是有一个很动容的时刻也想跟大家说，因为我们刚刚在后面看 MVP 的时候，我说今天有2个 MVP， 然后汤圆其实愣了一下，说有点太晚了，但是还是很想跟所有的选手说，胜利永远不晚，以及求胜的心也永远不晚。我们再一次把所有的掌声送给汤圆，好吗？希望你们继续加油。那在 这个赛段的话，其实对于你们来讲还有一场比赛，那对这是最后一场比赛有怎样的期望呢？就我们尽全力，然后保持我们现在状态，然后调整好拿下这最后一场比赛吧。好，那也再次感谢你来到我们的赛后的采访环节，希望你们之后越打越好，谢谢。再次恭喜 RNG 拿下了本场 BO3 的胜利。那在本场的采访之后，来看一下这场 BO3 的 Spotlight。
You know, I think there are only 2 profitable organizations in the LEC as well, I seem to remember. I think MKOI are now profitable because they combined 3 orgs together, basically. There's Movistar, Mad Lions, and KOI. And I don't know whether G2 are as... Oh, is it KC? Right, KC are profitable as well, right? I don't know whether it's KC or G2 or whatever, but there are basically, I can't remember, don't take that as gospel, but I do know that MKOI are. They're from like Overactive Media's reporting, but that's also between all esports, including Call of Duty, Overwatch, and stuff like that. KC are the one which it is. Cool. Thanks for the translations, by the way, Dark World. Appreciate it as always.
他们打死了，他们打死了。我去走。
Apparently there's an RE game from Calix I need to watch. He's done very well. Lost the game, but was 1v9.
不漏了不漏了，看地吧，看地打架吧，看地打架
Oh, VCT China's on.
他们要打，他们要打，我踢了，早踢2分钟，早踢了，完了，拉走，拉下，走，我要看。 看一下，可以了，可以看，不用怕，看个 OMG，AD 没闪，走，拉下，看脸上了，看脸上，AD 没闪，中立波，nice。
We'll do some words on stream very briefly. I'll give you that. Alright. Oh, here we go. Cool. Enjoy yourselves. Damn. Nice job, everyone. Copt a word, or was it Copt? I feel like there is actually a word which is related to religion. Copt. This Coptic church is different. Is there 2 O's? No, there's only 1. Coptic should actually be a word, by the way. That is actually a word. That's the correct word. They should have that in there. Did BLG swap their jungler? Yes, they did. That is the huge thing coming into this game, folks. We will have a new jungler, Beichuan, playing for BLG. Came over from TT. Picked were a kind of people. Picked. That is also a word as well. Pico, nice. Damn. There are a lot of missing words from this game, actually. They're niche ones, but they are actually missing some. Talk should be a word too. To say is onomatopoeia. Nice. Good job, everyone. Cool. We'll probably do some more game previews though, actually, before this. Yeah, but the Coptic Church is the oldest church in the world. Egyptian Syrian, I think, isn't it? Allegedly started when one of the apostles, I think, ran into a traveling man on a road, taught him a lot of philosophical lessons on the road, and then he went off of his journey to go start a church instead of being a merchant. BLG versus Weibo prediction. I will get Hydro. I will. I have a glass of juice here. So BLG and Weibo. Weibo's been on an uptick. They just beat IG twice in this week. They beat JDG as well. Very inconsistent team though. BLG looked so mental boomed. Beichuan first game. Maybe we have a honeymoon period. Maybe it takes a while to come in. Beichuan is a guy that typically plays heavy engage with Vi Sejuani. Does have a side of playing stuff like Zyra and Karth as well. He has a good AP jungler. His Lilia very good as well. So, Beichuan playing his first game here for BLG. Do I think Wave's the problem? I think he was a problem, but I don't think there is the problem at all for BLG. I think it's multiple things. I think the drafting is an issue. I think the being on the same page is an issue. I think Wei was an issue. I think everyone but Knight has been under a microscope for me. I think that Knight is the one player I think is still playing up to standard. I think On has had occasional games, but that's just On for you. He's entered as many games as he's carried, right? Maybe more, entered more. Elk's been off form. Bin has been very off form, and he can't play Ambessa very well. Whereas Knight, yes, he had that one bad Azir game. The Castellan, I think, was on his team, not him. They didn't know how to give him waves, and often they would fight and force him to teleport to a plate when he had that. And now BLG had to come back against them. BLG, of course, beat BLG very recently, didn't they? So this is their second time facing them. So now we have a great point of comparison. BLG lost to Weibo with Wei. Now they sub in Beige One. First game in. We don't know how much practice he's had with them. Let's see how quickly that honeymoon impact can have take place. The rumor is Tien was looked at by BLG, but then as soon as Weibo started doing well, that deal was cancelled. It was all above the board. You know, it's nothing crazy happening there. And now Weibo are actually doing well. Tien decided to, well, Weibo decided to keep Tien, and Tien decided to stay with them. Don't know all the internal communications, of course. And our matchup is Knight versus Xiaohu. Makes a lot of sense. I think Knight has been the player for BLG still performing. Whereas Xiaohu, on the other side of it, been doing very well this split, actually, on the whole. What do I think about Erhe? I think he's been doing well. I think that it is a shame that he was waiting in the wings so long behind Hung, who was struggling so much. Right. An updated Twitch title to show the debut. How does Knight still have those stats when they've been losing so many series in a row? Because he's Knight. Knight is on generational form. Have they started postponing games in LPL to stay live? Yes, they have, and we'll get into the interview as well.
主持人谢然，我们首先请到的是 BLG 星际魅族的上单选手 Bin 来到
I think EU is fucked. What are your thoughts? I think EU is looking pretty fun. I think our top teams are all inconsistent, but it's very fun.
内赛的第2个循环的首战，同时其实也是你们在连续2场比赛的同时，也在面对着同一个对手，就是微博。那在上场比赛结束之后，有了怎样的一个复盘呢？
就是有一个人员的变动吧。
那你觉得今天这场比赛的一个胜负手在哪里呢？
我觉得胜负手就是我们5个人的发挥都很重要吧，就是我们要拿出比较好的状态，然后才能战胜微博这样的队伍，因为他们最近的状态也是比较好。
是的，那我们也一起期待一下今天这场 BO3。同样，我们也请到的是 WBG Tap 的打野选手小天，跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG Tap 的打野天。
最近队伍是拿到了一个3连胜嘛，势头很不错。感觉跟之前的比赛相比，可能说最近队伍做的比较好的部分是哪些呢？
感觉最近大家运气变好了一点，然后游戏里内容打的简单了比较多。
上次在舞台采访的时候说，你说第1个循环打完，兜兜转转发现小分是0分，究极白忙活。那现在第2个循环开始了之后，开门红也已经拿到了嘛，所以说对于剩余的赛程，大家的信心状态是怎样的呢？
剩下的每个对手都很强，所以大家还是要保持那个警惕，特别是今天。
好，那我们也期待一下今天的 BO3。
So this is the second time you're playing Weibo. What do you think the way to win is? I think we need to play well as a team together to win. What do you think you've started playing together as a team? That's cool. I like that little stinger. It's very cool. Saying about the level of playing, they're saying internationally. I mean, I think, well, they got to finals the first stand. So, and we'll see how well they can ramp up internationally. I think Fnatic, KC, both looking pretty decent. Oh, well, KC did, yeah, they've looked a little bit lackluster actually recently. Alright, we'll get through onto that stage and we'll get towards 1v1. Stinger seems to lower mic volume. Oh, it'll be because of crossfade volume. It does that sometimes. Yeah, it'll do it. Right.
首先欢迎 Bilibili Gaming Dream Smart 上单 Bin。
First time walking onto the stage in a BLG uniform. Beichuan joining BLG for the first time. BLG basically emergency swapping out jungler midway through the split. Is Wei a scapegoat? Will there be a honeymoon period? Have they found a silver bullet to their problems? Questions that will be asked of this team. Will they improve? Is the atmosphere improved in this team? Other side, Weibo, dressed in green today. For the CEO's love of nature. Tian was rumored to be joining BLG instead of Beichuan, and they started playing better. And they stuck with him. Weibo versus BLG, we've seen it in finals. We have seen it at Worlds and semi-finals. It has become an incredibly storied matchup. In many ways, the story of BLG starts with Weibo. In 23 spring, they beat Weibo to become internationally recognized at MSI and then regionally recognized within the LPL as well. You can't really have a story with BLG without overcoming Weibo. Of course, Weibo fired back too. Weibo knocked them out of Worlds in the semi-finals of 2023. People were expecting BLG to make it that. It was not the case. 2024, tough competition as well. We'll have ourselves our 1v1. BLG Weibo, one of the best matchups in the LPL on a narrative level. And in terms of gameplay, we have a good scrap here, don't we? Let's get into our 1v1 and see who wins ourselves the side select for game 1. (1v1) to decide side select for game 1. Elk versus Xiaohu. Seems like this week has been the week of 80 carries taking the 1v1s. We had Jachi versus Starry earlier. We've had Jacula play his first 1v1. Before that, really was just all solo laners taking the burden of the 1v1. 80 carry versus mid lane here. Elk in his first 1v1 of the split. Important one here. BLG really wanting to see if they can get themselves a honeymoon period with their new jungler coming in.
Weibo in the brightest of greens.
Yep, it's because their CEO loves nature, apparently. I would say that the shade of green they've chosen is not particularly natural. As Elk goes towards the chase. Xiaohu on the Pantheon, no Gwen picked up. No Rumble picked up either.
There's always some rude things about to say about playing like animals that might be available with that kind of statement from their CEO, but you know, that wouldn't be me. I would never do such a thing.
Fear the wild, Sam. Fear the wild.
That would be the shine.
Yeah.
In the form of his niddly pop.
I do actually need to run some... Okay, we'll do it after the 1v1. Pre-roll adverts are about to come back on Twitch. We'll do it after the 1v1. We'll have to run the big chunky ad break. So remind me to do that one. As we get in towards our 1v1 for side select between these two teams.
1v1 me, bro. Elk. Bit of a psychopath in his 1v1s. When he gets the chance. He's just a bit of a psychopath player in general. It's very entertaining. Just with mixed success this split. It used to be a lot more calculated. It does feel over the last year and a bit, kind of started to get a lot more inconsistent. Xiaohu on the other side. Map plays have been solid. The team plays have been good. But the carry potential hasn't really felt there for that man in the mid. Arguably the greatest to ever do it in the LPL. And his ability to roll swap to be so valuable in here today. And the Pantheon into Elk's Jace.
Would you like the headphones, Sam, or do you care?
I kind of want the headphones. Let me listen to the sounds of violence.
I'm used to not having audio for this. How cute does hit onto Elk. Comet Spear.
It's a green Pantheon too, to go with the green jerseys.
It's the League Partner Program, Chroma. You know, in the LPL, rather in Chinese servers, they have special loading screen splashes for different chromas as well.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, they do. Ignite goes put down. Elk, a lot of damage onto him.
Fire everywhere. Lots of fire. There's a barrier coming on. The Thundering Blow back. Stops Xiaohu getting another auto down, but Elk is the one with the lower health bar right now. Needs to be wary of another Comet Spear and a Shield Vault. Can't quite get the kill. The turret shots to the skies would surely do it.
Oh! One more auto would have done it from Xiaohu, but Elk takes the first blood as Xiaohu dies to the turret shot realistically. Reminder, win condition for the 1v1. 2 early kills, 1 late kill, or a turret kill. Elk gets 1 of those early kills. xiaohu needs to tighten up, otherwise he will be losing that side select over towards BLG.
Elk backs immediately. Looks for the reset, picks up a whole Coalfield Warhammer, gets the heal, the wave. Not shoved entirely into turret actually, so it ends up being in a pretty awkward position for xiaohu. And Elk should be able to get back there as the wave begins to fully crash and pick up the majority of those minions.
Do completely agree with Mecha Fanboy in Twitch chat, saying that this is just Elk. He has one mode of play, and that is just all-out aggression, basically. Yep, he is, I'll say, Psycho AD carry. Him, Abel. Yeah. Elk used to be known as Jomung. He was one of the real stars back then when he first debuted as well. Okay, no, it took him a little while to become a proper star, I suppose, but still play with notoriety now. Is xiaohu going forwards again. Empowered, Mortal Will, not stacked up that far for him. Can't really take a hard trade.
One of those, yeah, Elk gets to start whacking some of these minions. Comet Spear goes wide. First, that makes it a Meteor Spear.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Meteors don't hit the ground. Meteorites do. Comets are different. Comets don't have to hit anything, really. Comets are just comets. I don't exactly know the definition of them, but they do tend to just fly around places.
They comet to fights.
They're different from asteroids, which of course...
by Bruce Willis?
Yeah, no, they get destroyed by Bruce Willis. Yeah, Armageddon tells a lot about that. Large wave going into turret. Can get himself a turret plate. I'd like to think he'd be able to. Does he have Demolish on that? Nope. He does have a Hypercharger. That's really good at killing towers.
And there it is. 2 plates go towards the Jace. Feeling very pleased about that. Not to get survived there. To take a little bit more damage I think he was hoping for off some of those little combos there from xiaohu.
Well, he took a tower shot.
Well, that's the main one. There's a shield bolt after. Let's turn this around. The Aegis Assault comes on forwards. And xiaohu playing well with the turret aggro range. Preventing Elk from following up too easily here. Still got pots to work with. Forces ability with the gold lead and the CS advantage to look for a reset and get an item advantage at some point. The xiaohu, now with level 6, we get a little bit threatening shield bolts. There's the ignite barrier, comes on down, starts to turn it around though. Elk goes for the skies. It'll just be a second kill.
xiaohu cringes a little bit as he realizes he's done goofed. Elk, cheeky grin, knows he's won himself that one easily. 1v1 goes the way of BLG, and they'll have side select for game 1 and likely choose that blue side.
Very pink keyboard there from xiaohu. Blushing. There's Elkadon. Little time cards. There's a name for those. The little hand signs for the various players.
Get clapped.
Is that just like past tense clapped?
No, get clapped apparently means it worked out, but it is past tense, yeah.
Get clapped.
But I just I just thought it meant like get clapped.
Yeah.
Get clapped. No, it's not. That's not. How about get clapping?
Get clapping.
Past tense. Ain't it wonderful? Okay, so BLG wave up. Blue side chosen by BLG. You do get a minute or 2 to figure out champ select stuff after the 1v1 because you don't know what side you're going to be on before this has come through. You have to prep both sides. Of course you have to prep those sides. Weibo on red side. That's the culprit. He's the one that lost it for them. Elk winning his first 1v1 here on stage. Not sure he's played another one. On played one the other day. Lost on the Kiana. It was not great to him. And Beitron. Camera on him. He's had a good year or 2. Reminder, he was on the FPX 21 roster after Bo was banned. He did play technically on a top team. It just didn't feel like because he only played 12 games on that roster. And they'd failed to do that much. It kind of fell apart, sadly, for them. Beitron has never really been on a top team before. This is a huge moment for him to prove that he deserves to be on a top team. To see how far the legend goes for him. Into champion select for our first game of the series. New jungler for BLG. Honeymoon period? Question mark after that point. Weibo need to make sure that they push down the advantage they beat them the last time out.
Beishang in game 1, Beitron in game 2. Just here to mess with my brain a little bit. Billy Gaming, after the win from Elk, have earned themselves blue side. Lost the Yone, the Varus, and the Orianna. Nico, Vine, Fury, those double AD skirmishes and that engaged support feels like pretty regular bans right now. The Shinsao first pick then comes on through. That's our third of that trinity of AD skirmishes up and available. Gwen, though, did get through. Breathe might look to pick this up nice and early.
Rumble available as well.
Sejuani, if you want that pairing.
Sejuani, you have Jace as well. Lots of powerful picks up and available. Breathe, incredibly good Gwen player. picks that away. Doesn't want to have the Gwen Xin Zhao double kind of crazy frontline. Beitron has put so much time into that Xin Zhao. First picking for the new jungler, first time on the Rift. Resources given over towards him. As Weibo consider the other options. Locked in that top lane. Can leave their jungle until third if they want to try to pick elsewhere. Xiaohu, big player of something like the Aurora or something like that if they really want to go towards it. Instead, they choose like for like, Pantheon, Xin Zhao, about the closest champions to each other in the meta. Early gankers, temporary front lines, good physical damage sources.
The global from the Pantheon, of course, worth keeping our eyes on. Can be a little bit different, a little bit more consistent target access from the Xin Zhao with the wind becomes lightning and that audacious charge. But you're kind of talking nuances there as the Rumble and the Talia come on down. A global and a semi-global in the Equalizer and the Weaver's Wall. Try and match that a little bit.
Question in chat, how did BLG get Beitron? Isn't he the starter for TT? He was up until this game. BLG, floundering, 4-5. Negative win rate for a team which has broken the regular season record of the LPL for dominance 2 times over in 2023 and 2024. Winning 2 titles last year, are floundering. Wei brought in end of last summer to fix the issues they were having with Shun, who was struggling in summer. It was, I'm trying to remember. No, it was Anyone's Legend that broke them, actually, with, no, it might have even been Weibo. I think Weibo broke them, in fact, with Tarzan as their jungler. Now, Weibo, can they break them again with Beitron now coming in to try and fix and right the ship that Wei's left with them? Shun left in the off-season, allegations of poaching. He's got himself 2 very good solo laners to work with. He can go forwards and get comboed up with very well by Talia and that Rumble long-range follow-up. On the other side, though, there is a global on both the Pantheon and the Kai'Sa, or semi-global, I keep calling them globals. Great ability for both teams to follow up on fights.
I think for Weibo Gaming, after similarly floundering at the start of the split, beginning to come into something of a run of form here. Took down Invictus Gaming recently, find themselves at 6-4, so towards the top of the standing. Still some questions to be had. A lot of their series haven't been clean wins. We've seen Xiaohu have good parts of his game and bad parts in equal measure. We've seen some mixed stuff, but Ura coming in place of Hung in that support role has helped shore up some of the void in Engage that's been a bit problematic for them. There were rumours that Tien might have been going over towards BLG, but then Weibo managed to turn the ship around and found themselves some win cons, so
I think
stuck with the squad.
Particularly with Erha, I think it meant that Light could actually lane again. That was a huge thing. Xiao is going to pick up the Ahri. Of course, in 2022, I thought he was one of the top 2 Ahri players in the world. Incredibly good at that when the Ahri rework came in around his MSI win of 2022. Knight, I think, is currently the best Ahri player in the world and has been for this last era of play, but his Talia is very mean as well. Pantheon Talia, normally a good combo. Pantheon Ahri, pretty good on the other side of it. I do think BLG have a better front to back as it stands, but they don't have a good front line. They would love an Alistar here if they can get it. I think that would give them really good ability to have that front line, pin someone in place a little longer. They don't have that much engage right now, so I think the Alistar is better than the Braum, although the Braum does fulfill the tank role.
Couple decent options there. Renata is a very different vibe, but more lane dominant. Fake front line with some of the ability to press the R button and bail out and stuff, but I think the Alistar is a lot more easily slotting into the role they need.
The thing is, the Alistar slots into all the roles they need. Maybe not perfectly. However, you know, the Kai'Sa really wants to play with the Nautilus a lot of the time. Alistar has a good matchup into the Nautilus as a 1v1. You can pulverize him out of his hook combo if you time it right. And you're tankier than him. So if you go frontline to frontline, the Alistar wins with that. Does that mean you don't go towards that instead? It goes towards the Rakan. Kai'Sa Rakan, less good at some of their bigger combos because Rakan has less CC than Nautilus. But with the Q, can heal up more in lane. And also get through the Alistar a little bit easier. It doesn't get cancelled out in his combo nearly as easily by that cow. BLG, they have themselves a lot of comfort picks. Elk on the Misfortune is definitely something which people have criticized the Misfortune of in general in the LPL, but here, I think it fits well into the draft. Weibo, BLG, both have very good one-item spiking comps. If you get someone ahead of the game early, this game will flip and pivot around them.
More AoE wombo combo from BLG with the Equalizer and the bullet time and all of that kind of jazz. Whereas on the other side, between the various ultimates and basic abilities, even the mobility, the dive, the Ahri, the Kai'Sa, even from, of course, that Pantheon, of course, with the Grand Starfall, well, your ability to just collapse out of nowhere can be pretty problematic to manage. Yes, you've got a Weaver's Wall or so, but not going to match the 3 semi-global ults of sorts from the other side. Sure, see if they can pull that one off. Response timer that we've seen be so valuable in the LPL over the last few years and over this split could end up being a bit of a win con here for Weibo Gaming.
into the first game here for Beichuan on the Rift for BLG. Will this be a honeymoon period, or will it just be a continuation of a nightmare split and year for Billy Gaming? Dream Smart. Have they actually planned smart, though? That's a bit cheap, isn't it? Well, whatever. We need to see what their consequences of the decisions will be. Weibo on the up and up recently, taking a good couple of series after starting Group Ascend poorly. Onto the Rift we go.
I have Dream Smart spawned on the other side, but Weibo Gaming are Zombieland aficionados. They're going for the double tap. Getting as much value as they can out of that one. It's an interesting matchup, isn't it? Weibo Gaming are certainly looking better in the standings, and Billy Gaming have decided to pull the ripcord that is break glass and find you jungler in case of emergency. Onto the Rift we go. Debut for Beichuan. Let's let the crowds yell for now.
Bit of dancing in the mid lane, the swirling cape. Spirit Blossom Ori has a very nice dance there. New Spirit Blossom season, of course, being played tomorrow. If you want to see the new patch in action, LPL will be playing it first, I believe alongside the LCK if they also update at the same time, but tomorrow is the day. I think that regions start to swap over to the new patch. Get to see the new Atakan, the new Rift, away from Nox as we go over towards Spirit Blossom and Ionia.
Bit of a shift in venues for sure. A bit of a thematic shift here for the Rift, but that will be tomorrow to deal with. Right now, our eyes, I suspect, will be turning towards the junglers. Beichuan slotting in on very short notice for obvious reasons, going up against someone like TM as well, who is one of our more legendary junglers in the league. Known as a bit of a choker when it matters, but the regular season from this guy has nearly always been so damn consistently good.
Beichuan on the other side of it, couple years now where he's looked good. I think that last year was a huge rise to prominence for him in the AP jungle meta. I thought he was a little lackluster when it was Xin Zhao, kind of just hyper ganking, level 3, kind of spiking champions. But I think he's also regained form on them now. On TT, who he's come over from, he's played the rest of Group Ascend with them. He was the go button for them. Last split, TT reached a record high for themselves, beating BLG in a best of 5 regionally. Just doesn't happen. Good double pulverize that. Will definitely help out BLG's laning phase. The Alistar not always great at that early on, but On's doing well at the early levels so far. But yeah, Beichuan, a lot of eyes on him. Typically a good go button.
Knocked up onto Elk, turns around with an auto, and there's a heal pop by Era. Worried about the all-in there, I guess.
Kai'Sa didn't get the W on target, went to a minion in front. If that lands, the trade looks a lot different, I think. So, Lightnair not getting the most out of this early levels. The Alistar typically just wants to get out of laning phase. First couple of levels, difficult for the Alistar, which is why you pair him with such strong laning AD carries, or ones that are so self-sufficient that you don't have to do much in lane.
Junglers on inverted clears to each other. The Xin Zhao heading towards the bot side, the Pantheon heading towards top lane. Looking to potentially mess with that over-shoving Rumble. Bin has been on a rare run of poor form, I think it's fair to say. When you're into Breathes Gwen, who's gone towards the exhaust as well, your ability to get that gank happening with the slows, with all of that, can be pretty scary. And as we speak about it, Warden of the Bush should still spot out this Pantheon coming, but then going to overstep here.
So, BLG. Early game has been poor from BLG typically. They've failed to get through the first 10-15 minutes of most games. That's where I'm looking at the most. Beichuan trading out fine here. So far in terms of jungle quadrant. Level 4 going towards bot side. No heal from Erha. There's an ignite from On. You just pushing this in. Oh, we're going for a dive. Oh, we're diving.
Here we go. Double pulverized. Light puts the barrier down. Flash on out from On. They get the kill. Flash away. Beichuan dies. Ends up being that 1-for-1.
However, kill goes over to the Alistar, kill goes over to the Kai'Sa, Light loses the CS under turret. Not a perfect dive. BLG get a lot less from that than they would have wanted, but at least the AD carry dies.
Beichuan can feel a bit aggrieved that the turret aggro ended up being so heated up at the end of that. Either way, turret dive happened. I won't necessarily call it entirely successful.
Yeah,
it wasn't aggressive.
I don't know how he got aggro after On dropped it. Love to see a replay of that. If we do get a replay, we'll get to figure it out. Home guard comes through. Light will come through, slight gold advantage now, gets a cull off of that base. Light is actually very, very happy with this. Getting a cull, not losing that much. He's not even dropped any XP, all things said and done. BLG often prided for their bot lane dives on the 2023 bot lane spring meta. And 2024 as well, actually keep thinking about it, going into MSI before the lane swaps coming through. This is something that they're going to have to zero in on again. Glad they attempted it. You can see not quite there just yet in terms of their coordination.
Almost worked out. Still the wave lost. It's only a couple hundred gold, but it is there. Lane swap came on out as a result of it. Elk and on head topside. Grub spawning in 50 seconds, so likely going to be trying to set up for that. The result, though, is Tien and Era heading on in to try and steal away these Raptors. Maybe set up for a Dragon on the other side.
Maybe, and I think the big thing is that Light now gets solo XP. He's got solo gold. Light is incredibly good when he gets ahead of the game on something like this. For a long time in this split, didn't get to see much of that because Hung was playing so poorly. Same with last split as well. I can't believe people were gaslighting me and telling me this guy was good, man. I thought he was fine on LNG, but he's not been good for a while. Beitron now spotted out by her and Tien. Is anyone coming over? Where's Knight? He has 6. He can ult over, maybe.
Beitron in danger. The Weaver comes on down. Wind becomes lightning, gets 2, but it's actually split Beitron off with the rest of his team. 3v3 begins. Beitron forced to back away, though. Xiaohu with the ult remaining gets the charm as Beitron had no real way out. Now the rest of the fight commences. Damage comes on down to Knight, who died as well. That's the beat to strength. Xiaohu with 2. Looking to get more ults, more resets, more damage. Ults away to the other side. Gets the command. Attack to best. It's not the command attack, it's the Orb of Deception. I'm getting our champions mixed up, and that's a third. For Xiaohu gets another ult reset. He's just going to get even more. Weibo Gaming absolutely break the backs of BLG off that Raptor invade.
Beitron, a misjudged Raptor engage, and Weibo turn up quicker. Air her on the roam, and Weibo come away with a dominant storming early game. 3-0-1, 7 dark seal stacks for Xiaohu. This is a Medjai's game if I ever did see it. BLG, we said that they had worries about their early game, and that has not been fixed by a band-aid of Beitron.
I did replay on that one because that was an absolute mess.
So, this is what happened on the bot side of the map. What happened here?
Level 6, I'm assuming.
Well, Bin, does he get an overheat? There's a cull, remember, on Light. Level 6 hits, no real bonus there. No level 6 for Light. Bin gets the solo kill. All right, that is a good pickup for him. Then on the other side of it, Beitron knows that Knight's getting 6 now, but doesn't quite have it until midway through this play. Knight goes in, I think maybe trying to assume, I think maybe what the hell happened with that E from Knight? That comes through, maybe things changed a little. Don't think it's gonna matter that much. Xiaohu, great combo. Great combo on that. The problem is Beitron going for the invade. Not really the engage after that from BLG. Beitron just shouldn't have been there, knowing that he was behind in his support rotation on the map. It on took way too long to get there, and Weibo clean up.
Great flash from Xiaohu actually brings the Orb of Deception, curving back through Elk to get the part 2 onto the AD carry. Flash on forward bot side, the dive commences, and Bin, nothing to be done about it. Gets a decent shield. Doesn't get far enough away. Another kill to Light.
But what is happening in these last few plays? There's been a lot of praise for On recently, but this is the other side of the coin. On has been slow to every play. Flick back, he'll be able to pick up one here. That's important. But the fact that he's there late and Bin dies, much like in the top side fight as well, he was late so Air could impact the play and the Raptor invade. This is important. If you are slow as a support to a play, your team tends to lose these early game skirmishes.
Especially when you're into something like a Rakan as well, who can be so mobile with those battle dances and grand entrances. You can get places real fast on that champion. Have a look at the replay. It was a Grand Starfall coming on forwards, and that meant that was a very fast Pantheon arrival.
It was a heal and the flash forward for the moving speed. Gap closed, so Bin gets closed out. It's hard to arrive there in time, but the fact that he walks up to that tower makes you think that he thought he was safe. Obviously, that wasn't the case. BLG, 2,000 gold behind. Weibo, very good playmaking coming through. And this team has had a revival in themselves. Weibo, we are back to them being this weirdly, consistently inconsistent team that will randomly take some huge games and drop just as disastrous ones in the opposite direction. Weibo, back to being one of the most entertaining teams to watch in the league.
Does feel that way, doesn't it? Breathe. There on the Gwen. It's had a pretty quiet one, all things said and done. It's not really been about the Gwen. We wonder whether it might be, but instead, it's been about wherever these junglers have turned up. Xiaohu now as well. Very, very strong on this Ahri. Seeing a Catalyst in inventory, Alex. That might be a Malignant build.
For the Ahri, I mean, yeah, that's a fair point, actually. I was wondering whether it was going to be... Typically, if you go towards the Malignance, you tend to go towards the Lost Chapter component of it first, but goes towards the cooldown boots and that blasting one. Gave him some options, actually, because you can pivot out that build into Rod of Ages or Malignance, depending on how the early game goes. I really want him to go for the Medjais this game. It's not a huge amount of CC on one side of it. You should be able to really ripcord that chainsaw to life and... for Weibo into the advantage even further. Now, Xiaohu's typically not been a player which has carried from leads that well as a mid laner, it's worth noting. We'll see what he can do here. Teleport on towards topside. Breathe, port out, has an exhaust. Yeah, Bin's shredding him though.
Breathe takes a fair amount of damage, throws out that W to no avail. The equalizer's down.
Nice.
Knight picks it up with the Q. Kill secured, baby.
I think it was like, look, I committed my goddamn teleport for this. I'm getting something out of it. Knight gets a kill there, tries to keep pace with his opposing number in Xiaohu. This is kind of important. If Knight had teleported, not got the kill, and also Xiaohu was getting the plates on the other side, the gold would have gotten even worse in this mid lane matchup because of Xiaohu's early kills. Her on the roam now. What do you want to do here? Breathe could teleport. If he teleports back in, there are less cooldowns now available from BLG. As coming in, as is the Ahri.
Double TP from the solo lanes. Grand Starfall as well. Bin split off, dead. And Weibo Gaming with the collapse, threatening indeed. Xiaohu knocked up, has got the Malignance in inventory, looking for another bit of damage. Moldic Charm lands, and Breathe is then allowed to secure the kill onto Beijuan.
Xiaohu teleports in, and Weibo are just quicker on the map. 8 kills to 4 now. Weibo, they get some plates on top side. Most of this game has been BLG's jungle support being slow to plays, or just being a step behind on the map. Weibo, they seem much more in sync, they seem much more on the same page. There's a teleport coming in, there's a chance of a charm coming through here, actually.
Charm lands, Knight's around, they'll get the Electrocute proc and the Foxfire damage. Grubs are on, Bin down at half HP means that Weibo Gaming should be able to pick up this second set of grubs, or at least 2 of them. Overcomes BLG though. Red Splash will not turn into anything. Elk also turning up though, does have the bullet time. Keep your eyes on it.
And it's also Weibo on red side here. Now typically I prefer Misfortune on red side because you can stand over the back of the pit around Baron, but when you're around Grubs, on blue side you can pin people into the choke points, like walking into the river like this. Watch out for that bullet time. Breathe on the flank though.
Hera finds a bit of a charm on down, and that's even with the Unbreakable Will from on. He can keep his body alive, but I don't know about his spirit. Down goes Beijuan again. Tien surviving! Just about gets out alive. Breathe does fall, so at least that happens. Hera just about coming on the side. The charm lands, cleansed on out of it.
Oh, where's that going?
Sucked. I hate to say it, but that is just the truth. Xiaohu burns the ultimate. Malignance meets his back off. Cooldown Elk is down. And resets begin. Bin at least gets one back. And his Elk actually with the auto that secures it. Tien secures that Scuttle Crab and 2 grubs as well. But BLG, not great fighting, I have to say.
BLG, as soon as they failed the bot side and then the top side play back to back, it has felt like Weibo have just not looked back. I love the fact that Xiaohu pivoted into the Malignance build and said, screw it, I'm going to play fast, I'm going to accelerate. This is the kind of play I like to see out of our LPL teams, continually picking fights while they get ahead of that game, turning that thread the needle experience into a huge advantage afterwards. The bullet time's not bad, but Beijuan doesn't have the ultimate, gets zeroed out. You see how much damage Weibo have to put onto a single target at this point in the game. Yes, I think Knight plays as well to stop Airher getting a second W in. There's not that much you can do, though, as the early game to clear from this point. Not against such a fed Ahri with the the Kai'Sa flying forwards as well. Malignant's getting a huge amount of value. Xiaohu gets the empowered heals to stay alive. And he has a Medjai second!
Go.
Folks, this is the gold standard for the Ahri. Now, BLG will put a target onto the Ahri's back and try and shut down those stacks. But this is exactly the kind of gameplay you want to see from a pro Ahri. Start pulling the trigger, keep that acceleration up, and pull ahead of the game.
I also want to bring out a conversation we were having in, I'll call it the green room, but really it was in the living room of our little flat. And it basically went along the lines of Xiaohu doing a lot of things well in terms of the side laning, the playmaking. But if he's the carry, he's the person with the gold lead, it doesn't feel like he's been able to convert those leads into carry performances. So far on this game, he is set up to be the one carrying. He is set up with the Medjais. I need to see him turn this into a game win.
Yeah, and I think at this point, I think Xiaohu, third item, you are at liberty now to go towards Azonia's. You can drop some damage because you will get your damage through the Liandry's instead, not the Liandry's, through the Medjais instead. Xiaohu, by my eyes, a couple of years ago, was top 2 Ahri in the world around the 2022 MSI win, which he had with RNG against Faker's T1, who was the other best Ahri in the world at that point. Xiaohu, He wants to get another big fight just before BLG get their big items too. They have the 1 item, but Weibo about to hit that 2-item spike. 30 seconds on the Dragon. BLG need to avoid fighting around the level 11 2-item Ori at all costs. Xiaohu will shred them if he gets close.
He's been so damn good. I mean, the last fight, had his ult blocked by Knight's Unraveled Earth, and then his W blocked by the second Unraveled Earth.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you blocked the Rakan out. That's what the Taliyah wants to do.
Just hanging out on the side here. I was wondering actually if there was an angle for Xiaohu dashing forwards onto the flashless Elk, and he had no cleanse. Yeah, exactly. That was the idea which I was looking at there. Of course, with the strut, a little bit harder to get through to that misfortune with the movement speed. Has the magical boots as well. Dragon spawned. Weibo trying to control that vision control. Where does that first charm come through? Where do Weibo want to play? Remember, there is still bullet time. Still the bullets. Hang on a second.
Jump onto Xiaohu, just ults away, and that means that is a very dead Alistair on, turned off very swiftly. Though, similarly ends up kind of caught up by that 3 Talon Strike, a little unexpectedly charmed, just shy on Beijuan.
Weibo, they knew they had a target on the Ari's back. They flash forwards to engage onto the stack Haver, and they fail it. So that's actually another 2 stacks already onto Xiaohu. Loses that ultimate, but with so many ult stacks and the Malignants, is going to have that ult up fairly quickly. Not sadly quickly enough, though, in time for this Dragon. Instead says, all right, okay, you lost 1 kill as well. Let's go up to that top side, force the teleport out of Knight to respond.
Do that, and they'll lose the Dragon as well. So BLG in the end do kind of get what they came for. It's a little bit of an overforce from On, but I think getting a little aggrieved as he went forward and got absolutely blasted by Beijuan, getting a flyby auto as he's battle dancing out. There's the Grand Starfall into Shield Vault combo. Elk going to be forced to cleanse on out. Gets out safely, but loses 2/3 of his HP bar, and look what's spawning.
If that was a level 11 Kai'Sa, by the way, that's dead. Observer's playing tricks instead. If there's a level 11 Kai'Sa, would have had the range to follow up, has the Yuntel first item. BLG have been absolutely blown away in this game. Now, they are in another situation. We've seen so many times this split where BLG, they lose the early game and they have to find their way back. It is a hard situation to come back from. Light, going to go up towards this Herald. You have the Ariel back up and available because of course you do with this build. See if Xiao can do anything. He has himself a verdant barrier to help himself get through the combos.
Kind of deal a little bit there. Still got 2 charges on the ult remaining. Beijuan now in danger. Has the Crescent Guard down. Will not be allowed to fight that one through. Can look for the spike fight. Flash on forward. Looking at the 3 Talon Strike and can't get it. Now Beijuan's in danger. Tries to audacious attack. Won't happen. There's a reset beginning to flow on through. That's still a very deep TP though. From Breed ends up dying immediately despite putting down the exhaust. In goes Era. Looking for the big quickness combo. Flash very swiftly on out from Elk. Keeps him out of range of the charm. Now Knight looking for an angle. Light, low, not quite down. Flash on forward with the threaded volley, but there's still the grand entrance to bring him down as well. And in the end, it ends up being a 4 for 2 in favor of Weibo Gaming.
How many stacks do you think Xiaohu has right now? They once again flash onto the Ari. They don't kill him. 20 stacks on the Medjais for the Ari. Xiaohu is in a point where he can one-shot anyone on the other team now. Charm misses that. Xiaohu playing so well. For a player we have criticized not being able to be the primary carrier for his team, doing a hell of a good job of it here. Weibo able to secure the Herald there as well. Going to a replay. Once again, you know, Xiaohu baits in the engage. Happy to pull the ult backwards. On is now out of position. He can't flank. He can't frontline really in the same way. Malignant starts burning over multiple people. And Beijuan then tries his look at it. Try to get a knockup. It's very split fight. The team is not really on the same page when it comes towards the big engagers, and Xiaohu is just let to run free. He's absolutely shredding through BLG. They don't know what to do with such a fed mid lane carry, which they can't easily get their hands on.
The thing is, Bin's TP there gets Breed melted as he turns up and dies. Like, just about survives for a moment or two, and Knight finally has to flash to secure the kill. Feeling a little bit frustrated they didn't just pick up that Kai'Sa without Knight having to ult on him, but at least they did get something at the back end of that. It could have been worse, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely, it could be. Weibo in such a good position, 5k up. Now, BLG, they need to find a way to break the momentum of this game. They need to find a quick pick somewhere, but they're just so far behind in jungle support. How do they make the plays they need to?
Level advantage for Tien, and ult from Xiaohu is kind of run out of charges, so Bin just gets to walk away.
He was close, actually. He was close. If he gets that third into a charm flash, maybe could kill. And, you know, you are afforded that with this build. Your ultimate now is on about, I'd say about a 60-second cooldown, maybe slightly less. Engage into the mid lane. That's a bit of a problem.
Knocked away, and now is in danger. The bullet time comes flying on through. Light should get to the other side of the Weaver's wall. Tien is around the sides of it. Shove. Forces a flash out of Light. Nice moment from BLG's bottom mid.
Yeah, and you know that's while Xiaohu does have this limited window where his ultimate is down. Has a full Banshees now, by the way. So he has the extra stats from that. High AP item. And again, he's afforded to go this because he has the Medjais for extra damage. BLG, they needed to break the momentum. That definitely helps. How much can BLG go further forwards, though? No bullet time to really force plays.
Weed walks on over. I don't actually know how much he'd be able to do there, though, so the red buff still comes on through.
No, it doesn't. That's the thing. TM actually gets it
correct,
back.
yes.
So the red buff steals. That is a huge engage forwards, but doesn't quite catch on quickly enough onto Elk. And an overplay from Weibo, actually, is what leads to that advantage.
All right. A few moments this game where he's been really, really aggressive looking for plays, and he died twice from it, but I've seen him be a little stifled a couple of times. Yes, there are a lot of tools to make his life quite tricky between things like the Crescent Guard and Rebel Earth and Alistair's kit in general, but still, keep our eyes on that. He is a newer player to this roster and still got a few teething problems, I think, to work through.
Yeah, BLG, this is, you could change the nameplate of Baytron to anyone you like. This is basically just what they played like this split. They have misjudged the early game skirmishes and have had to creatively come back into games. It's kind of a miracle they're 4 and 5 in any way in this split anyway. That's a lot of anyways. In this split, going 4 and 5 with the gameplay they've had still is a testament to how good late game problem solvers they can be, but they have not really had a good draw on the meta and the macro. Shahu, of course, has his ult back up, force off that tower. 2 grubs is enough to take this one down. Weibo, open up the map some more.
Yuntao Wild Arrows and an Infinity Edge on the Kai'Sa, who's going right into all of the AD damage she can get. Not really a true tank on the side of BLG, so can really afford to go raw crit this game and really get as much power out of that passive and that Q as you can afford to get. Still got a Herald in inventory. Still got Dragon spawning. Weibo Gaming may well look to play for this. First turret went the way of BLG, so still strictly
ejected
to play for, yeah.
Shahu. Safe to, yeah, he's got the Banshees and he has Flash. It's quite hard for On to actually combo cleanly, because if he gets the headbutt pulverized, typically with a Alistair, you hit with the W, they go into the flyback animation, and they can't flash because they're locked out there. What it does in this case is you can't combo. Hang on a second, I was wondering if the play comes through. No. So if you hit with the W, you need to immediately Q, otherwise they can still flash, or in this case with the Ari, ult backwards as well. You can't typically spell shield the full combo, but it is still easier to escape with the Banshees here on the Ari.
As the headbutt bit doesn't land at least. Exactly. Yep. On the other side, Dragon is being taken by Baytron, having a pretty rough debut here at 1 and 5. As kind of nearly got that flash Q3, but Ari kind of played with him a bit. It's been not the easiest time, but hey, not exactly been given a lot of time to get on in. That Weaver's Wall should deny the charge for a second or two, but still going to come on down. On's been left in a tricky position, forced to flash away after the ult burns out. Breed claims that tier 2. Feats of strength did go the way of BLG, as they did get that Dragon 3 kind of alluded to earlier. Baytron now a bit split out, will be forced to flash over the wall and will do so, but again, another summoner burnt.
So the Weaver's Wall doesn't save the turret. They lose the flash on Alistair. BLG removing tools from themselves to potentially look for a comeback fight. What are they looking for? You have 2 items.
A miracle.
Feels like that because they're 6k'd up behind as a team. 2,000 in the mid lane, a K and AD carry as well. This has often felt like the case from BLG, where I don't think that Knight's been playing badly individually. It's just how the hell do you fight when your jungle support are so far behind? How do you play the map when Bin is dying in side lane so much and when Elk is getting jumped on as well without getting value for himself? BLG as a team are not pulling together in the same direction. They don't understand what other members on the map need. Atakan getting started up. BLG, what have they got to fight with?
The other side of that for me is that Atakan starts is it feels like a lot of those laners have not been getting the individual advantages early we used to get to, but this Atakan I think is just going to go down. Baytron's not there in time. It's secured. What about the fight after? It's looking for an angle. Zero on the flank angle, looking in the backside, gets a big one, interrupts the bullet time, and Light goes flying into the back like a freight train. Knight left to die. Shahu with more resets. He's been getting them all game. They come to contest Atakan too late. They will find themselves only a mass grave.
What an awesome engage from Fog of War from Air has Rakam. The support that was emergency substituted in, seemingly getting a lot more value than the jungle, which has just had that situation on BLG. Weibo will slaughter BLG in the first game. I don't see how they come back from this one now. 25 stack Medjais from Xiaohu. Gonna go towards a death cap last item as well. By the way, 25 stack Medjais with a death cap gives you near enough 200 AP as one item being buffed up by that death cap. Wonderful play from Weibo, seizing opportunities when they are given and using the map play to their advantage to quickly punish when BLG show themselves in out of position. Awesome Rakan engage. The E is used from the Talia. Just didn't expect the Rakan to be there in the bush and just ends the fight before it can even begin.
Rumble, tick, Talia, tick, misfortune mid bullet time, tick, tick. Could not ask more, and Shahu sees the interrupts and gets to ult across absolutely everyone. Look at the true damage the Ari did across that fight. That's 6Q damage.
Yep, that is absolutely insane. Near enough to that death cap. Let's see if they can land the death blow.
Another set of needles come flying on through, looking a little bit larger than a mere injection at this point. On, forced to back towards his own team there, courtesy of some charm. Tien, though, does go a little deep, ends up falling. BLG left on low HP,
one
the
last
other
ult.
advantage.
Just wondering if he could actually go for an ult forwards there. No, chooses not to. Got a great Q onto the back line, but wasn't enough. On going forwards again, that might be too far.
Alright, Nam burns the quickness, battle dances towards his AD carry. Light slow down, will ult out of Beethoven's attempt to engage. That's left Breathe out to die though, and they give up too.
So that's not the death blow at all. BLG get a good fight there. How the hell did that happen? That was without the bullet time being used. How did that happen from 8k down? What?
Well, turns out BLG still have a couple items to their names, and if you don't get onto key members, that can get a bit ugly.
I mean, it must have been Unraveled Earth and the threat of that bullet time and the choke point. Frontline from Weibo go a little bit too far, and the damage doesn't go onto the backline quickly enough. Xiaohu got some good damage with just a single Q onto the backline, but it's not one-shotting them. BLG, well, reality check for Weibo there. They can't waltz over this game.
I feel like Breeze had a few moments this game where perhaps he has overestimated his ability to be tanky on this Gwen.
Yep.
Has got a Verdant Baron. Just look at the replay again, because I feel like Weibo...
It's a front to back. Good E at the start of this to stop people dashing all the way back through it. It stops Light ulting into the play too, so you can't go across that Unraveled Earth. Needlework does a lot. Tien has that empowered W. It's a great ultimate from Beitron. That's what solves it, actually. Beitron gets like a triple, quadruple knockback. Gets them into this kind of like just one choke point. That's a fantastic Shinzo ultimate. That's what wins them that fight.
Well, Honor gone too deep there, and so did Era, but he ends up kind of split off as Breed goes the other way, and Knight does a really good job of disengaging that Gwen.
He walks into melee range of a Gwen, which is typically dead, but he does it so he can get the shove back and then get the combo. Knight, again, he's not been the problem on BLG. Playing well here. He's not the one that's necessarily failing to hold up his end of the bargain. Weibo now. Reality check has happened. They're still ahead an absurd amount of gold. There's a death cap on Xiaohu with level 16. He is one-shotting everyone on the Rift. Xiaohu, what can you do? Let's see where that teleport... Well, he doesn't need that teleport. If he finds an opening onto the back line, someone's dying.
Hasn't gone down, though, is Baron or anything resembling Souls. Only a single dragon and 2 grubs to the name as Breed gets engaged on. Doesn't burn his ult quite yet. Now might be forced to get the knockup, but down goes the Shinzo. The bullet time is solid enough, but Tien just puts up the shield and says, I do not care. Xiaohu, no ult remaining, but now gets a reset, courtesy of the Q2 Orb of Deception. Brings down the stake. Knight goes golden, but realistically, he's looking a little bit like Iron with the rest of the squad. The demotions will continue until morale improves. You might bring in a new jungler, but it's not going to bring you a game 1 victory. 3 people dead, and Weibo in the base.
Weibo versus BLG. It has been a story of the LPL across the last few years. BLG's story started with Weibo, but Weibo always fire back. Kill on the Nexus, and they take game 1. Honeymoon period, not looking so sweet.
Good gaming. Xiaohu, man, we have been criticizing for his inability to take individual leads and turn them into game wins. That was an MVP on an Ari if I've ever seen it.
One of the best games from Xiaohu I've seen in quite some time. Starting off that game by accelerating absolutely beyond what BLG could do. Once again, feels a little bit like BLG can't play their early games. They have such a bad early game read right now. Their lanes are doing okay individually for the first few levels, but as soon as a jungle interacts with them, that tends to suck. They're not rotating well around the map, around the first lane swaps, around the grubs. And particularly when that comes to their jungle support, they're choosing the wrong time to go into the enemy jungle, much like Beitron did there. The bot lane dive, which failed, and then into the Raptor invade, which then threw 4 people under the bus. That felt like game was over at that point, and Weibo never looked back.
No, they didn't. It was well done indeed by them, and Weibo Gaming find themselves with a very solid game 1 victory. And again, there might be a week or so of trouble yet for BLG. They've got a little bit of integration still to do with Beitron. Hell, it's only the first game in the series. Things can change as yet, but that was not the early game we were hoping for. Been a Knight quiet in the early laning phase. The bot lane 2v2 wasn't that clean, I think, in some ways, from what we were hoping for as well. And then we got to those objective fights, and I remember that initial set of grubs where the Ari came out with 7 stacks on Dark Seal, transitioned over to getting towards a Malignance, and life got tricky. Master Nymaera, it got tricky.
That is why I so often push for Ahri going Magi second. You can see that basically when Ahri had Electrocute, Ult, and W up, you just jump at someone and they just immediately explode. And it meant that everyone had to like play really far back from their front line. I think Xiao, he played that game very, very well. Happy to see someone pick up the Magi second when it matters on the champion the most. And it was really good. So, that's game 1 done. And we will see whether BLG... Look, BLG typically play badly in the first game of the day. Not that badly, but they typically play badly there. They've lost their blue side game. They will get another blue side game here now too. Still gonna be a rough comeback from this.
Quick spiel here as well. If you've not done it,
open the door.
I am Initialise. That is Nymaera.
Hello.
We are brothers. We cast League of Legends here together on this channel pretty much every damn day of the week. There's a lot of League of Legends to cover. That means that we are in dire need of your support where and when we can get it. Like, comment, subscribe, all of those things really do help us keep doing what we're doing. Thank you again earlier for Hippie for those gift subs. Basically what I'm saying is, for those of you who can, do us the favor of making sure you hit that follow button if you've got that extra £5 available, considering subbing on the Twitch channel or donating to the various links. There are, I think there's a Ko-fi link we've got out.
No, I don't have to set up, but we should do that.
And we should get that set up. Anyway, there are various ways to support us here, as this is effectively what amounts to our official channel. Or official, the official channel, as there is no official League of Legends channel now, it's just the co-streamers. As a result, we need all of the community support we can get. So for those of you who do have that ability to support, it is much, much, much appreciated.
Oh, it's getting freaking warm in it. And, yeah, okay. Let's see how this one ends up, I suppose. BLG, yeah, honeymoon period not activated.
Not yet. You could have kept the cameras up while we were speaking.
It's because the highlights were on, and I didn't want to, you know, the highlights are cool to watch.
That's true. Do we block the highlights that much when we're up there?
Yes.
I don't know.
I don't get why you're so, like, crazy about having the camera on all the time. We do have it on during the breaks.
I don't know. I feel like it would have been alright there, personally. I don't know. Oh, it is hot in there, isn't it? As you were saying.
Do you want to get the fan on? That's right. I don't want to go. I'll set up for tomorrow.
That's fair.
I'm casting tomorrow's second series.
Gotcha.
So I don't want to like cast both tomorrow just to save voice.
That's super fair. Oh, GTA 6 has been delayed.
Of course it has. Let's get some words with friends on. Let's get some words with friends. Properties. Is there anything I watch out for the audio here? Audio FaceTime. It's crossfade. Oh, it'd be crossfade then, I guess, wouldn't it? I don't know. It's fine. Cool. All right. That's iPad baby time. Let's go. There we go. One of the letters is fake. Get one of them. And it's shocking. Yeah, this is so show. No, I don't want to cover ours, you know. though. Might be the R. I think R is fake. Yeah. Tote isn't a thing? Huh. The R is fake. Is that a thing? Okay. Very good for the man in the mid lane. Oh, context, nice one. Cone is good. Got text. Nice little bit.
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。
Oh, the M is fake then. The F is fake. Yeah, the M is fake.
用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Ooh, nice. Survey. Which means that the C is fake? C is fake. Ruse is a word. Ruse is a word. It's already on there. Okay, and we'll get done with this and get into game 2. Nice, good job everyone. 5 levels up, let's go. And we'll leave that there for now. Okay, right, into game 2. GG everyone. I like how Varus just looks so different from the rest of everyone else in here. Doing better than BLG and IG? Maybe. Good job, LPL watchers. Alright, so BLG gonna be back on blue side. I mean, they have to get their early game on lock. They have to get their early game on lock. I don't know what this team is going to do if they can't play early game at all. It was that last game was a disaster. Most of this group ascent has been disaster on an early game level. It's been, yeah. I don't even know what you do about this, you know. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. And you know, like we don't have all the bells and whistles on the stream. We're looking into some stuff to do for the stream. Maybe for playoffs or maybe finals we do something a little bit more up there. But basically our priority is to make sure that we are not burning ourselves off while still being able to burning ourselves out while being able to do this. So yeah, the idea is that we do as much as we are able to. And that's where the line gets a little bit blurred, right? Because we do a lot, but bringing like top tier commentary and I think we do. I think we do bring actually a lot of good commentary. I really enjoy what we do. And I think that we know the stories of these teams and players very well by this point. Doing it as just 2 people, if we're doing like, you know, like 160 hours of streaming a month, it's quite a lot. Intense.
It's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Still, can BLG recover here? Again, it was always going to be tricky because Beitron's coming in on basically next to no cracks. We don't know how many days he's got. And of course, Weibo Gaming on the upswing. This is in Group Ascend. It was never going to be easy stuff.
So, what do we need to see more of? Bin basically didn't impact that game. On was slow to most of the plays. Beitron did not respect that his support was behind Erher. There's a bit of a support diff actually on the map a lot of that game, even though, you know, he made his own mistakes too. BLG back on blue side. Vi, Jace. What else up unavailable? Vi, Jace seems to be the big ones. Rumble's gone, Gwen's gone. See what makes its way through the draft. Sejuani as well, of course, big for both these players.
Yeah, big time.
Lilia as well, arguably Beitron's best champion, could be put through here.
Could be an option for sure. They first picked the Xin Zhao last game to try and get him onto something with a bit of comfort. That early invade onto the Raptors arguably started the snowball that cost BLG the game. A lot of things got into some very interesting scenarios, that's for sure.
BLG banned the Weibo away, the Lilia away.
They don't want to first pick it.
Don't want to first pick it, which is a shame because Beitron is really good at that pick. They first picked on the Xin Zhao. I mean, it's easier to draft around the Xin Zhao, I suppose, because it's fairly generic, fair weather champion. Allows you to pick a lot of different stuff in side lanes.
Jace up. Might just be a Jace first pick.
Yeah. Really? First picking for jungler 2 games in a row. But this time you don't have the Rumble. Normally I'd say Skarner's best with the Rumble. And Beitron, if you give him a tank champion, I'd rather it be the Sejuani. It was banned away from TT so much. I am surprised. BLG's drafting has been put under the microscope a lot over the last couple of years, because despite the fact that they have been a top tier team regionally and internationally, their drafts have been some of the worst of a top tier team. Some of the very worst.
We've gotten away with it by just having really dominant laners.
Yeah. They break the game by Bin and Knight being so damn good at their picks, and occasionally Elkanon as well. Kalista goes over to Light. No Nico to go alongside it. They can hover over something like a Kalista Renata. Maybe Elkanon have to go towards an Ezreal lane now. Ezreal Karma.
Varus up? No, Varus is banned. There you go.
It's banned. So I'd imagine you have to go towards something like the Ezreal Karma instead. Kalista Renata, I think you have to slam Ezreal
plus something.
Ezreal Karma now, actually. I think you have to. Against the Kalista Renata, you don't want to lose the early game that heavily.
Tricky to manage. See what the decision is here, unless they want to fight fire with fire. I suppose once upon a time, things like the Lucian were specialty of Elk and On too, but they won't go towards that. We'll go towards that Ezreal, as you said. Do they want the Karma alongside it? They will lock it in. Good call. Here's the response from BLG.
So BLG leave their solo laners to dig into their champion pools a little bit more. Have a Skarner. It's a good front line. Your front to back's okay. That being said, Skarner doesn't love playing as the Kalista Renata. Easy to get a hand chuck out of that Ixtal's impact. Breathe going towards that Sion potentially. Gives them a very good front line. Better front line than the Skarner actually. BLG will have to think about tank killers, so they ban away the Yorick now. Even though the Yorik's bad against the Kalista. It's good against that Sion. Might have to ban that away. Jace, Yorick maybe banned away though. A lot of players have been happy playing that Sion into the Jace now. Just saying, look, you'll win the individual lane, but not by enough to make a difference.
No, that'll be the problem, won't it? Okay. Yorick banned away. Be a pretty nasty one for Bin here, who's had some okay moments on the Yorick, but I feel like BLG in general, I think some okay moments is perhaps an operative statement for this team right now.
Yeah.
There's the Orianna.
It's one of Xiaohu's comforts. Maybe they ban the Aurora away as well. That'll be the other comfort pick for Xiaohu. So, I don't know. What do you pick for Knight? What's Knight going to do here? No Yone. You don't have good engage here. Does Knight need to go Silas? Silas might, but it's okay with the Kalista. It's okay with the Sion. Well, the Renata ultimates. The Renata ultimate being very good. I think Knight is angling for a Silas here, and actually, with that in mind, maybe you keep the Aurora up, so there's a better ult for you to steal. So Sejuani banned away instead.
No question. Something like a Syndra for Knight here. It can build some burn items into the Sion. We've seen that.
You're
Black
too
Fire
immobile. You enter Kalista Renata, they eat you for breakfast. Sion ults towards you. Someone has to body block for you. Syndra's has not been a good place for a while now, sadly. I mean, it's a Syndra class, it's a Knight classic, but it's just not been good enough for a while, being able to survive against such good backline access and stuff that forces you to reposition. Could be a Victor, I suppose, for Knight.
That's true. Victor might be an option.
Victor might be better.
Burn. That might be a good way around it. I agree.
Poppy locked in, likely for Tien. Well, it has to be Tien at this point.
Got MVP on it the last time he picked that one up.
So what do you do here as Knight? Do you go Silas, with, even though it's blind pick in the mid lane? We did say Victor pretty good for that long range backline. I think that's fine here. Finn can counter pick that top lane, but I'm not exactly sure what he goes towards. No Yorick, no Gnar. Maybe has to go Renekton.
Yeah, maybe. Jax, I suppose, is up.
Don't love that Jax into the Sion all the time, though. I think it's Renekton for Bin. It's his comfort pick. I don't think it scales well, but it gives them a winning lane. Aatrox might be better. Oh, this would be a Chachi special. Not the best versus the Kalista. You can hop away if you add infinitum. Renekton would be more Bin. Ooh, that would not be bad either, though, you know. Gives you the engage you're lacking. Yeah, I like it. I think the Ornn's the best pick here, actually. Take tank into tank. Goes towards the Renekton. Wants the winning lane, but I wonder whether they lack engage now. They have range. The Skarner on its own, pretty bad at engaging, though. This is a hard game for BH1. And the Azir comes through for Xiaohu. So Xiaohu's going to have that long-range DPS. Front to back on both teams. BLG trying to have winning bot lane, winning top lane to allow a better early game. If Weibo get through the early game and put BLG onto the ropes again, though, they have no engage to bring this back. So BLG, you better have your early game on lock. Weibo have been so much better than you at that area of the game. And both these teams have kind of like for like. Some frontline, long-range backline. Although Weibo have better engage. I think actually when it gets towards late game, they definitely outscale. They have a Renekton versus a Sion.
Do. as that attempt to bring this one around. It's going to be interesting. I'm not a massive fan of that BLG draft. They've got a good kind of disengage. They can kite back with the Skarner and their Ezreal and the Victor. I think their ability to pull the trigger gets very, very difficult. If they're not in the river first, with the potential lack of shove in lanes, that could get quite tricky, especially if this Kalista gets ahead of Kev.
Put some adverts on, so pre-rolls off. Apologies for that one, forgot that one in the break. And we're getting to our second game of the series, Weibo versus BLG. We'll pump up the volume and hear how those gyros sound when we get into game. See some defensive vision coming out from Weibo. Weibo's turn to see what they can survive in this early game. It was BLG last time that fell behind on that metric. Couldn't really do much after that. Like going towards Victor. I actually can't remember if he's played another Victor game this split. To my knowledge, he hasn't actually. He's not always gone towards that. I'll have a quick check of that all the same though. Really want to see how this bot lane works out. It is... I think it is typically first level. Obviously the Ezreal Karma do well, but you can slip up, and if you slip up once versus the Kalista Renata, they shred you. It's very difficult to play after they start getting ahead. We'll get into this level 1, see how much value On and Elk can get out of the Kalista Renata.
This is the one. Kalista is a scary old champion when she gets ahead.
Yeah, just confirming as well, first night, Victor game for Knight for this split. We'll just have a quick check of actually everything being played in this one. Nope, no Victor games beside that for this year. Knight picking up something a bit different, just flexing the champion pool a little bit more. He's been trying to pick out some more champions recently. My problem has not been with him. Q missed that from on that side. Tries to get the double Q, low rolls, gets and it hits none of them. Yeah, I think that Knight on the whole, his champion pool is very good, has always been very good. It's just a question of what his team plays around. Like when he played the Kassadin, the team were forcing him to fight early by forcing him to teleport into plays. That's not how you play around the Kassadin. Again, I really think that this team, BLG, it's not been a problem of, you know, Knight individually or something like that. It's about the team just being on the same page. The early game has set so many powerful picks and players on them behind, whether that's Bin or Knight or Elk. BLG need to have a better early game read. Tien has gone top side, going down into bot side jungle very quickly actually. Maybe looking to go on something on that bot side. Going to check out Beichuan's jungle. We'll spot the Raptors going down. Maybe contest on the red buff. His full build Poppy has red buff and level 3.
Potentially get some menace down and hit. Beichuan hit by that hammer shock afterwards. Won't go down quite yet, but down to half HP. Doesn't really feel the ability to come and play aggressively around that red buff anymore.
And while this is happening, Light and decided to go for a trade in bot side to make sure that Elk and On couldn't go up towards a contest. Tien gets the red buff steal, so it's 2 red buffs to none. Elk and On, they need to be aware of this. Guys, you need to be aware that Tien could be behind you. I guess they have no dashes for the W2 impact in the same way, but they can't protect their jungle, and Tien walks away with a very good buff steal.
He does. Still working to try and get a hold of this Scuttle Crab, holding on to the combo here. Doesn't have smite worth noting. Tien now potentially in danger. Especially when driving on forwards. Knight also coming on over there. Jumped onto Elk, who's now in danger. Flash for the handshake. Doesn't land. Now there's damage instead onto Xiaohu, who's got the bailout on top of him that means nothing. And Ura caught in the Dragon Pit. It's a kill over to BLG.
BLG's lanes come out top. Xiaohu gets cut off at the pass. Bin, he has an empowered Q, forcing Breathe into a bad situation. as well. The grab feel from Knight. A lot of people dunk on Victor's grab feel for being a useless ability because, oh, it never really gets CC. In situations like that, though, it is a real pain. Beitran able to get the wall stun as well. Get some good trade onto Xiaohu. Stop that E coming through. Helpful there. Half HP from that is it. BLG's lanes coming out on top, and we asked them to have a better early game. This is the start of that.
It wasn't looking great after that invade came on through. Still, the double kill. Xiaohu gets punished on the way out. Couldn't really have gone much better there for BLG after that invade, after the red buff got stolen.
We saw that both flashes from top laners were blown as well in the picture-in-picture, just them. And now we have lanes swapping around. 4 minutes 30 does tend to be that. This is where teams like Anyone's Legend, top esports, potentially even Weibo as well, get ahead of the game, trying to escape certain matchups. 1-0-1 in the Ezreal. Kalista Renata not able to get control of that early game the way they'd like to. Weibo behind in the game significantly now.
And it is Weibo Gaming in a fantastic, or rather in a not so fantastic position. Let me phrase that correctly. The opposite of fantastic.
Yeah.
The Ezreal's ahead of the curve against the Kalista. The Victor's gotten involved. That helps get those. I was going to say shards. That's Syndra, whatever the upgrade things are for Victor.
No, it's splinters for Victor, for Syndra, and it is shards for Victor.
And is it that way around?
Yep.
Splinters of Wrath. Yeah. And it is the
That's
shard.
for Syndra.
Syndra, yes.
Yeah.
That's the one. Okay, I always get a little bit confused. Obviously, it used to be like the Hex core we used to upgrade. He used to take up one of his item slots.
I am not a big fan of every mage within League just having, stacking to make sure that you get value later. Like Aurelion Sol did it first, and then Syndra did it, and then Victor did it as well. It just makes all mages into just really quite boring copies of each other at some points. Like, I miss when Syndra could be an early game lane bully. I feel like Riot have moved away from champions being able to be early game lane bullies and stuff like that because it felt unfair when they get ahead of the game and it felt bad when they were behind late game, whatever. That's just the nature of some champions. It has been okay to do that. Sure, even and out to a certain extent, but allow them to be the lane bully, you know? Get on top side, big wave crashing in. Light and airhead, hop out of the brush.
On trying to keep Tien away from people, but that means Elk forced to cleanse early against that handshake. Will survive. The bailout was on. They can't quite get more than the cleanse there.
Yeah, and Light got the early rend set down there, had a spear and a minion so he could get the cooldown of thing. Also get the slow on. Good damage. Here comes Beitran.
Tien now in danger. Light hops on forward, trying to get the kill. The shields, though, keep him alive. There's no way to get the kills. The rend misses alongside that pierce. And Light goes down when looking for the all-in. And can't land that Q.
Much better early game from BLG. The root will come through. Beitran, has he got any cooldowns? Yep, yeah, he does. He has a flash. Doesn't get the kill. Will force a flash out of Tien. Bin now in a 2v1, 1v2 on the other side of the map, and wins.
Oh, Weibo Gaming, we said they can be consistently inconsistent. This is the other side of the coin. BLG having much better lanes.
And responding well to their jungler. Now you have 2-0-1 on Beitran. A player that, you know, we want to see more from. What is he going to offer BLG that way, or perhaps even should and didn't for BLG, who've had problems with the revolving door in that jungle hot seat now? While all this is happening, Xiaohu made a road towards bot side, has failed on that front. Knight has now put himself a CS lead alongside those 2 assists he got earlier. Knight very happy. Every single lane of BLG is ahead, and Weibo praising them so much last game for their early game and how they put BLG over the barrel. BLG now the ones in control.
Does feel that way. Light farming up there. 0 and 1 went looking for that all. If he'd gotten that kill on Elp, maybe it might have been a different state of affairs. It's not. Now the Ezreal in a good spot. This Skarnet in a good spot. The early gold lead. 2,500 is pretty significant at this point in the game. Only 8 minutes in. Now Tien on this Poppy, earned an MVP, as we were saying on the last time we saw him out on it, has been punished well so far from the side of BLG. Again, might be a slight issue if things like this Karma and this Renekton get towards mid-late game and haven't gotten huge value. They are 2 of the champions that are known to fall off in the right scenarios. I suppose the wrong, if you're a BLG fan.
Knight pushing up all here. You know, I just had a complete deja vu moment. I saw like the Sion dodging skill shots that way under turret into a Victor throwing a mid, laser in mid. I feel like I've seen that exact camera movement and skill shots played that way before. It was very uncanny.
You have seen quite a lot of League of Legends, though, Alex.
Look, I've seen so much League of Legends, but occasionally I'm like, I have seen this exact camera movement, exact angle of skill shots before.
You're just getting to the precognition level of analysis, Alex.
Legitimately, that has happened once or twice too. Dominus coming in on the top side, big damage.
Turn around though, not going to be enough to get the kill until they'll have the ult for HP trade. Era will be able to back away, but damage in some ways done. Beitron on the Dragon all while that's happening.
What Bin wanted to do there is just take enough HP off of the Kalista so they couldn't, not the Kalista, off of the Renata to make sure that they couldn't go for anything like a dive with the bailout coming after. Dragon now secured properly. Bin doing well on the top side as we highlighted before. Down a little bit of CS, which is a bit of a problem actually. If that Sion gets off to the races, problem. Knight will have to be tasked with somehow taking out that Sion later on with the burns of Leandri. Again, ooh, Xiaohu. That Knight has flash. Great flashback though. Awesome from Knight.
Oh, and there's the gravity field as well. Knight, first time on Victor, doesn't feel like it. Impale afterwards as well. Tien now engaged, looking for the keeper's verdict, but who does he hit? It's not the damage. And so the kill even goes over to the Skarner, courtesy of some tremors. And there's a 90s movie out there that is nodding along going, yeah.
Oh, what an awesome play from Knight. How many times have you seen someone flash and still get hit by the Azir? Knight realizes, look, I'm not flashing to safety. I'm flashing over this side here, further towards your side of the map, so I can still stick around and do some goddamn damage. Wonderful play. Means that the Poppy Azir combo can't come through onto that Azir wall. Knight walks away. Awesome play. He knows he has, players on the bot side of the map. As soon as this comes forward, Beitron immediately stops his recall, heads up the river, flashes over, laterally instead of the other side of it. Doesn't get the wall stun from Tien, and Tien all in, realizing, oh crap, my mid lane is going to die. He runs out of cooldowns, tries to hit the Skarner away. Not enough to hit both of them. And that angle, and Knight walks away with a kill and an assist.
Beitron was there to follow up as well, gets that big knock into the wall, 3-0-1. Looking a lot more comfortable this game. The Skarner looking very potent indeed. We said we might have some issues with engage. Well, what if Weibo Gaming go over engaging into you first? And now the poke can begin to land. You will hit a point where the Victor and the Ezreal alone become obnoxious poke bots. L potentially in danger here as Tien's coming on up. The Beitron also around. On, tries to flash away, gets a bit of speed up with the E. Buys some time. The Fate's Call buys some time. But now L forced to back away. TP's come flying. Light looking to get on top of that Ezreal. Can't do it. Two more dead. As Light's going to try and take one with him. I don't know whether the Rens will be quite there in time. We'll at least get that. But it is one back. One back in trade for that.
Weibo have got one kill on the board. They have no grubs. They have no towers. They have no bitches. They got nothing, Sam. They have been completely wiped off this early game. It is good to see BLG have a good early game. How many times this split have we seen BLG fumble their lanes communicating with their jungle and support? How many times have we seen their jungle support rotations be late, fall behind on terms of camps, in terms of their ability to impact the game? This is a clean BLG game, which is something we've been bereft of for most of the last year.
It's been a little while. It's feeling a lot better. And the bot lane, not inting, always a good sign. The solo laner's feeling pretty confident. That's a good sign. Gold leads across the board. That's a fantastic sign. Beitron on the Skarner. 1,600 gold ahead, and Tien, Poppy, 0 and 2. It's not looking happy right now. Have a look at the replay. Weibo tried to find something. BLG were ready and waiting.
They really need to play around this Kalista Renata. Great flash out from On to just buy space from the Kalista, who could actually kill them. Teleport comes in, and then you've hard committed to the play. Oh, that is nasty. Kills him just as he lands. Now Victor caught out on the bot side. Doesn't have flash. How much has he got away from this? Great shield from On.
Shields, and Breathe just doesn't have the damage. He gets to walk away. The Siphon Power shield after everything else to boot. Defiant by name and defiant by nature.
Knight saved by On. A big engage on the side lane from Weibo as they try to use, sadly, two of their lower damage members to kill off the Gerald of the Arcane. Doesn't really look like the Herald of the Arcane from the show. I'm sorry, folks. There's, yeah, Knight. Really good outplay there alongside his team. Get back out onto the map now. BLG responding a little bit now, playing on the back foot as Weibo have made the last few plays, but not losing enough there. Bin has himself Dominus again, but doesn't feel confident enough to walk up under this tower on the top side. And I think he's right for saying that. No teammates on his side of the map. He's only had a little bit of gold, has that Black Cleaver. It's a full Thorn Mail for Breathe. There is a bit of a worry that Renekton will still be much less value than that Sion from this point in the game. The Sion being even in lane, past that one item mark, gets towards the 2, 3, infinite scaling from the Sion. becomes a problem for BLG a little later on. They need Knight to hit that Liandry's ASAP, which means that I would like to see them giving that second, those outer towers towards Elk, who's going to go up and hit those towers. He's going to have the 6 scrubs. He can do a lot of damage to it. Breathe. Hang on a second. His Thornmail does a lot of damage. That's that level 11. Manages to protect his tower just for now. You need the Liandry's on Victor to kill that Scion now.
Now in a position where BLG find themselves with a realistically game-winning advantage from this point in the game. Plates have just fallen. They've got 6 scrubs, a dragon, and a 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead. Okay, 4,000 I can't count. I can't do maths on it. But either way, big moment. Breathe interrupted by Knight. On his way out, maybe forced to ult away here as the Arcane Storm comes on down and be forced to flash instead. Xiaohu engaged on, hit with the Soul Flare. Beishuan still waiting, doesn't want to have to burn the ultimate, throws out the upheaval, the tremors. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. Xiaohu down to about 17 HP.
It's not exactly going well here for the side of Weibo, is it? Every time they try to contest, they've just been outstatted. They've been outstatted so much. Vin's going to take a side lane turret, even more gold in pocket. Mid lane turret goes down quickly as well. Weibo have swung a couple of punches, but they're out of energy now to contest on the map. Graffield to slow the attempt going in here as well. There is a Poppy ultimate. I don't think it's going to help them. Where's the damage? He's on his own.
Here's Tien, surely falls here, gets the Keeper's Verdict knock-up. Breathe, stepping on forwards, trying to find some space. But again, Beishuan split up from the team, but the Dragon goes down somehow towards Tien. And BLG a little late to teleport in to come and contest it. Overcomes Bin, light hopping forwards, throws out the Fate's Call, on flashes away. It's all getting very scrappy here as Bin's into the backside, Light still with a bailout on top of him, trying to get something in the end. BLG will still win out the extended fight. The bailout means nothing at all in the grand scheme of things. A momentary reprieve, but there ain't enough money in the world to prevent death in the long term. Breathe also falls. Dragon for ace.
Memento Mori, tanky though you might be, all men must die. Breathe goes down a little slower than the rest of his team, but still hits the ground. Weibo, get the dragon, but I don't think it matters. This game is not one I think is going to end really around the soul. I think the gold is now getting so out of hand with giving a 9,000 gold lead to BLG that I don't think Weibo are going to be able to survive through to 4th, 5th dragon. If it does, then yes, this dragon steal becomes more important. Initially I thought, well, where's the damage? It's a Poppy on their own. Breathe comes into the play, actually does a good amount of burst at the level 11, and at this point in the game, tanks still do relatively good damage. Tien stays around to finish off the leash damage. A dragon, rather. But this is the only point where you actually start getting some DPS down. Like, it's a couple of auto attacks, you get Xiaohu trying to get some soldiers down as well. That's their damage, and it happens far too late into the fight.
Light diced around there has been, does turn up a little late though he may be. It's still there to do the damage. Beishuan split off, but at this point he's so damn tanky. And Weibo Gaming so shy on damage, and all their damage quite close range with this Kalista stuff. Is 1 and 3, the only person with a kill. Look at the item breakpoints. Finally got first items, but on the other side we're 2+ for a lot of BLG here. Pick up.
Oh, On's in trouble. Has no flash. Yeah, he's going to get handshook back. Beishuan's coming in, though. Can they rally to save their support? Oh, yes, they're going to try.
And there's the Impale after as well. He's just so tanky, deceptively so with the shield. Still got a blast going to work with behind it all. Breathe now, forced to run away. Has indeed have the ult, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Light flashes over away from that Arcane Storm. Breathe now split off, as is Xiaohu. TM flashing the other direction. They're all being forced to run for the hills, but you know what's waiting there? More members of BLG who can just keep on driving for more. There goes the Renata trying to strut her way to safety, but unfortunately, Victor has an issue to pick with Zornite CEOs, it turns out. Throws out Hextech Ray. The handshake comes on forwards and will force Victor with firm use of the hand to back away briefly, but is it going to be enough? There's a ring around the rosies, and not bad trying to find a way out. Good observer toggle there to show the vision. Sarah, I think he's going to get the reset off.
And Miss Renata Glass. We'll see. We'll get out to safety. They'll spot him now. It's too late. And they'll scuttle back towards the Undercity. Victor not able to take down their country person. Like countryman is what you say if it's like male, but it doesn't really matter that way. Anyway, whatever. Going to a rabbit hole. So Weibo being driven into the ground. Weibo, so much snowball available to them now. They have got their Leandries. 10 stacks from Victor as well. Knight is at the point where he will one-shot with the Chaos Storms. You have 2 items from Ezreal coming through, upgraded boots to him as well, just to stomp down on this power spike. BLG, they don't care about dragons now. That dragon they lost earlier, it is an afterthought.
Take the small wins where you can get them, but unfortunately the big wins have all been BLGs this game. 16-1. What a night and day shift from game 1. Very, very different state of affairs. A minute until another dragon. It'll only be second dragon for either team. We've got Atakan spawning in 45. It is in a surprise to no one. The Ruinous Atakan. Xiaohu will ult bin away. Looking on forward, throws up the Sun Disc. Xiaohu on his Azir. Probably a champion he's very comfortable on, not feeling great now as Breed goes on in, gets a double knock-up. Also Fate's called on in. Looks for a hostile takeover. It is pretty solid, but the damage just isn't there. And the Impale denies everything. The Arcane Storm is suddenly increasing in size. The eye of it, as deadly as the rest. Everyone falls. Weibo Gaming, I understand them pulling the trigger. They look to find a numbers disadvantage and can get nothing. Beijing will drive through the base gates with the Ixtal's impact and reset by the base gates.
Join the glorious BLG evolution. Knight on his first Victor game of the year. Stomping down the authority with the rest of his team. BLG, it has been a much better early game. Actually coordinated between lanes and jungle support. Weibo really disrespected the early skirmishes in the way that BLG did last game. Both of them showcasing a similar weakness in their lost games, and I'm definitely assuming it's going to be lost now with such a big gold lead.
Okay, there's the Medjai's picked up for Xiaohu on reset as well. Let's have a look at the replay, because Breeze says, I think I can find an engage here, and does get the double knock-up. The problem is, Light tries to go looking for an engage here in a second, and this Impale denies everything. The gravity field denies everything.
I was about to say, it's the grab field which stops him getting into it. He can't even skip his way through it. And Knight stands and delivers. I will say, probably press R again to move it around in the team fight, buddy. You can do that, by the way. And he has himself, it's Knight that picks up the Medjai's. Xiaohu, sadly, not able to buy that one on the other side. Wouldn't really help him either way. This is Objective about to. Yay, Breathe.
Gonna lose Tien here, who will surely fall. The Atakan's already been taken. No Baron to deal with as Breeze's gonna try and at least execute to the turret, run away, clear out a few minions on the way out. TP now from Victor towards the mid lane. Soul Point still a ways off from either team. Dragon was secured. Light now training with Xiaohu. As they are trying to get something here with Knight teleporting in. He just Hex Tech raised down the Kalista. 1 and 6.
The Kalista Renata needed to be the early game linchpin. When they failed that play in the bot side river, it set off a chain of dominoes where BLG, even with lacking engage, do not need to worry about this. This is the game in scrims which you're told about, where things fall apart so early from the lanes, can't really contest otherwise. This would have been a remake after a few minutes if it was done on the practice realms. BLG get themselves the Atakan. I think they'll be ready to break the base sooner rather than later. They already have the mid lane inner turret down and the inhibitor turret down. It should be very easy for them. Pretty tutorial League of Legends now at this point. 6 grubs buffed up with that Ruinous Atakan. The last time we'll see that, by the way. We get the new patch tomorrow in the LPL. Over towards the Spirit Blossom, it will be Thornbound instead of Ruinous or Voracious. Only one form of it. Gives you increased petals instead, and if you get a kill, there's an AoE explosion of slow and damage. So look out for that one. That'll be game-changing, shall we say.
Yes, it will. What do you do with Weibo from this position? Feel like there's not a lot you can do proactive. It requires BLG being arrogant, overstepping, mis-executing something, maybe a Baron steal, but on a proactive level it feels so hard. The damage just non-existent right now. They try to pick off On here, who should theoretically be easier to do the most, but it's taking a long time. I think they'll finally pick one up, and there you go, second kill, that's something, but it goes to the Renata.
That's, yeah, that's a good point. Kill up to the Renata. No bueno. No bueno at all. What do they use for that? They use the flash from TM, they use the flash from Erha, and they use the ult from Breathe. So even then, I would say using the amount of tools you have, including the Renata ultimate
and the Cholesterol,
I actually think BLG win in the cooldown trade. Now, Weibo use way too much for that. They can't protect their turrets now. With like 7.5 grubs, BLG will shred these turrets.
3 ults, 2 flashes just for 1 kill. Tien goes on forwards. They get the Impaled out, onto 1, onto Breed. as TM will try to get the keeper's verdict off, and unfortunately the judiciary has been swiftly decapitated there by BLG. Light trying to hop around a little bit, does have 2 items now, at least that's something, but again just doesn't threaten this front line at all right now. Beituan does not care for this Kalista in the slightest.
And Knight has 25 stat measure attacks. That's 1 Q, by the way. That's a lot of... I mean, yeah, that Kalista not feeling very happy, even with the auto-attack range there. BLG walk up, destroy 2 inhibitors, shuffle in another wave into top side. I'm not sure they'll take the actual tower itself, but, I mean, the damage is done.
He feels that way. Knight very confident on this Victor this game. Also, the rest of the squad, Elk's in a good position on the Ezreal, Beituan on this Skarner, been fantastic too. Can't ask for much more from the squad.
No, but the biggest thing from this game is just that everyone has been contributing to the overall game plan. Flash forward from Breathe, achieves nothing. Teleport for Xiao here, here's the shuffle.
Looking for Elk, doesn't get it, because Elk flashes it as well. And now Xiao, who's TP'd in, gets nothing at all. It was a desperation play. You'll get desperate results. TN caught in the Arcane Storm, backs away Breathe. Once again turned into a zombie, but I think at this point, BLG have been tapping their way better than Weibo have. They've learned the zombie round rules.
Well, Light is going to intercept the wave in bot side, but they don't have the same thing in mid lane. The zombie Sarn can't do enough. Towers go down, 3-game series and a 6-game day for us.
Billy Gaming ensure we are not going home early. They will strike back. Their new jungler has a fantastic game on the Skarner alongside his mid laner, deservedly bringing us to game 3. And Weibo, shell-shocked at the early game, went so desperately wrong.
I think BLG showcasing a much better just overall team plan for the early game. Laners and jungle support much more on the same page and are turning up to the plays in the right way. That is much more what we've known from BLG in the past. And they get themselves a very confident game win there. Hi, my name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We're actual flesh and blood brothers, and we've cast the LPL for the last 2 years now. Last year and a half, we've been doing it while the official broadcast has been dead. Sadly, it fully died this year. And while there are many streams streaming it, we like to think we're pretty good at what we do. And we hope you're enjoying yourselves listening to our commentary for the LPL. This series is one, no, funnily enough, BLG Weibo. This is one of the series which kind of started my LPL career back in 2023. I watched BLG beat Weibo, who were a super team back in 23 spring, to become MSI finalists, LPL finalists, and of course, a world-renowned team. A lot of the time, the BLG story, you have to start it with Weibo, and they've constantly checked each other throughout their journeys. Weibo got a world finals, BLG got a world finals. Both of them have become so notorious within this region. Both of them are on hard times. They're on mid-table results now within our league. They're mid-table results. They have a lot to prove. BLG fire back with a new jungler in this game 2. They will likely be on red side for game 3, and champion pools will get a bit strained. We'll see what they can coordinate with a team as. I trust the individual players to play champions. They must be able to play with them as a team.
Going to be interesting to track. That's the easiest way of putting it. I think Weibo Gaming, once again, kind of showing they're not fantastic if they can't play mid-game fights, if they don't have a good early game. They can just sort of end up stumbling over their own feet. I think we're seeing a lot of our LPL teams really struggle to play from behind. Don't get me wrong, we expect teams who get a lead to keep a lead. You'd hope so at Ascension Group level on a regular basis, but this felt pretty poor in terms of how the snowball happened. And credit over to BLG for punishing where necessary, but every play they tried to rake around the Kalista went wrong. The plays they tried to rake around the mid lane went wrong. And it felt like BLG on the whole were just catching the plays that BLG made, or that Weibo made, rather than BLG making lots of excellent proactive plays of their own.
Okay, we have some ads running now, so the pre-roll falls off, and we'll have ourselves a bit of a break. Do you need a break for anything?
I could use a glass of water, but do you want to go first? I was out first last time. You need to open the door.
No, you can go first. Yes. I want to start the word game anyway. Okay, so we'll get some highlights on. We will quickly go do this before the highlights come up, and you can play some words on stream. Yeah, I have no idea why the hell people are saying like Knight's champion pool is small in this one. You're actually capping so hard. You're literally just first time victor for this split and completely carried. I will move this over to here for now. Like, that is so capped to me. Like, the problem is not Knight's champion pools. The problem is the coordination of a team between BLG and Weibo. And I think that's very obvious, right? If you don't see that, I don't know how else I can convince you. It has been about the coordination 100%. Ooh, Polite's a good one. So one of them is fake, one of them's hidden. Now we'll get into the... Oh, that's what, this was awesome from Knight. on individual level, Knight has still been very good this split. I find it very strange to think that people think that Knight is individually underperforming. I think maybe you could say underperforming, but I think he's still been very good. Individually, he's been the best player on his team by far still. By far. I think that he is the only player on his team that can contribute to, well, contest for being best in the world at his position, I think, on current form. And even then, I don't think he wins that, but he's the only one that's close, right? I don't think Bin is anywhere close. I think that bot lane are not close. I think the jungle's not close. Knight's the only person who's in, like, top 5. Yeah, I think for those who are just saying, oh, you know, Knight's underperforming, Glow, I think that you need to really rewatch the games, like, a lot. Wait, it's only 5 letter words? What? It's only 5 letter words. Damn, that sucks. Almost good. I think Bennett, are you kidding me, Castle? You're actually kidding me. That's a good joke. That's a good joke. Bennett, honor, and contention at Elk is close to the Knights. You kidding me? Dude, please tell me you're joking with that. Please tell me you're joking. That is so funny. We're literally just not watching the same games. That's ridiculous, man. You kidding me? That's a good laugh. That's a good laugh. How'd you join that game? You just type in chat. You just thank you so much for the sub, by the way, Al. Thank you, that's very kind of you. That will be Conqueror. No, everyone's got that. I guess we'll see if BLG make international. I'm just worried for your eyes, man. I'm just worried for your eyes. What are you watching? How are you watching these games? Like, I don't know how to speak back against that, you know. It's just like we're clearly watching different games. Core JJ. Yeah, I don't think we have 2 JJs in this one, sadly. But yeah, BLG, I mean, they looked a lot more coordinated in this early game. They actually looked like they had a plan early game, which is very big, right? Nonsense. Just... Here's our MVP. Spatron MVP. Cool stuff. Spatron was really good this game. I think he deserves it. He really deserves it. Good game from him. Oh, okay. Six MVPs for Batron. Of course, that includes his time on TT, right? He was so crucial to TT's success beforehand. I do feel bad for Thundertalk, because they've now just been completely gutted by losing this. And I do want to see how he can grow with this team. This trade will all be about how he slots into the team. All about how he slots into the team. Now they have Wei. Well, we know that Wei is not at the arena, so he's not. They're not going to sub him in. He's not with the team, so Wei is likely gone from BLG. Nice up. Why is that so loud? Why is that so large? Why is this on there twice? What the hell? Huh? Why is this on there twice? What? Huh? Weird. Uh-oh. There we go. Ooh, all but one. Damn, that's so quick. What? There's another C starting one, right? It's got to start with C if you look at the positioning of words, because it does it in alphabetical order. Is it C-O? Cough, that's a word? Huh? You can tell from alphabetical order where like you're placing it. That's crazy. Nice, great job everyone. Good job, Derek. MVP. Oh, is that fair? I don't know. Well, one of you is MVP in that one. Of course you are. One of the letters is fake. Alright, we're on that one now.
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
国补叠加以旧换新5折起，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。京东。
There's a lot of C words. No, maybe not. Holes are good. 2 more C ones to get. Is J our fake one? I think J is fake. Okay, sorry, this is only on in Twitch chat, so I know it's a little bit awkward if you're on the other songs. It's just something to put on stream, right? Put on screen. Halcyon, damn. That's a fun one. There's no H, but that would have been fun. Balcony, yeah, that's one of them. Yeah. Bacon. Oh, we passed the level. Good stuff, everyone. Nice, nice. Go Botkin. Blanco, I don't know if that's a color. Blanc is, yeah, but Blanco. Blanc is white in French. Blanc. Okay, so a couple of V1s, a couple of H. Maybe T is fake if through is not there. And one of the E's maybe. Wherever. Damn, nice. Yeah, T is fake, I think. T is fake. LeBlanc is just the white, yeah. Is blue side? It should be Weibo on blue side. Wait, why did they just all fall out? What the hell? Oh, okay. Revere, that's a good one. Nice. Alright, last game of the day. Oh, T's, yeah, T's fake. Everyone in Twitch just typing out just like random shit. Does look a little bit weird, folks. Nice, good stop over. Okay, do one more and we'll get into game after that. See if, well, see if we have enough time to complete it. That's a lot of D's. So one of them's a hidden letter. Holy crap, nice job, everyone. We might have to let this one go, like, so we're going into draft. But,
how's it going?
It's going alright. I do need to get myself a tank.
Go for it.
And if it goes into draft, just like put it over to the other scene. No, muted wasn't there. Huh. Wait, which one is the hit? Well, which one is the fake letter then? Is T like the? Huh. Maybe T is the hidden letter and the fake letter. Damn, close. J. Jute? Damn. Wait, we actually passed the level from that. Nice. Good job, everyone. Yeah, June should be on there. Yeah. Surprised that June wasn't accepted. Maybe ran out of time. Cool. Alright. Good job, everyone. I'll get back to it. Alright. Go up to this scene. Alrighty, I'm gonna get myself a drink for a quick sim, so I'll let you take the first bit of champion select.
Not a problem. Go forth and sort yourself.
Cool.
Righty then. Here we go. Silas, Lilia banned by Weibo Gaming. I want to give that Lilia over to Beige One. Feels like no one wants to first pick the Lilia in this series. 2 blue side bans on that one. The Nico also being removed. The Blossom buddies not being allowed to play. Into this game 3. 2 very one-sided games, it has to be said, in 2 very different ways. Stop banning my Lilia. Madge says enjoying for the win. Yeah, that's fair. Sorry about that. Knight's so depleted, they're banning Silas. I mean, Silas does feel like one of those champions that if you've got a player like Knight, maybe don't give it over. If you feel like it can be an X factor that throws a wrench in your drafting plans. What have we got left up for first picking? Those double AD skirmishes in the Neferi and the Vi off the table. A Yone first pick. May force a Sejuani response here. Shahu's Yone. A mixed blessing. He's gotten better over the years. But there was a point where it was always a bit of a win. So you heard it kind of there from the crowd, like, ooh, not sure about that one. Isn't as bad as it once was. But it's certainly not the superstar options we've seen in the past. So, the Sejuani takeaway, I don't think should surprise us. Goes well with the Yorick. Good pairing there if you do want to play in those 2v2 skirmishes. Prevents that combo with the Yone. Maokai, though, does kind of do a similar idea. It's less good early on, but once the level 6s come on through, the Maokai route means that you are not missing your Yone ult, theoretically. Change of Corruption comes on in as well, so big team fight lockdown wombo combo right now. If you're the ones in the river, you've got the setup, your ability to pin people in place can be very, very difficult. Got someone to first timing in chat just going, Big Zed, I appreciate you coming in here with the bold statements. We've seen a little bit of Zed here and there, it has to be said, not so much in the LPL. Though I say that, Saber was doing a bit of that in the room to come in on the playoffs. And, oh, yes, it might not be Zed, but how about Akali? That'll do. Knight on the Akali. Had a great game on the Victor. Very different play pattern here. So, what are we banning away? Ambessa. Can see it. Something that Breathe could look to put into that Yorick. Good pairing again with all the lockdown you've got already. I wonder whether Braum ban might be required here by BLG. Got a lot of melee champions, and Braum would make your life quite tricky here. Rel's still up. Our last really big engaged support. Am I missing anything here? Alistair already taken. Yeah, probably is the Rel. Here we go, Al. Welcome back. Knight on Akali. One of his famous champions, of course.
Akali versus Yone is melee synergy with the Sejuani, of course, which is fun for that.
Very nice.
So Knight pulling out some different champions today, showcasing his large champion pool. The thing is, BLG, I don't think they've been in a position to really play around different champions. They've needed to put things on rails before because they just didn't know how to play the early game. They didn't know how to skirmish properly. Knight potentially with Beitron coming in, maybe feels a bit more comfortable to pick towards that. Still got bot lane to think through. I don't mind the Sivir into Varus actually. Good into the Maokai too.
A little bit more team fighting prowess. It does feel like WBG Gaming have got the better 5v5 comp right now between the Yone, the Maokai, the Varus. Your ability to set up in the river and punish whoever you catch with that Maokai ultimate is very, very high. Whoever gets hit by the Chains of Corruption will be punished. The Yone isn't doing his own stunts, he's following up on other people's, which always feels easier. Locking in the Jax would allow you to play out now. The side lane's very aggressive. You've got two big side lane win conditions as well.
You do, but they're into Yorick. Yorick does not tend to lose side lanes ever, really. And Akali, very good into both these matchups in the side lane too. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me to see him go towards the Rel. Can sometimes struggle to deal with the Sivir at points, but the Magnet Storm, quite hard to spell shield out of in the same way. Now, you'd love to have an Alistair at this point, but it was banned, well, it's banned out from being played in game 1. What do you pick now? Do you feel like you have enough engaged with Sivir and Sejuani? Do you go towards the Braum, just be like, look, we need something tanky? It lowers your engage, but it means that you are much better at tanking up the likes of Rel and Maokai ultimates, just to be like, look, I'm going to put the door up, I'm going to ult back at you and try and stop you from engaging. Weibo, quadruple melee comp. Yes, the Maokai can engage from range. BLG, the Sivir ricochets are going to make mincemeat of that if it gets late enough. And stuff like the Sejuani and the Yorick, also not bad at dealing with those melees either. BLG will need to find ways to deal with the obvious engage from Weibo and find a way to multiple items to allow Sivir to do a lot of damage with the Ricochet, or play around individual performances from Bin and Knight.
That's the plan. I think I have to agree with you though. I like Weibo Gaming's comp a lot more in terms of, feels like they play better in the 5v5s. They arguably win in the side lanes. Skirmish is a little bit more nebulous, but it's requiring on ability to take the upper end of what their champions can do and execute well on it.
I never said that they wanted side lanes. There's a Yorick in the game.
That's true. That's fair.
I actually said,
Sam, that's super fair.
I'm just gonna say,
no, that's fair.
I said exactly the opposite, actually.
So I just see, the thing is, I think I see Jax Yorick and go, Jax Yone and go, well, if you get some grubs, your ability to threaten turrets outside has got to be good, right?
Yorick!
Yeah, because you're right. You're so right.
Yorick does despicable things as side lanes. BLG pulling out something a little bit different to very individualistic champions for their solo laners. I think that Weibo want more people to be on the same screen than BLG do. Beitron gets to Sejuani as well, arguably his best champion. And we go to a game 3. BLG do not want to get 2-0'd by Weibo in best of 3s up here in Group Ascend. BLG want this to be a honeymoon period. Brought in a new jungler, just like Weibo. Brought in a new coach and brought in a new support as well. Both teams undergoing metamorphosis in the middle of change, waiting to see when that will come out of its cocoon and see some fruition from their changes.
That has to be the plan. Very passionate fans here today, understandably so. It's an important match. BLG with the shift in the roster. Weibo Gaming looking to extend their winning ways. It wasn't so long they were in a position a bit like BLG's, all things said and done. Came on a pretty good tear over the last few. They'd like to confirm and not fall 1-2 after a really good game 1.
TM will get some vision onto Beitron's jungle star by getting that water onto Raptors. Blight and Air have spotted on bot side 2, just warding out that camp, and that will be red buff scouted up by BLG.
Has to be the idea. There's Breathe. On a world-famous Jax. He's very good at that champion, but we have seen Jax normally someone who at least has the ability to outplay a lot of matchups, turn most carry matchups into at least skill checks. Against the Yorick, it just feels so miserable with the Morning Mist. Oof, good level 1 Brawl passive too, yeah.
And of course, Sivir gets movement speed when you start actually running towards enemy champions as well. Has the lethal tempo stacked up. There's a Comet on Light. He only gets to use it now, by the way, because he missed his first arrow onto them. Sivir, I think, is very good into Varus. We're seeing it more and more in the LPL. I think that it does open up players like Bin or Knight on melee champions without as much sticking power to do a lot more work. And of course, the Braum too can struggle to stick on targets. When you have that Sivir, much easier to apply that passive. Much like in Season 5, for those of you who are still watching back then, we saw a lot of those kind of zero engage compositions, quote unquote, because it wasn't like Leona or someone like that kind of leading the charge. Use the Sivir instead to allow your half engage to become a lot more threatening.
Well then, here we are. Knight on the fun Project Akali chroma with the big glowing red and black. Is it hammers? Is that the name of the axe thing she flings around her head?
So she has kunai, which are the dagger, and the kama.
It's kama.
Kama is the like the larger bladed weapon. Kama and kunai. Kama or kunai, your end is the same. That's one of the voice lines.
There you go. I've not played all that much Akali outside of ARAM, it has to be said.
It took me a while to get to Akali, and then when I did, I thought, why have I not been playing this champion for a while? The same
you never played as much of her.
Yeah, I just didn't learn how to play laning phase. That's my problem with most champions. It's like, look, I can play these things once I actually get into the items. It's just how the hell do these matchups go? Elkanon still control over the spot side, level 3 to level 2. Air and Light do hit the level 3 now. Braum passive again hit though. You just missing that. Elk actually did miss that cannon though, so poo on you.
A very aggressive statement towards Elk. Why would you poo on him?
Maybe I'm a pigeon. A Taube. Oha, eine Schlafkauerlose.
That's a very specific meme.
It is, yeah. Beitron getting the treble on top side. Bin, control over the top side matchup as well. We saw the last time, we saw this earlier today, of course, between RNG. Really nasty damage down towards Shahu. The early levels of Akali versus Yone, surprisingly skill intensive. No, it's not surprisingly skill intensive. Obviously skill intensive. You miss one skill, the game falls apart. Knight's going to spot 10, take that bot side scuttle, so eye is on the Maokai. Knight can full control over this mid-lane matchup.
And it did feel like the last time we saw Akali really come back into meta was often into the Yone, because it felt like with your Shuriken flip, you could play into the Yone early when he was at his most potent.
We saw it a lot in Split 1. Yeah. And we saw it actually into everything. That was when it's very strong, because you could kind of dive through with the Akali Vi combos. Kind of just always reach the backline. And what you'd often do is... Look, Akali doesn't always need to do just hyper-fast assassination play. The reason why Akali is a different assassin to other assassins is that she can jump into the backline, press W and put a stop to the fight. Wait for a couple of seconds, see how the rest of your teammate reacts, wait until your energy comes back up, wait until your cooldowns come back, and then you can go for a Q or 2 ult or something like that if the ult's out. You have a lot of different options. And a lot of time, Akali can even sometimes go back to a secondary form of player and say, look, I'm just going to stop them from their backline from being comfortable auto-attacking or whatever, and I'm just going to get out. I don't need to kill them. I just need to make sure they're not doing damage. So watch out to see how Knight does with that. Air coming through, but the damage is done. Xiaohu needs people to be in his lane. Knight has very confidently won this early lane.
Challenge strike lands onto Knight, who does... Sure, he can flip to claim an additional minion, so there's at least that, but... There is arrival. Good timing.
Well, no, it hasn't led to a CS lead. What it has led to is a jungle support lead. Knight has pushed in the wave so confidently that his jungle support have more information on the map because Tien and Air have to avoid the mid lane itself and go around it. Air shows in mid lane. And of course, a lot of game one was, hey, you are slower to the play. You are losing the skirmishes. That was often what happened in that first game. Knight getting that push there, very impactful. And see what that leads to. Teleport back into the mid lane. See that Shaggy's actually gone towards bot lane. Patron going topside now. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do much. Just a look in.
We did see a little bit with that in split one, actually. We saw the early moves of bot lanes to mid, especially if you've got something like the Varus and sending things like the Yone, things like the Jackson to a side lane, who are a lot safer in those longer lanes, even if things like plates and first turrets haven't fallen yet.
Patron taking grubs on topside. Of course, when you've got so many different split pushes in the game, important to get them. Stun misses from Air. Electrocute comes in from Knight. Tien is potentially in mid lane, but Knight does have E. Should be safe. And the heal was used from On just for extra safety. Grub secured by BLG. But once again, the pressure that Knight putting out in that mid lane invites someone onto his lane and buys up their invaluable time. Weibo will go down towards the dragon, but the 3 grubs of BLG, they will be happy with it.
So, Knight. Now we see him again in mid lane, just clearing out the wave, and as you said, didn't really lead to a CS lead. The HP lead, sure, but as far as Xiaohu's concerned, a little bit of support from Mura helped him clear out that wave, get that reset, get that vamp.
Oh, hang on, there's a potential here. Knight can go in for an ult. I think they're outnumbered here. This is a problem.
It's the double people, 5-turn strike, and they can keep going on forward. Tien is a dead Maokai.
Once again, mid lane control leading to BLG having extra options. This all comes from this early 7 minutes of lane dominance from Knight, even though Light and Air came into the mid lane. Knight's the one which really wins out that trade early on. It's going to be an arrow steal from the... It isn't quite.
Nice idea.
From Light. And the big thing here, Knight doesn't even need to use his first ult of the game. He will have himself ult Hunter. He gets himself a stack of that before the first ult of the game. Happy with that one.
Salt Pan boots on back, gets to reset, claim this wave as it crashes into the bot lane turret. Will lose a minion or two, but I think he's happy enough with the way things are. Civic gets to go mid lane, all the while breathe. This is how we thought the Jax matchup would go earlier, guys. You do just sometimes get a whole host of zombies running at you, screeching to high heaven, and unless you've got a Wunderwaffe, it's a bad time.
Weibo, I don't know what I was about to say. Wow, where do I go with that one? I miss those old zombies maps, man. They were good.
Mach to Unterturm was a wonderful map.
It was. That was the original one. I always preferred the Reise. That was good.
Oh yeah, it was good too.
It's good. Plate being taken tops. I've not really been center stage on the camera so far. He's just been playing out the individual lane. Good CS advantage. And now with the grubs, takes those plates even quicker. BLG starting to achieve what they want to with this composition. Weibo need to find a way to get multiple people onto the same screen, use the Rel, use the Maokai to get some good damage down, hopefully have a Jax flank to finish things off. It's going to be quite hard to do that, and I go very trade with the electrocute there. Knows that one tower shot, not going to be enough to be traded back. It's half the HP gone, but the Hextech Triangle doing its work.
That's what it's supposed to. Alternator online and doing some nasty work. Always good if you are planning to hit champions rather than things, is often the way it is. And the value there already being shown. And of course, all the while, we're talking about, look, if Weibo Gaming can get 5 people on screen, it feels pretty good. As Breed actually does pop his own ultimate, gets the counter strike, but can't find the kill, and does look for the perfect execution! 5-point strike! And 350 gold.
I saw so many comments this split. Crap talking Knight saying he doesn't have a champion pool. He's slumping. He's the one why BLG are playing so badly. You take that back. He had played such a good Victor game in game 2. His Taliyah wasn't the problem. And this Akali making so much work happen. The early laning dominance, the solo kill in the side lane, getting the flash without even having to use his own. Awesome game from Knight so far. BLG's mid laner, firing on all cylinders.
And the solo lanes were asked to be important this game. You've gone for Yorick with the Sejuani. You've gone for the Akali. Your 5v5 will not be as potent as Weibo's, but those moments certainly can be.
I'm just saying, someone here, and it wasn't me, said, oh, but Aren't Weibo gonna have really good side lanes?
I did, yeah.
Akali, side laning goddess. Yorick, same there as well. Knows he can tank the counter strike, uses the W and places it so he can get the extra movement speed here too. Gets that Q. Goes, make sure he's out of tower range with his full R2 distance to make sure there's no flashback kill potential. And gets himself that follow-up Q. Awesome play from Knight.
There you go. I'm forced to eat my words in very swift order. Alex is very smug next to me.
I am.
He is very... Look, I just said, look, I see the Jax, I see the Yone, and I go, that's not bad in side lanes. It shouldn't be.
As a 5-man unit, you look at one side of the competition and say, ooh, good side lanes. You look at the other side and go, ah, that's a bit contested, isn't it?
And it is, especially when you play it like that. Knight just, I see, you know, like the options are there, and he's got to execute on him.
Yeah.
But the ceiling's big hit so far.
Really good stuff coming through from Knight. He's about to get towards his proto belt, and this is what Weibo were worried about. We're now getting towards grubs spawning now. Weibo must stop more grubs going over. I think that BLG gets towards Mites and they get towards Yorick on that. It's a huge problem. Knight has his ult back up, has control of that bot side. Ult flashed away from Light, had no cleanse. That could have been absolutely killer. No ult for that now around the grub spawn. Where's Tien? And needs to be present for this one. Going up towards that top side of the map. Ooh, Xiaohu can charge up that Q. He's okay versus the Yorick because he can at least get out defensively. It's just offensively, your options are very limited. Carly pushes in that bot side again. He'll be recalling potentially for Proto Belt. Went for the tier 2 boots, actually. Important spike that Magic Pen is nasty. Patron going towards this now. Here is Bin. Doesn't have his Yorick Maiden right now. Knight's recalling. Wants to teleport in with his extra gold spent.
There we go. Gaming have got tools to force in here if they want it. Overcomes a few of their other members a little late, but available. Xiaohu with a Q3 stack. Looks for a bit of a chunk on, down about half HP. If the grub goes down, that's 5. Already enough of a win here if they so want. Sorry, make that 6. Got confused. I thought I read Beitwan as a grub. Might be asked to die here as they'll step on board with the Arctic Assault. Trying to buy to type. The Aftershock tank is good. Teleport in, but that's into 3 people. Knight, though, with a wonderful perfect execution. The Shuriken flip buys himself a lot of time. The Chains of Corruption land. And they won't turn that into anything resembling kills. TP bot type from the Yorick to pick up the wave.
Yeah, I was about to say, I like this quick switch. Knight just makes sure that the fight isn't going to evolve any further. Had the Proto Belt completion, so incredibly strong. And then the teleports around the map basically even up the amount of waves putting through. Weibo are at a point now where they can never leave a side lane unattended. Yorick and even the Akali will be able to shred down the turrets. Knight will probably kill you first before he has to actually hit that turret. But now Bin on the bot side of the map. Breathes in a bit of trouble now. He doesn't want to be in this matchup. I think they wanted the Yone into the Yorick. Doesn't end up being best from that. So BLG walk away with 6 grubs. Dragon is alive. And BLG can even head towards that. Because Yorick is now on the bot side of the map, use the melee synergy of Yorick to help kill that. The permafrost and objectives does a lot of damage. Weibo, they're starting to misstep a little bit in terms of the macro, which is a bit of a problem. Right down a level, but again, that protocol is so nasty in terms of the individual item completion.
There you go. Knight. Onto this turret. It's actually down a level, interestingly. It's probably because I think Xiaohu has been side laning a little bit more consistently in terms of his ability to stay there, about 20 CS. Knight should be able to pick up about 10 of it here under the turret. And the 2 kills mitigating that quite happily. So BLG still in a really good spot this game. I will note, of course, that the Yone still been managing to get his own options into the game where he can.
Looking at the map now again. Some deep wards from Weibo into deep red side, but the river vision is all BLGs. Erha, normally, been very good at finding skirmishy plays. He's been a very good skirmish support player. I've been surprised at his level of play coming through. We talk a lot about BLG because they're playing with a new jungle player. That is the interesting thing about this game. You're seeing Beitwan, not on TT, but on BLG instead. Where is Wei? Well, he's not on this team anymore. Maybe he'll play for TT. Haven't figured that out just yet. Weibo, they switched out Erha, they switched out, they brought in a new coach as well. Can't remember actually who ended up going towards it. But BLG, team which is looking for that confidence, comfortability, and the ability to play on the same page again. See how long that honeymoon lasts and how much actually substance it leads through to.
6 grubs, a dragon. Feels pretty good. Of course, Weibo have got one of their own, so something of that on. Blocks up enough of that damage. He gets to bounce away to safety with the stand behind me. Finn, on this Yorick, 20 CS himself, is feeling very, very scary with those 6 grubs, and any time left alone with a turret now will lead to it disappearing.
The problem that Weibo have is they can't attack the Akali because the Akali is fed, has W, has flash, has ult. You don't really cleanly close down the Akali. Maybe on a high roll you can lock her down when she goes all in play things right. Looks like Knight's actually going towards the Lich Bane, by the way. Very good individual.
Push option, yeah.
Well, it is, but it's also very good individual damage too, particularly against the Yone. You can win out those extended trades. If you're already auto-attacking a lot,
you get more value out of it.
But then on the other side, the problem is, if you ever kind of over-commit to one of these side lanes, which are both winning right now, the 6 Scrubs wins on the other side. BLG just have to wait patiently, wait for an opening. They don't have to force anything particularly much right now. They're getting ahead in individual matchups. And if this game goes very slowly, of course, Sivir. Sivir will be your win condition. Sivir's very good against this kind of competition. Maokai hates playing against Sivir like this. Can spell shield up, can play front to back. Your ricochets end up getting brought back into your team, which is absolutely not what you want. Weibo will need to showcase that they can play safe side lane macro and also play good spacing in the team fights around front line to back line. If they position poorly, the Varus gets hit by ricochets, your team fight is over.
Got Braum and Sejuani not one exactly prime Maokai ult target, has to be said. And yes, don't get me wrong, the combo, whoever gets caught by the Maokai ultimate, might well be enough to blow them up anyway. And that then becomes scary, so the people who should be able to tank it up might not be able to. And that might change the equation, but that's 2-3 items deep, that's time. We're not there yet.
Yorick's got a free wave on bot side. I'd imagine I would imagine that tower dies on this wave. There is a Herald spawning now. Breathe is too late to this. Tower will go down. Feats of strength earned by BLG. And Tian going into the river. On has that Celestial position. Can he get out? I think he can. He's a very tanky brawl actually for this point in the game.
Beitran around as well. Elk a little bit split off there, but is swift enough on his retreat towards mid lane, so should be okay. Herald has spawned, but Scuttle Crab secured. Doesn't look like Weibo Gaming really want to force into this river.
They don't have to. Bin is currently taking Krugs. He's happy taking away something from the enemy side of the map. He's safe knowing that he can win out this individual matchup. Knight pushing in top side as well. Herald started up. Melee synergy with Braum and Sejuani. Very nice to, again, get your objective damage with melee plus Sejuani is actually very high. You forget about that sometimes. Airher has the flash to see if we can find a clump. There's a teleport here. This might be the fight for them.
Twisted advance comes on forwards alongside the Nature's Graph, trying to find an angle on in. On looks the Glacial Fisher, does get a decent one onto who's down to about 10% HP. Flash on forward with the Arctic Assault, brings him low. Herald secured. It's a good Q3 into the face. Sealed though! Yone manages to bring a couple down. The front line now dead. Knight looking for the perfect execution, doesn't get as much value as he was hoping. That leaves him in a bit of a tricky position. Bin caught in the middle of everyone, and Weibo Gaming play out the extended fight really well. El gets melted. Xiaohu, what an ult!
Weibo get that 5v5 and BLG clump too heavily. The Sivir is not at the point where they're winning everything right now. And I think Bin pulled the teleport too early. I think he should have stayed on the other side. This is the gold that Weibo needed. And Light and Xiaohu get a lot more value in the 5v5 than sadly BLG can do around the Sivir, is stuck at the 1.5 item. Go back into that replay. Great multiple angle. Initially, I thought this was fine. The teleport was actually okay from Yorick. It disengages the fight well enough. And this is a very good initial pick. They get the Rel down before she gets to get any sort of value down. After this, though, you've got the Herald. You've got that first play. That should be enough. Oh, great ult coming through. Even though Elk isn't caught, it's enough damage that the HP advantage goes up to third to breathe. After this point, again, like, Knight is okay to do this. Bin isn't. The Akali can get out. The Yorick is not in a position where they lose the flash as well. Big overestimation on individual level from Elk and from Bin.
They get gold onto the Jax, gold onto the Yone. They've had a really good fight there. They will just about hold on to their tier 1 top side. Herald now summoned in mid though.
Spell shield on the Varusol, in case you can see that one in the mess of mites coming through. Cooldown down. BLG take the mid lane out of turret. And while that was a reality check, they do get themselves another opening on the map.
Xiaohu gets that wave shoved up in that Jax. Knight couldn't claim that tier 1 top side. The gold lead, about 1,000 or so. So not game breaking as yet. And I'll note that Weibo Gaming did get that second dragon as well.
Well, this is the thing. It was a game breaking gold lead, and then they lost that fight. So it's been closed a little bit more. They had some good shutdowns coming through onto Bin because he got so much gold from that tower. I'm not sure exactly if they had anything through from Elk. They do claim that third outer turret. Weibo yet to get a single one. BLG have a gold lead, but a lot of that was in those towers. Weibo still have that standing gold. Weibo winning that fight does mean an awful lot to them, I gotta say. It feels like they can use that to get towards Yone and Varus being a real problem. Oh, the cage lands. That's a good play through. Teleport coming through as well.
Tian in danger, has a load of those ghouls go flying on forwards, hit by the Winter's Bite. Tian twisted advance forwards and be claimed by Knight, a third kill for the Akali. That can't be good.
No, and they get to invade into the bot side of the map. While this is happening though, Breathe will get some of that standing gold from top side. He doesn't have teleport. Maybe BLG think, right, no Maokai, no Jax. Can they get something here? Xiaohu's through though.
Tries to get an angle, but Elk is swift with the flash on out to safety. Pop back to reality. Up there goes gravity. Fate Seal goes on to Beituan though, and Bacon comes on down. Another Q3. Trying to get value. Xiaohu absolutely slaughters him. BLG over-engage yet again. Knight was going back to push the wave, and BLG don't cleanly shut down the Varus. Yone is getting a lot of value. Someone told Xiaohu it's spring, getting huge value out of that AD Assassin in the mid lane. I need to see a replay because he finds a great angle, but Elk flashed out of the initial Q3, and I thought, well, that allows him to play it on out, and there was
so this is why
screen, yeah.
Well, it was the flash from Light, which was really important there. Flashed away from the ultimate from Beituan. That's why I suppose BLG felt like they could go towards a more aggressive play there, but the gold is still now within 1,000. 3 kills over towards Knight. Yes, has a Storm Surge, actually not the Lich Bane. Does build out that Ether Wisp. I think it's still going to be the Lich Bane. This is after Light still has his, flash down, but you don't have that ultimate. But I thought, okay, well, maybe good play. Elk does get a flash back. You think, okay, again, Sivir. Great angle for them. This is not late game Sivir yet. Varus is much more high damage from than that. Elk very close to getting a kill through here. The peel comes through from Xiaohu though, and Light gets enough damage back, and Xiaohu gets himself stacked up on his own lethal tempo to make the difference.
And they are nervous as hell there, you can't blame them.
It's the fleet foot, it's not fleet foot, not lethal tempo, but still, Yone in melee range, still powerful.
Gets the Immortal Shield bow second now as well. We occasionally see things like Stride Breaker Yone build, but this one's all about sustain and that ability to keep on fighting. Got him towards some magic resist next. Looks for that Q3 Fate Sealed. Spell shielded well by Elk.
Maokai thrown out as well. Had to be a good spell shield. Braum passive, threatening Xiaohu under that turret as well. The reason they wanted to go for that fight is that Bin is still pushing a side lane. They'd love to get the teleport out of that Yorick to stop him being a pain in the ass later. Still has a bit of an XP advantage. Gold advantage for that 2 items is, nice. There's no second item for Breathe just yet, but it's not a game-breaking advantage for the Yorick. BLG, they may have thrown the map state enough for Weibo to more consistently and effectively group up. Atacon now started, but there is vision on them. They haven't spotted the control wall behind them just yet.
TM behind, start throwing some saplings out. The cat's available. There is no Nature's Grasp. That means no easy Maokai ult. They're just giving it up. It is only the revivals. And they might say, look, we'll just play around the dragon in a second or two. We'll just give this one up for free.
Well, Weibo, what they're doing is effectively saying, all right, okay, you can get the Atacon. We'll push in towards that mid lane. If they can get that full turret, they are very happy, actually. Can they get all of it? They don't have any grubs. No, they can't. That's sad for them. Now, BLG will have that Atacon for the next dragon spawn. That is a big thing to win. All this is happening. Bin loses a little bit of individual gold in the matchup too as Breathe pushes out that bot side. Breathe on his Jax, very powerful. Harley caught out, does have that GA, has that Protobelt, the E as well. Uses the ult, won't be up for the dragon now. Good catch out, Ignite used by Air. Elk pushing in this mid lane. Has that 2 items now. Is that ticking Sivir time bomb? Close to exploding. How close does it need to be? 2 items is good. No Infinity Edge, no Armor Pen. Does hurt a little bit in terms of killing that Maokai. Of course, the Ricochet, not resetting, but the extra auto attacks bring it so much closer to cooldown. Does really help. Elk has had good auto attack uptime. I think he's been playing well in terms of his own positioning most of the time. I just don't think he's had the stats to really get the most out of it. On, using that GA to walk up a lot. Knight, again, has that W. Absorbing the time of Air and Xiaohu on the top side. Playing weak side for now, trying to allow that Yorick some more time to push. On the other side of the map, has that teleport, as does Xiaohu. Dragon is alive. BLG starting to go towards it. Starting to burn it down. On half HP. No contest coming through from Weibo.
That's the plan. Felt like, and the Kali was going to run away with this game. It still might. Certainly has some competition. Xiaohu really played out some of these mid-game fights very, very well for a player who was once known for having a very poor Yone. This has been a great Yone game, and he has slowly, incrementally gotten so much more consistent on that champion.
People like hyperbole. He has had some very bad Yone games. He's also had some very good ones. It's just not been the most consistent champion for him. We haven't seen... Hang on. Oh, trying to stop the recall. Okay. So stop the recall coming through from Breathe, stopping him from potentially getting a flank angle. Has to stay at low HP now. Beituan has the ultimate. They can go towards this. They have the 6 grubs, remember. Good stop from On, actually. Potentially helping them use the last of his Atacon. Getting in a turret.
Some a bit more of a gold leading. 1,500. Again, not game breaking. They've really struggled to get past that after some of those mid-game plays fell apart so heavily. They do, however, get the Dragon, the Atacon, and that tier 2. So a little bit of a recovery sequence here from BLG. I still think it's necessarily going to be as easy as it should have been, but here we are.
Ali down a little bit of gold after Xiaohu getting a bunch of assists and being the main carry for Weibo so far. It's been a little while since we could say that about Xiaohu.
Great Ari game earlier too.
Even on this team, even when they've been playing well and getting Worlds Finals, a lot of the time Xiaohu's played a backseat role within this team, playing on the weak side, playing towards follow-up. This time he's actually been the go button for them. Elk going towards a Lord Dominance Regards next. Well, it could be that. It could also be the Mortal Reminder, I suppose. Healing for the Maokai passive can be a little obnoxious. Same with Jax with the Sundered Sky. See what he feels like with the choice between the last Whisper items. Outcome one off now. Again, gold lead a little over 1,000 for BLG, but not that much. That's with the outer turret, the inner turret taken. So BLG not really doing that much to expand the gold lead way, but they should feel pretty happy with how the gold has at least managed itself, if not the actual gameplay itself around those side lanes.
2 dragons apiece. Gold lead nominally there for BLG. Flowers traded. Not really that much in this one, is there?
No, there's 10 flowers apiece. The bloody petals. So basically even. This is a very even game. No, Weibo have themselves a positive win rate, 6-4 in series. BLG negative. Very surprising coming into this year for a Worlds finalist team that went 5 games. I suppose the DNT want to struggle in their own right. G2 have to. Walking forwards. 1,000 gold in the jungle. Only got 2. Hang on a second. He misses that. They only got the 2 Heartsteel procs of Baytron, but still, see how much he can stack that one up. Baytron's Sidwani, notable. Gonna try and get the blue buff steal. Looks like it will be possible, and they get it.
Nice little pick up there. It's a small win, but at this point, it being an AoE blue buff is a big deal. Sometimes people forget how valuable those late game buffs can really be for the team fights.
Worth noting as we get through to this point of the game too, some items do change the way that you play the game. Seekers for Knight, that kind of explains itself. Honor's gone for the Mikhail's first item, not going towards the locket. You have a cleanse on Elk, you have a spell shield on Elk, and then you also have the Mikhail's for On to tank up a Shroud himself if he wants to, or allow Baytron to do that. Cleanse them, allow them to move back. Particularly important, I think, for Bin and Knight as well, to allow them to have cleaner team fights. On is getting less tankier himself, though. He's gone for the Merc Treads and has no armor, which means that Light does a shit ton of damage to him. Now, Poke Varus, 3 items, is going to do unholy amounts of work towards that front line. BLG, be careful not to allow that Varus too many cooldowns in the run-up to a fight.
It doesn't necessarily stop Xiaohu doing his best Usain Bolt impression, just running at you Mach 5 with his soul unbound and autoing you to death.
That is a very scary imagery. It's just like, here's my soul,
Yeah, exactly, but it's like with swords in hand like this. No, run away!
It's like, you know that cop from a Cloudy in the, with a chance of meatballs?
Yes,
like that run, just eyes locked to you, yeah.
The Civic on the Hunter, all she wants. There's only so much room to run away. She doesn't have dashes, can't get over walls without a flash.
We are getting, hang on, that doesn't actually spot the recall coming through. That's a hell of a ward. Sadly doesn't work quite for them. He's spotted by the Double Crab going down. I'll be cleared out there. So, Sivir, 3 items, has the Mortal Reminder for the anti-heal, which can of course spread through that ricochet, very importantly so. Elk, very important power spike there, 3 items for the Sivir. I think we're at the point now where Sivir starts to do unholy things to your team fight if you allow the ricochets to come through. Weibo must stop the Sivir auto-attacking. I think that you can quite easily stop, I think, the Akali or the Yorick having a clean team fight. You have enough CC to do that. Do you have enough CC to do that and also stop Elk getting that same amount of damage through?
Harder.
That's the barrier to entry.
You already pulled out the cleanse, the Mikhails, all the tools there to keep that Sivir alive, and you said, look, here's the late game insurance. We didn't think they were going to need the insurance at one point in this game. We thought it was going to be another snowball. It's not been. Credit to Weibo for coming back. It's been a lot more tense over the last 5.
A lot of flashes available. There is a Maokai ult too. Fights could start off at any moment now. Yorick walking his way up the river. Infinity Edge for Yone, who is very, very fed. If Xiaohu gets onto Elk, Elk dies. Elk will need someone to play close air support basically with them. Get the Braum passive onto them. Bin taking down the dragon would be a sole point for them, and away from Weibo, who are only on the 2. Baron Vision giving up for this though. BLG, it's a little scary. And again, the Sejuani with the melee synergy. Hang on a second, going on to On. Not that much damage down, luckily for them. Scary. This is getting tense now. This is getting really tense. The vision play, you don't see it on the full spectator mode, but it is so nasty as On loses a lot of HP. He needs to be careful with that.
Couple more skill shots land. Tien forced to flash away from the Glacial Prison, though. That's a couple ultimates burn. Tien down that summoner.
It's important too. That is very important, actually. No flash W engage potential now. If he... Second, Breather going to force the Q out of Baytron. Can he finally get a recall off?
Should.
Whoa! Oh no! Yes, he does. Just about. Breathe hops over the wall.
Is he in danger now?
No,
Should
not with the
be
Braum being
okay.
gone. It would be a 5v4. Not having the Braum there is important. It's really important. The Braum passive is your continued CC across the fight.
Here we go.
Mark Elk coming down. Elk does have the spell shield.
Flash on forwards, Magnus storms in. Elk gonna cleanse after that. Still left. One member left in danger though. Been flashing up for safety. Gets to stay alive. Permafrost damage onto Xiaohu, who has the immortal shield bow. Knight gets him. Perfectly executed. Gets the other solo laner. And Knight, he's been quiet for the last 10, but when it matters most, he finds both.
A salute from a masked individual. The plate armor Akali flies into the backline and gets a kill. Weibo thought they had the opening when On had the recall. You were right, no Mikhails, but Elk still had the cleanse and the flash without his support nearby. And Xiao, who couldn't quite cleanly get himself onto that backline. Baron taken, and the game should fall apart from here. BLG will open up things even more than they were beforehand on the map.
Bing gets the tier 2, Baron goes down, soul point secured, and BLG now find themselves with a multiple gold lead again, back in control of the game.
So Weibo, big mistake. They still have chances to fight around the next couple of dragons. They need to not bleed out too much gold. The problem now is that Baron is going to allow people like the Akali and the Sivir to get even more gold for the next big fights. Double Q hits onto Air really puts him into a difficult spot. It's a good play to blow the spell shield and the cleanse and everything else. The Varusol hits onto that too. But all this is happening, you know, you've used all your stuff to go forwards, and Knight gets Protobelt into the backline as well if he wants to. You split too much on the disengage from the fight. Don't cleanly get the Sivir, open up those gaps in the armor for the Knight to strike true.
Xiaohu, Mortal Shield Bow dies, and Knight goes having that one. Does absolutely eviscerate Xiaohu, who didn't build a Wit's End. He's stuck on that Negatron cloak, and it hurts.
Knight on the other side, stuck on that Seekers, and says, I don't need the full Zhonya's. I only need one activation. I'll get the full Void Staff. Makes it even easier to kill through his first target. Dragon down 2 minutes. 2 and a bit minutes. Baron buff will fall off just before that. BLG will push in the map, spend their ill-gotten gains, and go towards potentially an Infernal Soul. BLG, it's been a much better day at the office for them today. I think their early games have been much better considered. I think their team fights have blocked more clean. Like it's it with the knock over the wall. Here comes the Sejuani.
Oh, it's beautiful. Glacial Prison will land onto Light. He's back out to safety. They're trying to turn this one around. They've lost It's only the one, but a Knight into the backline. A secondary flanking engage. Look for Knight on the dawn of the third game. He finds another 2 Riders of Rohirrim and wish they could land a charge like that. It's gorgeous.
A lone individual stands on the hilltop. Lance held high. Knight slaughters through Weibo. His Akali comes to play, and Weibo have nothing to answer him with. 8 and 0 on the assassin in the mid lane.
He is the champion of the battlefield. A wonderful game from him. A quiet moment in the mid. Absolutely roars to life with the flanks in the late game. BLG find the sub-jungler and find themselves a much-needed win.
For all of you who are wondering whether BLG had met their demise, perhaps it is not today. Might be a honeymoon period. Smiles on the faces of BLG. They will not lose to Weibo twice in Group Ascend. 2-1 the first time out in Group Ascend. And they 2-1 them back the second time. BLG, a breath of fresh air. Ears perk up. Are BLG back? A question to be answered later. Perhaps not today. It is one series, but a good one at that. Early game looked better. Team fighting looked better. Feels bad for Wei, I suppose, looking on. Wasn't even at the venue today. Beitron came in. I think actually, besides that game 1, which is obviously very poor from BLG as an absolute unit, game 2 and 3, very good from the jungler. Coming in on short notice from TT, a rival team within Group Ascend, over to BLG.
Awesome, awesome stuff. Well, it was a fun one, wasn't it?
That it was. BLG calling in a unlikely hero to join them on the roster there. As, hi, how's it going? I was meant to have the camera on there. I forgot to turn it off. That's the wrong one as well. Oopsies. There we go. Hello, you wonderful people. My name's Nymaera Initialise. We're brothers. We cast the LPL together, and we've cast many hundreds of games here, so you can enjoy it. There is no official broadcast of the LPL anymore. We are amongst many co-streams covering this, including the fan broadcast of BLG English. Not BLG English, LPL English. Well, it might be if BLG come back to form, but that's a long way off here. And we hope you're enjoying yourselves. Hope you're enjoying the continued stories of BLG, Weibo, teams which have made it to international events and have so many storied individuals on the roster. For me, it is vindication for Knight. I think that Knight has individually been playing well this split, but he has not had the platform to play off of, and now BLG maybe have a little bit more than that. I think Beichuan played very well today. I think he knew his job as the engager in the front line. I think that On played well too. But realistically, the hero of today, it was Knight. His Victor was insane, and his Akali flashy as ever. And yeah, Weibo left a little bit shell-shocked. They had that one pick in the mid lane go wrong, opened up an opening for BLG to exploit, and they get 2-1.
That was a fun day of games. We saw the death of OMG. We saw the birth, perhaps, of a new iteration of BLG here. It's still not perfect. We've still got issues. But some of those players we knew had a lot of class, but maybe not a lot of form. Still damn scary when they get the opportunity, eh?
Yeah. What are your plans for today, Sam?
I am not going to stream. There is, in fact, apparently a fruit wine festival out in the sticks, which I've just been invited to, so I might go do
Very
that
cool.
this evening.
All right, so we are going to end things over here then. If you're on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us. And if you're on Twitch, we'll go radio over to someone after this point. We have seen the demise of OMG, one of the most historic League of Legends organizations across the world. Maybe one of their last ever series here. Potentially for RNG as well. We'll see if they end up surviving the bottom two. And BLG, perhaps a revival for them. Thank you everyone for joining us today. I hope you've enjoyed what we've been doing. And if you have, drop a like, drop a comment, interact with some of it. We do have some short videos coming out on these channels as well to highlight some of the stuff which has been happening around here. And overall, we hope you have a lovely day as well. We'll be back for as many games as possible. Thank you everyone for joining us.